Chapter 117, Chapter 117, I declare, Harry worships me, Gilderoy Lockhart. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley shimmered with the heat of summer. Smack! No sooner had Ron finished speaking than Mrs. Weasley's freckled hand landed squarely on his messy red hair. It didn't hurt, but the sound was crisp and loud, drowning out even the cooing from the owl post office at the street corner. Ron stumbled half a step, clutching the back of his head. The vine patterns on Gringotts' bronze doors flickered faintly beside his flushed ears. "Mom!" Mrs. Weasley shot Ron a glare. "Who taught you to talk about a classmate like that? And a lady, no less. Arthur, look at the fine son you've raised." Ron didn't dare make a peep. Mr. Arthur shrank back, just like his son. Seeing Ron get scolded by Mrs. Weasley, Hermione stood off to the side, the corners of her mouth twitching upward. A subtle hint of glee crept onto her face. But she quickly caught herself, tucking a curl behind her ear with her left hand, pretending to fix her hair. Her brown eyes, however, had already curved into crescents, her lashes trembling softly in the shadow cast across her nose. Hermione pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh as she glanced at Ron's parents. "Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, hello. My parents are just over there." After greeting everyone, Hermione turned and waved enthusiastically at her mom and dad. The Grangers stepped forward, noticing the sizable group at the entrance, people their daughter seemed to know. Hagrid, in particular, stood out. His towering frame exuded an unintentional sense of intimidation. The couple appeared slightly uneasy. The dentist's neatly pressed shirt collars stood out starkly against Hagrid's mud-stained moleskin coat, white as two clouds drifting above Diagon Alley. Hermione didn't seem fazed. Her voice suddenly took on the crisp, rehearsed tone she used when reciting A History of Magic, eagerly introducing everyone. "This is Harry, this is Ron, and this is Dylan, the real top student of our year. These are Ron's parents, and this is Mr. Hagrid, one of the caretakers at our school. Hello, hello." The Grangers followed their daughter's lead, exchanging greetings with everyone. When their eyes landed on Dylan, they paused for a moment. So this was the classmate who could match their daughter's perfect scores in every subject. Dylan politely seized the moment to introduce himself. "Sir, Madam, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." You too," the Grangers replied quickly. As Dylan bowed slightly, sunlight from Gringotts' domed ceiling filtered through the crystal chandelier, casting a faint golden halo around his hair. The Grangers blinked, momentarily stunned. What a fine young man! He certainly looked like prime academic material. If he studied with them, he'd surely make an excellent dentist one day. Since Dylan didn't have any money stored at Gringotts, he naturally didn't need to withdraw anything. But the Weasleys and Harry did. So Dylan tagged along. He'd never seen what Gringotts' underground world looked like, after all. As for Hermione and her parents, though they'd already exchanged money for her, they joined the group at everyone's invitation, hopping into the goblin-driven cart. "Wow! It's like riding a roller coaster, not that I've ever been on one." Hermione's cheeks flushed faintly with excitement. The vault cart whizzed through the rocky tunnels, her curly hair swirling into caramel-colored spirals in the rushing air. She gripped the rusty copper handrail tightly, her knuckles whitening from the effort, and shouted back to her parents, "It's got to be at least 60 miles an hour." Before she finished, the cart plummeted vertically. Mrs. Granger's pearl necklace traced a shimmering arc through the air. Ugh! When they disembarked, the dentist couple hurriedly supported each other, lips pressed tight to hold everything in. The rest of the group climbed out of the cart as well. The Weasleys didn't mind everyone tagging along. So when their family vault was opened, Dylan caught sight of a modest pile of silver sickles and a single, lonely galleon. The group waited outside while Mrs. Weasley stepped in alone. Though the coins were few, she carefully tucked each one into a patched velvet pouch. She searched every corner, ensuring not a single coin remained, before stepping out. They piled back into the cart and ventured deeper. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the vault Harry's parents had left for him. Calling it a vault prepared by the Potters might be a stretch. In truth, the wealth inside had been amassed by generations of Potter ancestors. When the goblin swung open the vault's heavy doors, a dazzling golden light poured out like molten sunshine. Dylan peeked inside. Piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts gleamed in heaps, the interwoven glow so soothing it was almost therapeutic to look at. Talk about eye candy! Compared to this, the wealth Dylan had at his disposal was utterly incomparable to Harry's. No way! I can't let Mom and Dad keep gallivanting around on vacations. Time to drag them back and put them to work earning me some money. Dylan rubbed his chin. Tisk tisk, potions sure are lucrative. Maybe I should whip up a few myself and sell them under Professor Snape's name. I bet I could corner the market in no time. To say Dylan wasn't jealous of this vault's riches would be a lie. With that kind of money, he could probably upgrade his suitcase to the deluxe edition. But that fortune had been built up over generations. The Potter family traced its lineage back to the three brothers, a prestigious pure-blood clan who even owned the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. The family's founder, Linfred of Stinchcombe, had invented numerous potions, including widely used ones like Skelgro and Pepper-Up Potion. The success of these potions quickly built the Potters' initial wealth. Later, the family remained a powerful force in the wizarding world, with many members serving on the Wizengamot. As the highest court in the wizarding world, the Wizengamot held authority even above the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore currently served as its chief warlock, a position he'd held for years. On top of that, Harry's grandfather, Fleamont Potter, had invented Sleekiazy's hair potion, a magical concoction that instantly beautified your hair, multiplying the family's fortune several times over. Interestingly, one of the potions Dylan had previously gifted Snape had been a tweak on Sleekiazy's formula. Ugh, coming up with a bestseller potion these days isn't so easy anymore. Dylan watched Harry, who, despite facing a vault full of riches, showed no trace of arrogance. In fact, he seemed a little embarrassed in front of the Weasleys. Harry quickly grabbed a sack of galleons, then had the goblin shut the vault doors. This kid's actually pretty decent. The group piled back into the goblin-driven cart. The Weasleys, well aware of the Potter's wealth, weren't fazed in the slightest. Ron, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He'd never imagined that Harry, whose socks were so worn they had holes his mom had to mend, could possess such an enormous, almost unbelievable fortune. For a moment, it felt like his buddy wasn't really his buddy anymore. Ginny didn't care about any of that, her face was full of admiration. Percy remained unfazed, his expression calm. The Weasley twins, though, grew oddly quiet. Dylan watched them, guessing that some idea was probably sprouting in their mischievous minds. He sighed inwardly once more. Relying on Mom and Dad alone, the money comes in way too slow. Maybe in my spare time, I could research some dark magic potions. Those wouldn't have any trouble selling. Or better yet, I could figure out how to short Gringotts. I've got that other identity to work with, after all. Dylan rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he followed the group back to the surface. Ron and Hermione chattered non-stop around Harry. Ron stared at Harry's leather pouch stuffed with galleons, his Adam's apple bobbing 3 times before he finally spoke. You should buy some new socks. I will, Harry mumbled, awkwardly lowering his head. The group soon split up. Dylan naturally went shopping with Hermione and Harry. Percy's quill had broken, so he needed a new one. George and Fred had plans to meet friends in Diagon Alley. Ginny was about to start school, and aside from a few hand-me-downs, Mrs. Weasley had to get her some new essentials. After all, being a girl, Ginny couldn't reuse a lot of things. Seeing everyone ready to go their separate ways, Mr. Arthur seized the moment. With a light cough, he pulled a car spark plug from the inner pocket of his robe and showed it to the Grangers. "Perhaps you two would like to join me at the Leaky Cauldron for a taste of fire whiskey? Of course, I mean, if you happen to know a thing or two about internal combustion engines, we'd surely get along famously." Clearly, he was actually eager to ask the Grangers more about the Muggle world. "While we don't exactly study that sort of thing, we'd still love to chat with you," they replied. Hermione's parents had never tried wizarding liquor and were curious about it. Besides, they'd already given Hermione her money if she needed anything. She could shop with her friends without them hovering. So, they stood beside Mr. Arthur. "Then let's take an hour and a half to do whatever you want, but after that, we're meeting at Flourish and Blott's," Mrs. Weasley declared, shooting a glance at Mr. Arthur. He nodded hastily with a sheepish grin, the chain of his pocket watch glinting in the sunlight streaming through the window. "No problem." The Grangers blinked, exchanging amused looks that rippled with suppressed laughter. Mr. Granger adjusted his glasses with a finger, while Mrs. Granger blinked in surprise. Wizards could be henpecked too? They shared a smile, and their earlier unease faded considerably. After parting ways, Dylan didn't have much he wanted to buy. Just a trip to the bookstore later would do. "It's getting hot. How about some ice cream? The cold treats at Florian Fortescue's are pretty good," Dylan suggested, glancing at the others. "I know that place. Their strawberry ice cream is the best, especially with the chocolate nut bits on top." Ron chimed in. Hermione blinked and gave a slight nod. "Let's give it a try, then." The ice cream shop wasn't far from Gringotts, just a few steps away. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor had frosted windows. As Dylan, Harry, and the others stepped inside, the copper bell above the door jingled, and a cool, sweet scent laced with elderflower hit them full force. Florian greeted them warmly. "Hey, kiddo, brought some friends today?" Dylan nodded and introduced Harry and the others to Florian. Ron pressed his nose almost against the misty display case, his breath fogging up the glass in round patches. "I want the one with the crushed cockroach pile." He'd clearly mistaken the chocolate flakes for some magical creature. "It's cocoa bean bits, not a cockroach pile." "You're ruining my appetite," Hermione corrected, her fingertip brushing the frosting on a raspberry sorbet. Dylan leaned against the spruce counter, chatting with Florian while watching him drizzle blueberry sauce over a sundae. The deep purple syrup trickled down the vanilla ice cream, eerily reminiscent of the shrinking solution he'd brewed during private lessons with Snape. When they left the shop, each of them held a free ice cream sundae. They stopped by the stationery store next, picking up some fresh parchment. Hermione also grabbed several bottles of ink. "This parchment is great for drafts. It's made with ink from color-changing giant squids. Once you're done with rough notes, the writing just vanishes," she explained, turning to her friends. "Too bad it only lasts 3 weeks, so I'm not stocking up." Dylan grinned. "Otherwise, one sheet could last a lifetime, and how would they make money off that? Plus, no magic lasts that long anyway." As they passed quality Quidditch supplies, Ron gestured animatedly at the Nimbus 2000 in the display case. "Broomsticks are all pretty much the same. I've been flying every day lately, and I don't notice much difference." Harry, a Quidditch enthusiast with a knack for brooms, naturally picked up the conversation with Ron. They went from brooms to Quidditch in no time. Hermione and Dylan chimed in now and then. The group wandered around, occasionally buying what they needed. Finally, as the agreed-upon time approached, they headed toward Flourish and Blott's. Even from a distance, Dylan and the others could see a crowd gathered at the bookstore's entrance, bustling and impenetrable. "What's going on? There's a banner up there." They looked up and saw a bold red banner with gold lettering hanging from the second-floor window, proclaiming in eye-catching fashion, "Famous wizard Gilderoy Lockhart signing copies of his autobiography Magical Me on site." Gilderoy Lockhart's name shimmered on the fluttering banner, bursting into a dazzling firework effect every 10 seconds, tinting the passers-by's hair with a blinding golden glow. The crowd at the bookstore entrance buzzed with excitement. Hermione's eyes widened as she let out a series of gasps. "We're so lucky! We actually get to meet Lockhart. He's really famous." Ron blinked. "He is famous. Even our new defense against the dark arts professor told us to buy his books and a ton of them too." Dylan raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, after spending so much time at the Weasleys, he wasn't entirely sure if their planned trip to Diagon Alley with Hermione and the others would line up with meeting Lockhart. Yet here they were. Could this guy be hawking his books at Diagon Alley's bookstore every single day lately? "Let's hurry inside. My mom's a huge Lockhart fan. I bet they're already in there," Ron said. The crowd at the entrance was thick, but since Dylan and the others were just kids, the witches and wizards parted slightly to let them through. After some squeezing, they managed to slip inside. The moment they entered, the 3D cover of Magical Me nearly smacked Dylan in the nose. "Where's your mom?" Dylan asked, rubbing his nose and glancing around. All he could see were witches, mostly women, and for a moment, he couldn't spot Mrs. Weasley. It dawned on him that the men waiting outside were probably the husbands of these witches. No wonder some of the wizards out there had looked so grumpy when Dylan, Harry, and the others were jostling through. He'd assumed they were just annoyed at being shoved around. "Thank goodness you're here, you're right on time," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, standing with the Grangers, her face flushed with excitement. Spotting Dylan and Harry, she hurried over, pulling them close and brushing off imaginary dust from their clothes. Hermione, the moment she stepped in, darted to her parents' side, craning her neck toward the signing area. Dylan eyed the throng of ecstatic witches around him and quirked a brow. Meeting your idol in person, this kind of joy could count as a happy memory, right? It reminded him of his own childhood in his past life, when he'd been thrilled to snap a photo with Piggy at an anime-themed restaurant. If that kind of excitement could summon a patroness, casting the patroness charm would be a whole lot easier. Lately, as I've gotten more insights from studying magic, the process itself has started to excite me more and more. I think that could be tapped into for the patroness charm too, couldn't it? Ever since getting the patroness charm training method from Dumbledore, Dylan hadn't had much chance to test it in practice. He figured he'd give it a shot when he had some free time later. I wonder if the patroness charm could be combined with dark magic somehow, maybe create a more powerful move, something that could even backfire on an opponent with devastating force. And while casting dark magic itself doesn't exactly make me happy, using it to rob galleons from other dark wizards does feel pretty satisfying. Maybe that memory could work for the patroness charm too. If I summoned a patroness with that memory, would it mean dark magic could, in some way, blend with the patroness charm? Dylan's mind buzzed with thoughts. Once inside the bookstore, he first grabbed all the books required on the school list and tucked them under his arm. He planned to have Lockhart scribble a few extra signatures on them later. Back at school, he could just tear them out and use them. "Holy smokes," he muttered. As the crowd surged forward, Dylan finally caught sight of Lockhart. But it wasn't the man himself, it was a photograph. A massive one, like a painting. The giant image was made up of countless smaller photos of Lockhart. In every single one, his smile was dazzling. Pearly white teeth, sparkling eyes. Dylan took one look and felt like his mind had been mildly assaulted. He rubbed his temples. If Lockhart ever did a toothpaste ad, he'd make a fortune. Not that he wasn't raking it in already. Hermione's dad couldn't help but click his tongue. "Teeth that healthy? First time I've seen it. I wonder if he's had them fixed or if they're naturally like that." Her mom pondered too. Maybe it's magic. Hermione turned back to them. "Dad. Mom. Stop obsessing over people's teeth. Honestly, you should read Mr. Lockhart's books, every one of them is absolutely brilliant." The Grangers exchanged a glance. "But his teeth are really nice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gilderoy Lockhart, a bookstore staff member announced loudly. Hearing that, Dylan started forward, ready to get Lockhart's autograph. But the women around him erupted into a frenzy, shoving him right out of the way. Dylan stood there, clutching his 7 books, dumbfounded. Hold on, were these people insane? So many of them, all here for Lockhart's signature? What was so great about his autograph anyway? Gritting his teeth, Dylan resolved to push back in. But just then, Lockhart spotted Harry in the crowd. Oh! No way, Harry Potter! Lockhart's eyes lit up. He yanked Harry from the throng, pulling him to his side to face an old, scruffy Daily Prophet reporter. Camera shutters clicked non-stop. Wizards clapped, and the women let out slightly shrill squeals. Harry, utterly bewildered, hadn't even processed what was happening before Lockhart had him in a tight embrace. His expression soured. Sure, Hogwarts students used to cheer for him endlessly too, but they'd gotten used to him over time. It'd been a while since Harry had been the target of such fervent stares. And now, without even asking, Lockhart had thrust him right back into it. What an exhilarating moment! Now, I have an announcement to make. Lockhart raised his voice, and the crowd instantly hushed. Young Harry came to Flourish and Blots because he admires me and wanted to buy my autobiography Magical Me. Lockhart scooped up a towering stack of books from the side. Here you go, little Harry. Every single one of these has 10 of my personal signatures. How about that? You must be thrilled right now, hey. Harry opened his mouth to say he didn't want them and wasn't the least bit excited. But before he could, Lockhart boomed again. And what's going to thrill Harry even more is this: when September rolls around and Hogwarts reopens, he'll truly have the Magical Me. That's right. Yes. Just as you're all thinking, I must announce it here and now, come September, I will be joining Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as its newest professor. It was Headmaster Dumbledore himself who recognized my magical talents and personally invited me to take up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. And I, of course, graciously accepted. The crowd froze for a split second before erupting into gasps and exclamations. Lockhart shoved Harry aside, sat down, and began preparing to sign books for his adoring fans. By the time Harry, like Dylan, got bum-rushed out of the way by the throng of witches, he was still dazed. Ron, who'd never bothered squeezing in and had stayed on the outskirts, walked over when he saw Harry stumble out. Scratching his head, he said, "These people are nuts." Dylan rushed forward too, his eyes gleaming as he zeroed in on the stack of books in Harry's arms, essentially a pile of golden tickets. 10 signatures per book? By Voldemort's nose, this was too perfect. Hey, Harry! Can I ask you a favor? Harry looked up, still in a fog. Hey? What? Those books you're holding, could you swap them with mine? I promise, these are brand new too. What? You want these? Harry paused, then thrust his arms out. Here, take them all. Chapter end. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Malfoy Sr.? Come get roasted together. The oak floor of Flourish and Blots creaked under the strain of the shoving crowd. Dylan deftly slipped between 2 chattering witches and stuffed a stack of textbooks, still carrying the faint scent of ink, into Harry's arms. He still ended up shoving the books onto Harry. After all, once school started, these books would serve as textbooks required for class, so it saved Harry the trouble of buying them again. Meanwhile, Dylan gleefully stashed all of Harry's signed copies from Lockhart into his own space. Probably to show off in front of the reporters, Lockhart hadn't just given Harry the textbooks they needed to buy. He'd gone further, gifting an entire set of his complete works, all bundled up and handed over. And with 10 signatures per book, that added up to nearly 100. Even if he only visited the restricted section once a day, he could keep it up for over 3 months. That was almost half a semester. Sweet. Dylan was thoroughly pleased with himself. Dylan, why do you want Lockhart's signed books? Don't tell me you're a fan of his too. Ron asked, eyeing Dylan's cheerful expression with confusion. I don't think he's handsome at all. Plus, he always gives off this slick vibe. I don't like him one bit. At that moment, Hermione, who had just gotten her own signature from Lockhart and stepped back, overheard Ron's comment. She immediately frowned and hurried over to Dylan and the others, ready to defend Lockhart and explain how talented he was. But before she could, Dylan suddenly spoke up in a hushed tone. Whether he's handsome or not doesn't matter. Didn't you hear what he just said? Ron blinked. What? Hermione and Harry both turned their attention to him. Dylan lowered his voice even more. He's going to be our next defense against the dark arts professor. Oh! I can't believe it, this is so exciting. Hermione's eyes lit up. You have no idea how shocked I was when I heard that earlier. Harry blinked. So you're collecting his signed books because... He paused for a couple of seconds. To sell them for a good price. Dylan shook his head. How much could that even make? A single book could probably fetch dozens or even 100 times its original price, Hermione chimed in. What? This time, it was Dylan's turn to be stunned. Lockhart's lousy signed books were actually worth that much? One book was about 5 galleons. If it could sell for 100 times that, that'd be 500 galleons. For a brief moment, Dylan almost considered becoming a reseller. One book might not earn much. But what about 10 books? 50? 100? Still, he quickly calmed himself down. First off, being a reseller wasn't exactly easy work. Second, there wouldn't even be that many signed copies available for him to snatch up. And finally, rarity drives value. If too many signed books flooded the market, the price would naturally drop. So, after reining in his thoughts, Dylan lowered his voice again. Actually, I've got another use for his signatures. Hermione tilted her head. What are you planning? You know how you need a professor's handwritten signature to get into the restricted section, right? Dylan said with a soft chuckle. Ron and Harry both widened their eyes. You're already scheming to get in there. Dylan shot them a look. Why do you make it sound so bad? Scheming to get in there, really? Didn't you two sneak in there yourselves when you were trying to figure out who Nicholas Flamel was? Harry gave an awkward smile. Yeah, but without a professor's signature, we got chased out by Madame Pants with her feather duster. Ron smacked his lips. I still don't think Lockhart's signature will do much good. I don't even like reading anyway. Dylan rolled his eyes. Fine, go play somewhere else then. Are you sure about using those signatures as a pass for the restricted section? What if you get caught? Ron poked at the stack of hardcover books in Harry's arms with his wand, startling the tiny Lockhart portrait on the title page into blowing him a kiss. Harry suddenly found the gilded edges of his new textbooks digging uncomfortably into his hands. The little Lockhart portraits, blinking and peering out at him, sent a shiver of cold sweat down his neck. He really wanted to chuck all these books away. Don't worry, I've got it covered, Dylan said with a casual smile. After learning what Dylan planned to do with Lockhart's signatures, Ron and Harry, though they had no intention of visiting the restricted section themselves, decided to help their friend by going back to get another signature from Lockhart. Hermione, who'd already gotten hers, stood by Dylan's side. The cover of her copy of Travels with Trolls bore crescent-shaped dents from her fingernails, and the bronze-gold embossed title glinted strangely under the chandelier light. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly asked Dylan, "You don't seem to like him much, do you?" Dylan raised an eyebrow in surprise, turning to look at Hermione. This girl was sharp, she'd even picked up on that? He chuckled. What makes you say that? Hermione looked at him earnestly. You're a really polite person. You've never shown impatience with any professor before, let alone. She glanced over at Harry and Ron, who were now lining up behind Mrs. Weasley to get another signature from Lockhart for Dylan. Use a professor purely as a tool, especially since he hasn't even started teaching yet. So that's what she meant. Dash. Dash. Dylan instantly understood what Hermione meant. He had to admit, her attention to detail was truly impressive. It was Hermione who first noticed how indifferent he was toward Quirrell. And now, his attitude toward Lockhart, while not as extreme as it had been with Quirrell and even tinged with faint hostility, lacked any trace of respect. Even with Professor Binns, he would greet him politely and attentively. Dylan shook his head with a smile. I just divined some things. This soon-to-be defense against the dark arts professor is a complete fraud. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Hermione's expression froze. A fraud? What kind of fraud? Her first reaction to Dylan's words wasn't doubt but confusion. After all, Dylan's accuracy in divination was undeniable, everyone had witnessed it. Still, having read Lockhart's books and admired the overflowing talent in his writing, Hermione couldn't help but struggle a little. His writing is captivating, so. I mean, what exactly did he lie about? Dylan blinked. I don't know. I only saw a scene where his deception gets exposed. Hermione fell silent. For a moment, neither of them spoke. But then. Hey! Stop arguing. Wait, don't start fighting. Shouts mixed with the sound of footsteps. Dylan's ears twitched, and he looked up. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, pushing and craning their necks. Heads bobbed as people tried to peek in, but it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Dylan, however, recognized one of the voices. Mr. Arthur. Just as he and Hermione stood there puzzled, about to push through the wall of people. Bang! The bookshelf jolted violently, shaking so hard that the books on it teetered precariously. What's going on? Are they actually fighting? Dylan frowned. Hermione didn't hesitate. She darted forward. Don't just stand there, let's go see what's happening. Inside the crowd, Arthur Weasley's faded leather boots were tangled in a pile of fantastic beasts and where to find them. His flushed face, illuminated by the cold glint of Lucius's snake-headed cane, made him look like an enraged Hungarian horntail. Lucius brushed off his sleeve and tilted his chin slightly upward, his nostrils practically aimed at the ceiling. Hagrid's massive, fan-like hand hovered between the two men, crumbs of gingerbread frosting still stuck between his fingers. By the time Dylan and Hermione finally squeezed through the throng, they saw that it was indeed Mr. Arthur and Malfoy locked in a confrontation. With Hagrid standing there, though, Lucius, who'd nearly come to blows, clearly wouldn't have the upper hand, at least not without magic. Mrs. Molly, Harry, and the others rushed over. Seeing the scene, they gasped. Good heavens, what are you doing? All right, I've got the autograph, let's get out of here. Molly had no desire to tangle with Malfoy and tried to pull her husband and the kids away, but no one budged. Hermione hurried to her parents' side, checking they were all right before frowning at the younger Malfoy standing next to Lucius. Dylan's parchment boot crunched over a sliver of gold foil on the floor, producing a faint crackle. His gaze settled on Draco Malfoy, calm and steady. Draco's face still carried the usual Slytherin arrogance, but when he caught sight of Dylan stepping out from behind the Curses and Counter-Curses bookshelf, his body stiffened. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, barely noticeable, and the tip of his dragonhide boot instinctively shifted toward the exit. Father! Lucius's platinum blonde hair gleamed coldly under the chandelier. The emerald atop his snake-headed cane suddenly flared with an eerie light, casting Dylan's Gryffindor crest in a ghostly glow. He caught his son's odd reaction and followed his gaze, locking onto Dylan instantly. Lucius studied Dylan for a moment, his eyes narrowing with a cold, appraising glint. Who are you? Draco whispered, Father, that's Hawkwood. Lucius shot him a sidelong glance. Did I ask you? Draco swallowed the urge to grimace and fell silent again. Lucius gave a soft snort, returning his attention to Dylan. So you're the little Dylan the Hogwarts professors are so fond of. He sized Dylan up, his gaze sweeping over him like he was inspecting merchandise. Humph. From the way the professors talked, I thought you'd be something impressive. He glanced at Hermione, the Weasleys, and the oaf beside them, his lip curling into a sneer. Mixing with this lot? Seems you won't amount to much in the future. Dylan's gaze shifted from Draco to Lucius, meeting his eyes calmly. His tone was even, but there was a sharp edge beneath it. You're right. I only managed to get perfect scores in every subject last year and earned Gryffindor at least 300 points, crushing the other houses. Unlike certain disobedient students who lost their house a ton of points and ended up in detention. Honestly, waking up to that news was shocking. Dylan sighed. I thought I'd taught that classmate enough lessons, but it seems I couldn't straighten him out. Maybe that's my fault. Draco suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. His pale cheeks flushed an unhealthy red, and his hands clenched into fists, gripping his robe sleeves so tightly that the silver mandrake embroidery crumpled under his knuckles. What did he mean by that? Couldn't straighten him out? Who did he think he was? Did he think he was his father? Oh, and even in potions, my brews always outshine those of certain less gifted classmates, or rather, I'm the best student. To me, everyone else is just average. Dylan tilted his head up, running a hand through his hair with a smug little smirk. Sometimes, I wonder why I'm so exceptional. Maybe it's just natural talent, no need for any fancy lineage to back it up. As his words landed, Harry and Ron winced. Mate, why does it feel like you just roasted us too? The Weasleys stared in disbelief, gaping at Dylan as he spoke confidently, occasionally flashing that self-satisfied grin. Was this the same polite, well-mannered kid they knew? Had something possessed him? Lucius's face darkened. He hadn't expected this muggle-born brat to dare talk back like that. And to be even more insufferable than him. A spark of anger flickered in his eyes. But Lucius, ever the poised aristocrat, refused to let himself lose composure again after nearly doing so earlier. With a cold huff, he fixed Dylan with a steely glare. I'll remember you. Dash. Dylan maintained his usual smug demeanor. Sigh, I get it. I'm just so outstanding that anyone who meets me can't help but remember me. Lucius choked on his words again. Where did this little brat pick up these lines? He took a deep breath. Real magic goes far beyond what's taught in the classroom. Don't get too full of yourself. With that, Lucius flung his robe aside, the tip of his cane scraping sharply against the floor. As he turned to leave, his dark green cloak swept over a stack of selected medieval witchcraft, knocking it down. The demon portrait on the gilded cover let out a pained roar. Let's go. The father and son duo's retreating figures somehow looked a bit flustered. Gulp. Ron swallowed hard. Mr. Weasley snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but grin. Unbelievable, Lucius actually got driven off in a huff. Mrs. Weasley's mouth opened slightly. And by a child, no less. For a moment, everyone present turned their eyes toward Dylan. Unlike Harry, who'd squirm uncomfortably under attention, Dylan didn't mind. After Lucius left, he glanced away from the system prompt notifying him of an achievement and slipped back into his shy, innocent persona. Sorry for making a scene, everyone. I'm not that outstanding, really. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The Weasley family. Only Hagrid let out a hearty laugh. You're really something, lad. When Malfoy and my dad got into it earlier, I noticed Lockhart was still chatting with the Daily Prophet reporter, asking if they could publish the story and include his name, of course. Ron whispered, leaning in toward Dylan, Hermione, and the others. Hermione paused, recalling what Dylan had said to her earlier, and stayed quiet. After everyone finished their shopping, they said their goodbyes. At that moment, Dylan mentioned that he planned to head home and wouldn't trouble the Weasleys any longer. Oh, dear, is there something uncomfortable about staying with us? Mrs. Weasley asked, looking at Dylan with concern. Dylan smiled warmly. No, ma'am. You've taken such good care of me these past few days. I've been very comfortable. It's just that my parents are back from their vacation, so I'd like to spend some time with them. Oh, well, this is so sudden. I was planning to make a big dinner before you left. We haven't even had a proper feast together yet, Mrs. Weasley said with a hint of regret. It's all right, ma'am. I'll come visit again next holiday if Ron invites me, that is, Dylan replied. He'll definitely invite you, Mrs. Weasley said confidently. Ron nodded eagerly. I'll write to you as soon as the holidays start. No need to rush that much, Dylan said, his eyelid twitching slightly. The holidays were his chance to make a name for himself as Karthus. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he'd have to step into the spotlight every now and then, right? Thanks again. I've really enjoyed my time here. You all feel like another family to me. And you, Harry, don't be late when school starts. Dylan hugged Mrs. Weasley and the others one by one, gave Harry and Ron a quick reminder, then turned to leave. Fred's voice called out from behind. Come stay with us again next time. George's bed is always open for you. Hey! Why not mine? Mine's fine too. No, Dylan should sleep in my bed. The twins bickered as usual. Dylan chuckled and waved. Hope you guys won't keep setting off explosions at night next time. Of course we won't. George and Fred's voices had barely started when Mrs. Weasley cut in sharply. You two were setting off pranks in the middle of the night? With explosions? Why didn't I see any damage when I cleaned your room? She grabbed George by the ear. Ow! Oh no, we slipped up. Mum, listen, we only fixed it because Dylan helped us clean up the room after he woke up. Good heavens, you made a guest clean up after you? Get home, both of you. I need to teach you a proper lesson. Dylan listened to the commotion behind him, the corners of his mouth curling up further. A big family sure is lively. He didn't use fluid powder to get home. Fluid powder wouldn't get him there anyway. After leaving the leaky cauldron, Dylan hopped on a bus and leisurely made his way back. His parents greeted him at the door. It had been a while since the three of them had seen each other, so they sat down and chatted for quite a bit. Dylan told them about his time at the Weasleys and what a wizarding house was like. His parents listened, utterly captivated. I wonder if your mom and I will ever get a chance to learn magic, his dad mused. Dylan blinked. For now, no. Hubert and Maeve both showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. But once your son advances further in his potion research, he might be able to create a potion that lets even those without magic use magical effects. Thinking of Ron's dad, Dylan added, and a lot of Muggle items can be enchanted to become magical objects. In the future, you might be able to use them too. Really? Then we'll look forward to that. After escorting Dylan back to his room, the two left again, off to do who knows what. Dylan had already told them in advance that they didn't need to call him out today. He'd be working on something special and couldn't be disturbed. For this reason, the Hawkwood couple once again dismissed the servants. Then they, too, vanished without a trace. Back in his room, Dylan glanced around the still somewhat unfamiliar bedroom. He pulled out his suitcase, opened it, and climbed inside. After some time training, Dylan had raised another batch of cockroaches. The squirming mass of them looked a little stomach-churning. Besides the cockroaches, even the spiders had produced plenty of offspring, forming a small spider nest. Right now, the air was filled with the faint rustling of silk as a group of spiders tore into the food Dylan had left earlier. Seeing that their meal was running low, Dylan casually tossed a handful of minced meat onto the web, causing a ripple of disturbance. Aside from these two types of insects, the others had mostly been wiped out during Dylan's first round of practice. Those species bred too slowly and weren't worth the time for Dylan to nurture. Not bad. Keep multiplying. Dylan sprinkled a generous handful of minced meat and vegetable scraps over the cockroach swarm. Looking at the dense, wriggling cluster of cockroaches and spiders he'd confined, Dylan smiled. With plenty of food available, whenever the population of these critters exceeded a certain limit, Dylan would cull them. As a result, they coexisted relatively peacefully. Dylan wasn't in a rush to start grinding refinement tasks just yet. Instead, he first checked the achievement notification he'd earned while tearing into the Malfoy father and son. Notification: congratulations on unlocking a new achievement. Dylan tapped the small icon, opening the achievement page. A newly unlocked achievement glowed brightly, drawing his attention to its presence. Chapter End. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Putreflorifer, Blossoming Decay. A dark study before the school year. Achievement: Rebuke of a Foolish Subordinate. Description: although the Malfoy family isn't your subordinate yet, rest assured, they will be. You've fully embodied the majesty of a Dark Lord, scolding them into utter disgrace. Requirement: unleash a verbal tirade on Lucius. Reward: 1 random max level dark spell. Another dark spell, hey. Compared to the panic he felt when he first received the system and instantly mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, Dylan now faced the reward of a max level dark spell with calm composure. He even felt a flicker of excitement. I wonder what spell I'll get this time. Maybe I can test it out the next time I rob some dark wizards. He claimed the reward. In an instant, everything around him blurred, as if his consciousness had been sucked into the vast, boundless depths of a cosmic void. A pitch-black star hung high above his head. With just a glance upward, Dylan could feel a thick, malevolent aura radiating endlessly from it. Come on, hit me with your best shot. Dylan crooked a finger at the dark star above. The next moment, whoosh! The black star plummeted down. It crashed into Dylan with overwhelming force. Suddenly, he found himself standing in a desolate, lifeless wasteland. All around him were layers upon layers of corpses, each in a different grotesque state. Some had faces twisted in agony, mouths gaping wide as if they'd let out a desperate scream before death. Others had limbs bent at unnatural angles, stiffly protruding into the air. Still others were incomplete, with severed arms and legs scattered carelessly nearby, organs spilling out, the ground stained with dark red blood that had dried into blackish-brown clumps. Dylan ignored the pungent stench of decay and raised his wand slowly. Foul earth awakens souls, decayed bones birth flowers from the rod of death, the magic of life takes root. With a low, resonant chant. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-red beams shot from the tip of his wand, slithering like venomous snakes toward the corpses. Where the light touched, the bodies began to tremble violently. Then, from the eye sockets, nostrils, mouths, and every gash on their forms, twisted black flower buds burst forth. The buds emerged and grew at a near-frenzied pace, swelling rapidly. Their petals, edged with faint white veins, unfurled slowly, revealing crimson stamens that glowed with a bloody light. As the flowers bloomed, the corpse's decay accelerated dramatically. Skin cracked and peeled away in seconds, exposing the blackened muscles beneath, which then dissolved into pus, trickling down the bones. Even the bones succumbed to the spell's corrosive power, crumbling into dust with a faint rustle as they fell. In the blink of an eye, every corpse had rotted away completely, reduced to pools of black soil that no longer even carried a scent. Only tattered scraps of clothing and stray bone fragments remained, hinting at what the soil once was. And now, those patches of earth served as the roots for a field of blooming black flowers. The blossoms swayed, eerie and haunting, a chilling blend of death and rebirth. Dylan stood amid the sea of flowers, his black robes billowing in the breeze. From a distance, there was an oddly captivating beauty to the scene. Notification: congratulations! You've mastered the max level spell Putreflorifer, Blossoming Decay. Dylan snapped out of the system interface. After experiencing the effects of the spell he'd just acquired, his eyes lit up. This spell, it's like fiend fire, capable of disposing of bodies. Of course, if the goal was simply to dispose of corpses cleanly, fiend fire would be the go-to choice. But this blossoming decay had its own unique flair. The black flowers it produces, could they be used as potion ingredients? Dylan rubbed his chin, intrigued by the potential properties of these flowers. With that thought, he glanced at a pent-up pile of cockroaches. The insects crawled over each other, their rustling movements filling the air, their glossy shells glinting coldly in the dim light. Cruciatus Curse. A white beam shot out. Dylan had recently upgraded his wand with random colorful attack effects, which had cost him a hefty 1,000 galleons. Still, he was pretty well off now. While he was saving up for big investments like his suitcase, he didn't mind splurging on little enhancements like this when tinkering with aesthetic features. As the Cruciatus Curse struck the cockroach pile, the once frantic critters erupted into chaotic thrashing. Their antennae flailed wildly, and their spiky legs kicked in all directions. Since cockroaches have hearts with multiple chambers, they seemed to endure the pain even more intensely. Within moments, nearly half the group had their life force drained, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Putreflorifer, blossoming decay. Dylan waved his wand again. A strange purplish-black light flickered. In an instant, tiny yet vividly striking black flowers began sprouting from the cockroach corpses. Dylan leaned in and took a light sniff, catching a faint, sweet scent. It was subtle, but definitely there. The surviving cockroaches nearby seemed drawn to the fragrance as well. Though they'd been scurrying in panic moments ago, they now turned and crawled toward the newly bloomed flowers. Oh! This discovery piqued Dylan's curiosity. He didn't stop the cockroaches from nibbling at the flowers. Instead, he wanted to observe what would happen after they consumed them. Rustle, rustle. With so many cockroaches, the sound grew even denser. Their antennae twitched frantically, mandibles opening and closing. Some even began fighting each other to get closer to the flowers. Dylan watched with interest as a slightly larger cockroach reached a black flower first. It probed the petals repeatedly with its antennae before digging in, munching eagerly with its mouthparts. Dash! Dash! As it continued to swallow, strange changes began to take place. The cockroach's body visibly swelled before Dylan's eyes. What had once been the size of a thumb was now growing closer to the length of a middle finger. Even its shell seemed to harden, looking noticeably thicker. The creature's movements and reaction speed increased dramatically, and the smaller cockroaches around it were sent flying by its reckless charging. This. Dylan raised an eyebrow. So, these flowers contain some sort of special factor that stimulates biological growth. Dylan's curiosity about the black flowers surged. He leaned in closer, carefully observing the smaller insects still trying to approach the flowers, his eyes filled with intrigue and questions. If these flowers really do have something that causes growth in living things, I might be able to use them to develop a new potion. But Dylan wasn't yet sure whether the effects of these black flowers were instantaneous or long-lasting. Beyond that, I can't tell if the flowers are all the same, if black flowers from any source have identical effects. Or is it that flowers grown from a specific creature's corpse only work on that same type of creature, and not others? Dylan couldn't help but ponder. If I can actually develop this potion, it might just sell like crazy. Forgetting about his spell refinement tasks for the moment, Dylan straightened up and waved his wand, shattering the small critters trying to approach the black flowers. The surrounding cockroaches jolted in fright, scurrying far away. Hey! Wait, I think I used the wrong spell. He shouldn't have just smashed those little cuties to bits. But can the crushed bodies still grow flowers? With a curious thought, Dylan twirled his wand again. To his delight, tiny flower buds began sprouting from the pile of powdered remains. Not bad. Pleased with the result, Dylan flicked his wand, and all the black flowers floated up, drifting to his side. He also pulled the cockroaches that had eaten the flowers out of their enclosure, placing them in a separate petri dish for isolated storage. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Spell refinement, magical practice, potion research. He also had to keep up with his daily reading, no slacking off on books, not even for a day. Ah, the troubles of being blessed. Feeling his knowledge steadily grow and his magic strengthen bit by bit, Dylan savored a satisfaction that was hard to put into words. Days passed one after another. It wasn't until the start of the school year drew near that Dylan finally climbed out of his suitcase. I didn't expect the Inferi Return spell could be used on these little bugs too. Inferi Return allowed Dylan to control corpses. Foul Bloom turned bodies into magical materials. Both were deeply sinister dark magic spells, yet lately, Dylan had thrown himself entirely into mastering them. After dinner and a chat with his family, Dylan returned to his bedroom and climbed back into the suitcase. By now, the suitcase's 100,000 cubic feet of space had transformed dramatically. A large portion was filled with towering bookshelves. A smaller section had been carved out by Dylan to serve as his research lab. That area was now further divided into several zones. In the first zone, a dense swarm of cockroaches huddled together. In the second, a group of spiders dangled from webs or scurried between them. The third zone held a rack, Dylan's workbench laden with petri dishes containing oversized cockroaches and spiders kept in isolation, alongside a collection of black flowers. The fourth zone was the most striking, a massive transparent tank filled with murky, shadowy water, wisps of cold vapor rising from its surface. The tank was conjured with a transfiguration spell. Lately, Dylan had also been studying how to inscribe spells onto objects, like how flying broomsticks were made. This tank was the fruit of that research. It was etched with a stable transfiguration spell, ensuring it maintained its current form indefinitely. The water inside was created using the Inferi Return spell. Inferi Return didn't simply bring corpses back to life. Instead, it required shadowy water for the remains to soak in, granting them new life as Inferi. So, inside the tank, numerous insect carcasses twitched and moved. But after days of soaking, they'd become bloated, their shells dulled to a mottled gray, devoid of luster. Though they swam through the water, their movements were stiff and awkward. Dylan stepped closer, observing for a moment before casually tossing in a few live cockroaches. The moment those live ones splashed in, the spider Inferi soaked for days snapped open their compound eyes. A scarlet glow, matching the black flower's stamens, flickered in their pupils. At the same time, their former kin swarmed over, pinning the live cockroaches to the tank's bottom. Soon, they died too. But not long after, those newly dead bugs twitched again under the shadowy water's influence. They'd revived. Now part of the growing army of Inferi cockroaches and spiders. The shadowy water needs a constant supply of living things to sustain it, or it'll slowly evaporate and fade away. Dylan glanced at the giant tank. He'd put a lot of effort into producing this much shadowy water recently, but he'd hit a ceiling. For now, he couldn't increase the yield any further. To make more shadowy water, he'd need more corpses, but his supply of bugs was limited. Though he could toss them into the tank after using them for spell refinement tasks, he also needed to keep some alive to grow more black flowers. Dylan had discovered that the black flowers had a limited lifespan. Unlike epiphyllum, which bloomed and withered in an instant, they lasted only a day. After that, they wilted rapidly. When he first realized this, it cost him a lot of research materials. To keep up with his research progress lately, Dylan had to set aside a portion of corpses each day to cast Putreflorifer. Fortunately, for now, he didn't need a large supply of shadow water. Though creating an Inferius required fully submerging a corpse in shadow water like the Great Lake Harry had once fallen into. If he'd truly been dragged to the bottom by Inferi and drowned, Harry would have become a mindless, manipulated corpse himself. But Dylan wasn't in a rush to make Inferi. To him, they offered little practical value. Rather than crafting in theory, he was far more interested in whether shadow water could be refined into a potion or if it had other potential uses. Though I haven't been researching for long, I'm almost certain these flowers contain an incredibly potent energy. Dylan plucked one of the black flowers, examining the intricate patterns on its petals as he turned it over in his hand. The designs on the petals resembled ancient runes, but they were too faint for him to discern their exact form. Through his recent tests and studies, he'd confirmed the presence of energy within the flowers. However, after a day, the flowers withered, and their energy dissipated along with them. Even the cockroaches that ate the flowers whose bodies initially swelled shrank back down. They didn't fully revert to their original size, but it was clear that the energy they'd absorbed faded alongside the flower's decay. Dylan stared at a cockroach in a petri dish, now swollen to the size of a palm, and used tweezers to pick up its molting shell mid-transformation. What should have been a fragile, translucent husk now shimmered under the light with a silvery, mithril-like sheen. When he dipped the shell into shadow water, the surface suddenly crystallized with ice-like magical runes. What a fascinating phenomenon! After weeks of experimentation, Dylan had noticed that the energy in the black flowers carried a slight corrosive property. Cockroaches shrank back lethargically after their initial growth spurt. And right after consuming the petals, they'd act frenzied, as if some primal instinct had been triggered. These were flaws Dylan needed to eliminate if he wanted to develop a potion that could dominate the market. Ideally, he'd isolate the positive effects of eating the flowers to create something truly profitable. Otherwise, a potion with negative side effects might find a niche buyer or two, but it'd never gain widespread appeal. But that's not the most important part. What matters is that I've sensed a genuine life force in these flowers. After reading the Jewish Book of Abraham, Dylan hadn't figured out how to craft a philosopher's stone directly, but he'd gained plenty of insights into the process. And since the philosopher's stone symbolized immortality, the knowledge he'd accumulated often resurfaced in his mind while studying the black flowers. This had fueled a string of breakthroughs in his recent research, with new discoveries popping up regularly. Maybe if I keep refining this energy, it could rival unicorn blood in its potential for immortality studies. After another round of research, Dylan tidied up his workbench, took a moment to relax, and lifted his head. He glanced around the dim environment, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. It's starting to feel the part. A sinister wizard, toiling day and night in a lab, conducting eerie, malevolent, deranged, nauseating, and utterly inhumane experiments. But if I can uncover new substances and through the process, apply, master, or even generate new knowledge, it's honestly thrilling. Dylan smacked his lips. Despite handling so many corpses and dark magic, his mind remained untainted. Corpses were just corpses. Dark magic was just magic. Beyond his research, not a shred of darker intent crept into his thoughts. This kept his demeanor untouched by the experiments. School starts tomorrow. I'll need to ask Mom and Dad for more money and get them to send me a regular allowance once the term begins. Dylan stepped out of his suitcase, cleaned up, and flopped onto his bed. He planned to invest some cash after school started to transform his pet space suitcase into a proper natural habitat. Or maybe 2 habitats. One to serve as a necromancy research lab. Another for his pets and magical creatures to live in. That means the pet space needs to expand again. I'll be capturing a bunch of magical creatures, and Colball and Beta need more room to roam too. Lying in bed, Dylan sighed. It all came down to money, always money. Poor, still too poor. Tap, tap. The crescent moon outside the window cast silvery light across his bed. As the attic's grandfather clock struck 10, Dylan's potion-stained fingers traced a silver-green rune in the air. Ripples spread through the space, and Colball leapt gracefully from a twisting curtain of light. Its sleek black fur glistened, tail held high, ember eyes shimmering like ancient goblet fire in the room's glow. How've you and Beta been lately? Dylan hadn't paid much attention to his pets recently, too absorbed in his research. With school starting tomorrow, he figured he'd spend some quality time with Colball today. Mrrro! Colball shot him a haughty side-eye, holding its aloof pose for a moment. But when it saw Dylan just smiling silently at it, the cat relented, sauntering over to curl up into a fluffy ball on his lap. Dylan chuckled softly, patted Colball's head, and settled into sleep. The scent of pine wafted through the window crack. As his consciousness faded into darkness, Dylan vaguely felt Colball rest its fuzzy head on the Draft of Living Death chapter of his advanced potion-making book. On that page, an illustration of a moonlight flower bloomed quietly under the lunar glow. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Giving Ginny a gift. Even the little girl got shy first day of school. Dylan woke up bright and early. The Hogwarts drove him to King's Cross Station. Be safe, dear. Maeve smoothed out the wrinkles in her son's robe collar. The protective charm on her pearl earrings glimmered faintly blue in the morning light. Naturally, Dylan had cast that charm for her and for his dad too. Don't worry, Mom, I will. You two take care too, don't have too much fun, and make sure to earn plenty of money. I've got a lot of research that needs funding, Dylan said with a grin. This is the 25th time you've said that. Relax, son, your mom and I will make sure you've got enough funds, Hubert replied, looking at his son with a helpless smile. I believe in you, Dad. Dylan waved to them both. After saying goodbye to his parents, Dylan pushed his luggage cart and dashed through platform 9 3/4. Morning mist mingled with the steam locomotive's coal smoke, swirling across the platform. The train was already stationed on the tracks, but as Dylan glanced around, he didn't spot the Weasleys or Harry anywhere. He circled the train, wandering back and forth twice, but still couldn't find them on board either. I reminded them, and they're still late. Dylan blinked, his sleeve revealing a pocket watch. Its silver chain swayed gently in rhythm with the ticking of the platform 9 3/4 clock. He wasn't about to stand around waiting, though. Finding a compartment near the platform, he strode in and took a seat. Pulling out one of Lockhart's books, he prepared to flip through it. But first, for the third time, he brushed the tip of his wand over the cover of Lockhart's latest book. The author's portrait, previously striking dramatic poses, fell silent, its incessant self-introduction muted by a temporary silencing charm. Only then did Dylan open the book. He had to admit, Lockhart might be cowardly, weak, hypocritical, and arrogant, but the guy had mastered the memory charm and had a silver tongue to match. He was a pro at climbing the ladder by clinging to others' coattails. How else could he have racked up so many adventures? After all, Lockhart wasn't exactly skilled at legilimency. It's well written, sure, but some details, maybe he didn't pry them out of someone's mouth properly. Feels a bit half-baked, Dylan mused. He didn't bother diving too deeply into Lockhart's books, just a quick skim was enough. A good chunk of it was Lockhart's self-aggrandizing nonsense, and Dylan had zero interest in slogging through that. After all, he was far better at bragging than Lockhart ever could be. Back in his Forum Warrior days, he'd picked up a thing or two about the art of language. It's like digging for treasure in a pile of bones. Even with just a casual read, Dylan managed to get through most of the book in no time. Thanks to a reward from an earlier achievement reading speed boost, he could manage 3 or 4 lines at a glance and still grasp the general meaning. Plus, with his mental strength steadily growing, reading came even more naturally to him. When he reached the part about the moonstone on the Yeti King's crown being a knockoff from Diagon Alley's shop at 93, while the real one's in my possession, Dylan snorted and crossed out the whole exaggerated passage with his quill. The still wet ink of his nonsense scrawl twisted into a mocking grimace on the parchment. Woo! The train's whistle let out a long, resonant blast. Time flew, and the train was about to depart. Dylan looked up and out the window, just in time to catch the Weasley family bursting through the pillar in a frantic rush. Merlin's beard. Mrs. Molly's shriek startled the barn owl in the cage beside her into flight. She gripped Ginny's collar with her left hand to keep her youngest from falling behind, while her right hand waved her wand, juggling 5 suitcases midair like a circus act. The moment they appeared, she hurled the luggage onto the train. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Weasley family's bags crashed into the nearest train door like a meteor shower. Ginny's second-hand textbooks spilled from a torn suitcase, and as Fred caught them with a levitation charm, the pages of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi flapped wildly. Even through the window, Dylan could hear Mrs. Molly's frantic voice, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get inside." Percy's usually neat hair was a mess, his prefect badge pinned crookedly to his rumpled robes. He ran while trying to use a cleaning charm to fix the sleeve the twins had singed black with their fireworks. But with the train about to leave, he gave up and hurriedly shoved his twin brothers into a compartment. Ginny scrambled aboard under Mrs. Molly's direction. Dylan didn't see Ron or Harry anywhere. Knowing they were definitely late, he stopped paying attention. The train doors slammed shut, and his eyes met Mrs. Molly's. He gave her a polite wave in greeting. Spotting Dylan, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, but with no time to chat, she waved back through the steam, offering a wry smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she froze. Her gaze darted around, and soon a trace of worry creased her face. Woo! The train lurched into motion. Dylan left the compartment door open. A stiff voice followed close behind, "I can't believe they missed the Hogwarts train because they were goofing off." The future head boy, panting, shoved his younger brothers inside and spotted Dylan. After a quick greeting, Percy, seeing Dylan's compartment was empty, ushered his siblings in. "Sit here properly. I've got to head to the prefect's carriage." Percy dumped their luggage inside, then tidied his hair. With a flick of his wand, he fixed his crooked tie using a transfiguration charm. His fingers trembled slightly as he stuffed the twins' prank supplies into the seat crevice. With an annoyed huff, he grabbed his own bag and stormed off. Dylan blinked, motioning for the twins and Ginny to settle in before speaking. "How'd you get here so late? I've almost finished this book." He held up Lockhart's bestseller, Year with the Yeti. Fred and George sighed. "We were ready, but there was a snag on the way. Ron and Harry always get held up by something or other." Dylan tilted his head. "So what did Percy mean by goofing off?" The twins exchanged a glance and scratched their heads in unison. "Well, we were playing wizard chess last night and lost track of time till the early hours. No one could get up this morning, especially Ron and Harry. Mum made us rush over first." "Wizard chess? You play that too?" "Dad got it for us. Said we should try it out first, then he'd figure out how to turn it into magical wizard chess." Dylan nodded. "You guys sure are laid back." Ginny, sitting quietly to the side, looked worried. "Are we going to lose points?" School hadn't even started, and she was already facing the possibility of point deductions, and it'd be her brother's fault. "You haven't been sorted yet. You might not even end up in Gryffindor," Dylan said with a chuckle. "I will get into Gryffindor." Ginny insisted earnestly. All right, I think you will too." Dylan patted her head. "I bet Harry and Ron won't get Gryffindor docked points, just detention, maybe." "Hey!" Ginny froze, wide-eyed. Dash. "I'm going to read for a bit. I specifically claimed this compartment, so you guys can sit here or go find other friends to hang out with," Dylan said, lowering his head to dive back into his book. The twins nodded. "Ginny, you stay put and don't wander off. Your big brother Dylan will keep an eye on you." Before Dylan could react, they darted out of the compartment door. Dylan opened his mouth, then closed it again, the corner of his lips twitching. His gaze shifted to Ginny. The compartment's oak paneling gleamed with a honeyed sheen in the midday light. Year with the Yeti lay open on Dylan's lap, though it didn't flip forward. Instead, one page stood upright. A piece of non-stick bubblegum. George's parting prank was stuck to the bottom right corner of the parchment. Ginny shrank into the velvet cushion, her brand new school robe sleeves crumpled from her fidgeting. Sunlight streamed through the window, turning the freckles on her nose golden. She'd noticed her brother's mischief too and looked a little embarrassed. "Sorry, Dylan. They're always like this." Dylan shook his head. "It's non-stick bubblegum, it comes right off. They wouldn't dare use real gum on my book." Ginny blinked, recalling how, when Dylan had visited the burrow, her two troublemaking brothers had been unusually well behaved. Curious, she asked, "Dylan, are you really strict? Fred and George seem kind of scared of you." Dylan smiled. "Do you think I'm strict?" Ginny thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "No, I think you've got a great personality and you're really thoughtful. Way more than my brothers." "Thanks, I'll take the compliment. Want some hot cocoa? And how about a fizzing whizzbee?" With a flick of his wand, Dylan poured Ginny a cup of hot cocoa and pulled a rainbow shimmering candy from his pocket. "Fred made this one special," he added, a little surprise, "but don't worry, it won't turn you into a frog this time." Ginny watched Dylan's pale, slender fingers as he handed it over. She blinked, her ear tips turning faintly red, as if hit with a coloring charm. When she took the candy, her fingertips brushed the shallow wand callus on his palm, a mark from testing extendable ears with the twins in the beau's backyard. Or maybe from experimenting with something more sinister. The candy wrapper rustled in her hand, suddenly morphing into a fluttering robin before snapping back to normal just as she yelped. "They love pulling these tricks," Dylan said, tapping his wand to steady Ginny's luggage, which had nearly slipped off the seat, with a levitation charm. Through a gap in the suitcase lid, a second-hand copy of Standard Spells, Grade 1 peeked out, its spine inscribed with faded ink, "Roger Davies." "Ugh, they didn't even help me put my stuff away before running off to play," Ginny huffed, puffing out her cheeks. "If it broke, Mum couldn't afford to buy me a new one." Dylan paused, then looked at her. "Your clothes look nice. Did Mrs. Molly have them made for you?" "Yeah, but just this one. Mum said she'd send me another later, so I'm wearing this for now." Ginny hopped off the seat, plunked her suitcase by her feet, then sat back down. She ran her fingers over her new outfit, a smile spreading across her face. Dylan smiled too, then waved his wand. "I never got you a proper welcome gift. Your birthday just passed, and I didn't send anything, so consider this my way of making up for it." A gift box inlaid with moonstone patterns appeared on the small table. The twins' prank bubblegum suddenly turned into an emerald green frog, which plopped into Ginny's hot cocoa with a splash. "Looks like George left an extra little surprise after all." Dylan narrowed his eyes, mentally noting the twins' antics, then flicked his wand again. The cocoa splashed onto his book, transformed into a fluttering robin, and zipped out through the compartment door's crack. "Hey? A gift?" Ginny blinked, startled. The box bloomed with silver blue lotus petals as its anti-theft charm lifted, revealing 3 witches' robes. Their sleeves swayed faintly with the train's motion. "These are for me." Ginny's eyes widened. Her worn leather boots unconsciously scuffed the suitcase under the seat, which also held a spare robe Molly had patched together from old curtains and a hand-me-down uniform. Just in case she ever ran out of clothes in a pinch. Dylan grinned. "Yep. If you see me as a big brother too, then take them. Girls deserve to wear new clothes." Ginny was momentarily stunned by his words. Logic told her she shouldn't just accept gifts like this, but he'd already bought them, and they were girls' clothes. Dylan couldn't wear them himself. In the end, she thanked him and accepted the gift. For the rest of the trip, Ginny was in high spirits. She didn't disturb Dylan's reading, instead settling into the seat across from him, gazing out at the scenery whizzing by and entertaining herself. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and the compartment door slid open. The twins' voices burst in. "Hey! Dylan, look outside. It's Harry, it's them. Fred's face still bore some sooty smudges as he appeared in front of Dylan. George's head popped up behind him. Can you believe it? They drove here. Dylan glanced at the two goofballs. Seeing they didn't mention their prank, he turned to look out the window. At first, there was nothing to see, but soon a Ford Anglia zoomed past, tilting and swaying midair, wobbling unsteadily yet keeping pace with the train. Ginny's hand rested on the gift box beside her. When she spotted the all-too-familiar car in the sky, she froze, dumbfounded. Who's driving? I'd guess your brother, Dylan said. As the car took a sharp dive downward, he caught sight of its occupants. Just Harry and Ron. Ginny's mouth fell open. Don't tell me Mum and Dad aren't up there too. You're spot on, they're not, Dylan said with a shrug. Ginny felt her eyelids start to twitch. Oh my gosh! They're not actually going to get hurt, are they? She couldn't fathom how her parents had let Harry and Ron drive all the way here on their own. For a moment, Ginny couldn't help but worry about the two people in the car. After all, one was someone she'd always admired, and the other was her own brother. But alongside her concern, a flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Aren't they being a bit too reckless? In stark contrast to Ginny's attitude, the twins, those two clowns, stared at the Ford Anglia wobbling through the sky with eyes full of envy. Those two are totally cheating. They didn't even bring us along. That's outrageous. This is a chance to show off in front of the whole school. And now Harry and Ron are the ones stealing the spotlight. The train soon sped into a desolate, uninhabited stretch of land. The magical flying car trailed behind, soaring over a snow-capped mountain before disappearing into the clouds, its exact position and shape no longer visible. Dylan, knowing Harry and Ron would be fine in the end, calmly returned to his book. The twins, meanwhile, had already scampered off somewhere. Only Ginny remained in her seat, her face edged with worry and agitation as she fretted over Harry and Ron. Some time passed, and the train's windows began to reveal more and more fantastical magical scenery. Hogwarts was drawing near. After disembarking, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Ginny kept glancing back every few steps along the way, hoping to catch a glimpse of the magical flying car, but of course, she was met with disappointment. Eventually, Dylan led her along, and after meeting up with Neville, they made their way back to Hogwarts. Naturally, Ginny joined the other first years waiting outside the Great Hall. Dylan, meanwhile, entered the Gold and Red Hall with Neville, found a spot at the Gryffindor table, and sat down casually. A little while later, Hermione appeared. Spotting Dylan, she hurried over. But even as the sorting ceremony was about to begin, she still hadn't seen hide nor hair of the other two. Leaning over, she whispered to Dylan, "What's going on? Where are they?" Dylan, still reading his book despite being in the Great Hall, gave a slight shake of his head at her question. "They'll probably be back soon. It's fine, don't worry about it." Hermione's mouth twitched. How could she not worry? The more Dylan brushed it off, the more it gnawed at her. Why are there still professors missing from the staff table? Hermione glanced over and noticed that Snape hadn't taken his seat yet. Could it be that magical flying car we saw on the way? Her eyes widened as a realization hit her. Neville, who'd heard a brief mention of it from Dylan on the way, wasn't sure how to explain it to Hermione either. The sorting ceremony began, and the new students filed in, one by one being assigned to the 4 houses. Hermione noticed that Snape, who'd been absent earlier, now swept in, his robes billowing as he strode over to Professor McGonagall and murmured something to her. McGonagall's usual kind smile vanished in an instant. After that, she sped up noticeably as she placed the sorting hat on the first years. Gryffindor. Next. Hufflepuff. Next. Slytherin. Move along. Snape, standing nearby, twitched his face in irritation. Finally, the sorting ceremony concluded. McGonagall turned, exchanged a look with Dumbledore, and then left the hall alongside Snape. Once all the students were seated, Dumbledore gave his usual start-of-term speech, introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, and then stood up and exited the hall as well. "Oh, no!" Hermione groaned, rubbing her temples as she watched Dumbledore's retreating figure. School had barely started. Why did she already have a sinking feeling that Gryffindor's points were about to plummet into the negatives? "I just hope my classroom performance can make up for this deficit." The opening ceremony wrapped up quickly. After dinner, the prefects led everyone back to their respective common rooms. Ginny trailed behind Percy. The twins had long since vanished, probably off chatting with someone somewhere. Every now and then, she'd glance back, trying to catch sight of Dylan. It wasn't until Percy ushered everyone into the Gryffindor common room that Ginny looked at Dylan again, saw him nod in response, and then hurriedly ducked her head, following her roommates to the dorms to sort out their beds. Dylan didn't bother explaining much to Hermione and headed back to his own dormitory. Neville stayed behind, chatting with Hermione. Quite a while later, Harry and Ron finally stumbled into the common room. Since it was the first night back, plenty of students lingered in the common room instead of their dorms, catching up with friends they hadn't seen all summer. The moment they spotted Harry and Ron, everyone froze, dropped what they were doing, and swarmed over, crowding around the two. "Hey, Harry! You guys didn't get expelled, did you?" The question came from somewhere in the mob, and it made Harry and Ron's vision go dark for a second. No, we didn't get expelled, and we didn't lose Gryffindor any points either." Harry and Ron explained themselves for what felt like forever until Percy approached, his face stern as ever. The two quickly shoved through the crowd and bolted back to their dormitory. Pushing open the door, they found Dylan alone inside, engrossed in a book. "Merlin's pants, Dylan, I wish I could be as carefree as you," Ron wailed. "You have no idea what kind of punishment we just went through." End of chapter. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The first day of school. Lockhart angers the herbology professor. After seeing the two return, Dylan put away the book in his hand, stood up, and walked to the bedside. He picked up the latest issue of Transfiguration today from the bed and began tidying up. He stacked the journals by month, using magic to emboss the edges of the parchment pages with creases shaped like the Hawkwood family crest. During the summer break, he hadn't had the journals delivered to his home. Instead, they'd all been sent to Hogwarts. "So, what punishment did you get?" "Hey? You really didn't guess?" Ron said, momentarily stunned. Dylan blinked. "Didn't you say I'd never guess?" Ron gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head before slumping into a floral-patterned armchair with a groan. "Ugh. Originally, Professor Snape wanted us to follow Filch's orders and clean bedpans for a whole semester. Otherwise, we'd be kicked out of Hogwarts." Dylan raised an eyebrow. "Whose bedpans?" "Filch's, of course." Ron grumbled, his freckles standing out even more as he flushed with embarrassment, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the armchair's tassels. Harry rubbed his arm, looking relieved. Luckily, though, Professor McGonagall was furious. "I thought her face was going to kill me," Ron interjected. Harry nodded in agreement before continuing, "But in the end, with Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore stepping in, we only got detention and extra study time. They didn't make us do anything else. And no points were taken," Ron added again. Dylan looked at the pair, feeling like they were starting to trend toward becoming the next Weasley twins. Why were they finishing each other's sentences now? Just detention? That's not so bad, then. Dylan's nose twitched as he suddenly caught a strange smell. He glanced at Ron's pocket. "Look on the bright side." With a flick of his wand, a toy dung bomb floated out of Ron's pocket, startling him. "At least you've set a new record in Hogwarts transportation history, right?" Dylan tossed the dung bomb into the wastebasket. The anti-odor runes Dylan had etched around the wastebasket's rim shimmered faintly, transforming the stench into a subtle minty freshness. "Hey! When did they slip that into my pocket?" Ron exclaimed, wide-eyed. Harry blinked his lashes. "I knew I smelled something weird the whole way here. I thought it was the car's exhaust." Dylan didn't care much about whether Harry and Ron got detention. In fact, he thought it might even be a good thing. It meant he could openly hang out in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, for Harry, many of his current actions could be considered tests from Dumbledore. To shape a true savior, Dumbledore needed to put him through trials and hardships. And Dylan had no intention of sticking his nose into it every chance he got. I wonder if Quirrell said anything to old Dumbledore after all this time. Back when he'd confronted Quirrell, he'd flat out denied using an unforgivable curse on him in the Forbidden Forest. But he'd been wearing an invisibility cloak at the time, and whoever attacked Quirrell could also turn invisible. That alone, Dylan felt, was a gaping flaw. Even though he'd brushed off the invisibility cloak detail back then, maybe making others think he'd borrowed Harry's, he wasn't sure if Dumbledore would still suspect him. But as a kid, there shouldn't be much reason to suspect him, right? After all, the person who attacked Quirrell would have to be an adult wizard with a deep mastery of dark magic. What kid could possibly cast unforgivable curses that many times? Given that no one had bothered him even when he occasionally robbed dark wizards over the summer, Dylan figured Dumbledore might, at most, connect the attack on Quirrell to the mysterious Karthus who'd popped up during the break. It shouldn't trace back to me, Dylan mused to himself. Didn't expect being young would end up as my shield. Ron and Harry's journey to school this time had been harrowing, and even after resting in the dorm for a while, they still hadn't recovered. Not until Seamus and Neville returned too. Neville came in carrying a vibrant potted flower, planning to use it as a dorm decoration. Seamus accidentally set off an exploding snap card behind him, sending rainbow-colored sparks bursting out and startling the fat lady in the portrait outside, who ducked into the next frame. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ron jumped up, swatting at the magical sparks that splashed onto his pant leg only to realize they were harmless fireworks improved by the twins. He relaxed with a sigh. The dorm door shut. When Neville and the others saw Harry and Ron, the group immediately erupted into excited chatter. Suddenly, Ron wasn't tired anymore. With colorful magical sparks still flickering on his leg, he bragged animatedly to Neville and the others, his face flushed. Dylan flipped through Transfiguration today a bit longer, picking up some new knowledge and intriguing perspectives on Transfiguration. When bedtime finally rolled around, he cast a quick scour jiffy on himself and climbed into bed. After a long day of travel, he was a little tired. He didn't summon his coal ball familiar and just went to sleep instead. Ron and the others, hoarse from talking, tidied up and eventually crawled into their own beds too. The night passed quietly. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. Dylan went down to the Great Hall for breakfast with Neville and the others. They'd just sat down and picked out their food when... Who? A sluggish owl flew in from the doorway, looking exhausted. It barely reached their table before plummeting head first. "Oh no, Errol! Don't do that!" Ron shouted in alarm, but there was no stopping his ancient owl from crashing like a malfunctioning fuzzball straight into Dylan's bowl of silver ear fungus and lotus seed porridge. It hit with a solid splat. Soup splashed everywhere. The old owl kept flailing. Dylan hadn't expected Errol to dive into his bowl so fast, but his reflexes were quick enough to keep the broth from splashing onto him. Tertsho! A spiraling gust burst from the tip of Dylan's wand, forming a circular whirlwind barrier around Errol in an instant. The flying droplets were all caught by the barrier, swirling along its edges. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dylan gathered the spilled soup into the whirlwind and redirected it into an empty bowl. Wingardium Leviosa! Errol slowly rose from the porridge, hovering in midair. Scour Jiffy! A soft magical glow enveloped Errol, cleaning off the porridge stains and grime. Even its old, tangled feathers became fluffier and sleeker. Who? Dash. Errol shook himself, dropping the red envelope from his beak onto the table in front of Ron before letting out a sharp, clear hoot. Hermione, spotting the old owl she'd seen over the summer, couldn't help but ask Ron, "It's really getting old. When are you going to give it a break?" Ron ignored Hermione, his eyes fixed on the red envelope in front of him. His whole body seemed to slump. "A howler, hey? Wonder who sent it?" Dylan said, bringing over a fresh plate of breakfast and winking. "Tough one to guess." Ron's face went ashen as he stared at the letter, his head shaking slightly but constantly. "It's gotta be my mom. I can feel another scolding coming." "Look on the bright side," Dylan said, slicing into a piece of smoked salmon, the clink of his knife and fork against the plate ringing out crisply. "At least your dad might get a chance to tinker with that flying car. Don't bother looking on the bright side. He can't even fix it. The car's already been handed over to the Ministry of Magic by Hogwarts," Ron replied, his vision darkening for a moment. Harry coughed from the side. "I've heard howlers can be dangerous. Either way, you should open it. Otherwise..." Neville nodded vigorously in agreement. I know. Otherwise, it'll be even worse," Ron said. "Like the letter exploding on its own. Or chasing Ron down and exploding." Ron let out a deep sigh, his face drained of color. He stared at the red envelope and swallowed hard. Finally, steeling himself, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the howler that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and slowly broke the wax seal. Dylan had already cast a silencing charm on himself in advance. Several young witches and wizards nearby who'd noticed the situation quickly plugged their ears. And then, Ronald Weasley. Mrs. Weasley's usually gentle voice now carried a furious edge, amplified hundreds of times through the howler. It boomed through the great hall like a thunderclap. The howler fell onto the table and stood upright on its own, almost human-like. The envelope's flap opened and closed like a mouth, the ribbon on the wax seal flapping like a tongue. "How dare you? How dare you sneak off with that car? You're driving me up the wall. I'm ashamed of you." The furious voice rattled the candelabras on the table. Students from other houses stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at Ron. Ron's face flushed bright red. He wanted nothing more than to disappear into the floor. He ducked his head, his ears turning as red as ripe tomatoes, muttering under his breath, "Mom, I know I messed up, please stop. Do you have any idea how we felt when we got home and saw the car was gone? Last night, after getting a joint letter from Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, your father and I were humiliated. I can't believe you'd do something like this. Your father's being investigated by the Ministry because of it. And you nearly got Harry killed along with you." Harry's mouth twitched, and he buried his head low, shielding his face with a soup spoon. "If you keep messing up at Hogwarts, you're coming straight back home. Do you hear me, Ron?" The howler flicked its ribbon at Ron as if sticking out its tongue. Then it abruptly turned toward Dylan. Dylan suddenly had a bad feeling. "Oh, dear, we didn't get a proper chance to say hello at the station. Happy birthday, by the way. And Annie, congratulations on making Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you." As the howler finished speaking, it spat at Ron one last time before tearing itself to shreds. Dylan paused for a moment before saying, "Flying a magic car to school is pretty cool, honestly just a bit dangerous. Mrs. Weasley's only worried about you." Ron's wounded expression didn't soften at Dylan's words. With a wave of his wand, Dylan cleared away the envelope scraps and added, "Plus, with your dad under investigation by the Ministry, who knows if he'll keep his job. I totally get why Mrs. Weasley's upset." Ron's face shifted through a range of emotions. "All right, first period's herbology. Let's finish eating and get to class," Dylan said. Neville, sitting next to Dylan, lit up at the mention of herbology for the first class of the term, his chubby face glowing with excitement. With Dylan breaking the tension, the surrounding students resumed eating, no longer focused on the scene. Only a few Slytherins kept snickering, letting out occasional wheezy laughs. "Are they laughing at me?" Ron asked, glancing over. "Nah, maybe they just have asthma," Dylan said with a grin. Malfoy's face stiffened instantly. When Dylan looked his way, Malfoy avoided eye contact, silently dropping his gaze. That blasted Hawkwood! After their last encounter in Diagon Alley, his father had come home and chewed him out. It was all because of this annoying git. And his father, why'd he have to mock someone in front of them? Your son didn't even come in first. And then he got mocked instead. Fuming, Malfoy stabbed his knife and fork into the small piece of lamb chop in front of him. Ron and Harry hurriedly finished their breakfast and left the Great Hall. Dylan didn't join them, instead taking his time with his meal before heading to class alongside Neville, who was going the same way. "I haven't asked yet, how was your summer?" Dylan said. Neville, clutching his bag strap, nodded with a cheerful grin. "Pretty good. Actually, really good. Professor Sprout's been giving me tips on growing plants, like adding a pinch of moonstone powder to the soil to make the leaves shinier. I tried it, and it worked amazingly. It's made the plants at home look so nice that even Gran's been pleased. She's hardly told me off at all lately, hat." At that, Neville's smile widened, his mouth curving up and his eyes squinting with joy. "Sounds like a win," Dylan said with a nod. "What about you? What did you do over the summer?" Neville asked. Tested some magical theories, ran a few experiments, made some money, that's about it," Dylan replied. "Wow, that sounds packed. Bet you got a lot out of it, hey?" Neville said, a little envious. "Gains, yeah," Dylan chuckled. "Plenty of those." Just then, as they neared the greenhouses, Professor Sprout came striding toward them. Her bushy hair bounced with her brisk steps, and her eyes flashed with clear annoyance. Ron and a few other students trailed behind her. Before Dylan could process it, Sprout barked, "There's a problem with Greenhouse 2. We're moving to Greenhouse 3 for class." It was the first time Dylan or Neville had heard such a sharp tone from Professor Sprout. But it didn't take long for Dylan to understand why Professor Sprout was so upset the moment he saw Lockhart swaggering out from behind her. "Oh! Dylan, there you are. I only found out after taking the job that you were last year's top student. It's such a shame I didn't get to properly host you at the bookstore." Lockhart's laugh was outrageously theatrical, the kind that made you wince just hearing it. He was dressed in a pale purple robe, with an enormous gold brooch pinned at the collar, a brooch shaped, unbelievably, like a relief of his own profile. Lockhart flashed his signature dazzling smile at everyone present, his pearly white teeth practically gleaming in the sunlight. "Oh, I bet you don't know what Professor Sprout and I were just up to, do you?" Harry asked how to treat injuries from the Whomping Willow, so I gave Professor Sprout a little demonstration. "I reckon she probably doesn't know much about it herself, does she?" "Of course, I wouldn't want you all to think I'm better at herbology than Professor Sprout. She's the real expert, after all. I've just happened to encounter all sorts of marvelous and rare plants during my years of travel, which is how I've picked up these incredibly tricky and obscure bits of knowledge." In the brief moments since they'd met, Lockhart had already launched into one of his grand, self-aggrandizing speeches. Dylan promptly turned and followed Professor Sprout. Neville hurried over too, jogging to catch up. "Goodness!" Neville clicked his tongue. "Is this professor always so over the top?" "I wouldn't know," Dylan said with a shake of his head. "Some people are just like that, I guess." Neville smacked his lips. "Poor guy. I almost feel sorry for him." Dylan burst out laughing. "You're right about that. But that professor took Harry off somewhere," Neville said, a hint of worry in his voice. "Don't worry about it. When Harry and the others flew in with that magical car, they crashed into the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest and got a few scrapes. It's not a big deal, though, and he'll be back soon. Dylan quickened his pace to keep up with Professor Sprout. Come on, let's get ready for class. End of chapter. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Cornish Pixies. A helpful assistant for brewing potions. The humid air of the greenhouse was thick with the distinct, earthy scent of manure. For the first lesson, Professor Sprout simply instructed the students to review how to repot mandrakes. Harry returned quickly and joined Ron's group. Mandrake roots were still as ugly as ever, and their cries remained ear-piercingly loud. However, with last year's experience under their belts, the students managed the task fairly smoothly. Last year, even though the exams required them to repot mandrakes, they had done it in groups of 4. Now, however, Professor Sprout insisted they work in pairs. By the end of the term, they were expected to master repotting a mandrake on their own. Be careful, everyone. Even though these mandrakes aren't fully grown yet, their cries won't kill you, but they will knock you unconscious. Professor Sprout reminded them sternly, and I don't want any of you missing the first day of school. Dylan wore his earmuffs securely, his gloved hands glinting in the morning dew. He was paired with Neville. Surprisingly, Dylan barely had to do anything. Neville smoothly transferred the mandrake from one pot to another with practiced ease. Once Neville was done, Dylan took his turn. The mandrake's roots wriggled in protest, but he held them firmly in place. He even took the opportunity to snip off a few of its root tendrils. This made the mandrake wail even louder, its hoarse screeches nearly piercing through the padding of their earmuffs. Professor Sprout glanced over and, seeing the mandrake struggling wildly while Dylan held it effortlessly in place, gave a satisfied nod. Looks like he hasn't lost his touch over the summer. The lesson flew by quickly. Practical lessons always went by faster than theory ones. By the time class ended, Dylan removed his earmuffs and tapped his wand lightly. Scour Jiffy. With a flick of magic, the dirt vanished from his robes, as well as from Neville, Harry, and the others. Ron, who had been trailing beside them, looked dazed. Merlin, I swear it takes at least 4 people to handle those things properly. Harry, who had been paired with Ron and endured a rather chaotic class, nodded in agreement. I bet for the year-end exams, Professor Sprout will make us repot a mandrake on our own. I'm seriously worried I won't be able to hold onto it. Ron groaned. Then he turned to Neville. Wait, weren't you repotting them solo last year? How'd you do it? You just have to take it slow, like handling a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, Neville explained. If you yank it out too fast, it'll scream its head off. But if you do it gradually, it struggles less. As they chatted, they made their way out of the greenhouse and headed to their next class, Transfiguration. The classic rush between classes, Dylan remarked as they strode briskly through the castle corridors. Professor McGonagall's lessons always balanced theory and practice. The first half of the class was dedicated to discussing the key principles of transformation. For the second half, she assigned them a practical task, turning a frog into a gemstone. Dylan simply waved his wand, barely enunciating the incantation. A flash of emerald green light enveloped the frog perched beside an ink bottle. The creature stiffened with a startled croak. Then, before their eyes, its slimy green skin crystallized into a shimmering, faceted gemstone. Its webbed feet transformed into diamond-cut edges that refracted sunlight into dazzling rainbow hues. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze landed on him. A small, satisfied smile played on her lips. Well done, Mr. Hawkwood. Quick and precise 10 points to Gryffindor. Bored, Dylan started reshaping the gemstone in front of him. He was attempting to turn the crystal into a living, moving frog while keeping its gemstone form. The surrounding students, upon noticing his experiments, immediately lowered their heads, pretending not to see. Then, boom! A sudden explosion rang out. Without even turning around, Dylan flicked his wand and cast a cleaning spell in Seamus's direction. But when he looked over, Seamus was standing there, blinking in surprise. His frog was still alive and croaking. Seamus raised his wand, staring at Dylan in confusion. "Hey? That wasn't Seamus." Dylan tilted his head and realized the explosion had come from Ron's direction. Ron stood there, covered in soot, clutching his wand which was held together with spellotape. A wisp of smoke curled from its tip. His wand was broken. That was also why he'd been in such a foul mood the day before. And in front of him, the frog that was supposed to have turned into a sapphire was now sporting a charred, blackened crown and croaking miserably. Poor little guy. Dylan cast another cleaning spell on Ron before returning to his work on the crystal frog. The transition between inanimate and animate states involved some ancient knowledge from the Book of Abraham the Jew. Dylan was particularly interested in how to make the crystal frog move while retaining its gemstone form. Professor McGonagall noticed his experiments and walked over, watching closely. As her emerald and silver robes brushed past his desk, a subtle scent of mint and cedar lingered in the air. Then, under Dylan's focused efforts, the transparent gemstone frog twitched one of its hind legs. Its agate-like eyes flickered. Not quite there yet. It still needs more refinement. Even so, McGonagall's normally stern expression softened ever so slightly. She offered a small nod. "Try using the living transfiguration technique I mentioned." Dylan followed her instructions, and soon, a lifelike, bouncing crystal frog was hopping across his desk. "Excellent." McGonagall's smile widened as she tapped the hourglass keeping track of house points. Golden red gems tumbled down with a pleasant chime, adding to Gryffindor's tally. The rest of the lesson was fairly straightforward. Once class ended, Dylan joined Neville and Harry for lunch. From a distance, Dylan spotted a small boy with a camera hanging around his neck. He greeted Harry before heading to another table with Neville. Harry hesitated for a moment before sitting with Ron and Hermione. The three of them huddled together, whispering about Ron's broken wand. As Neville took his seat, he pulled out his class schedule. "Dylan, we have defense against the dark arts this afternoon. That Lockhart guy. He seems off. I just can't bring myself to like him." "Yeah, he's definitely something," Dylan replied, cutting his steak into small pieces. He wasn't expecting to learn much about dark arts defense from Lockhart. But that didn't mean he intended to distance himself from the man. After all, Lockhart was exceptionally skilled at memory charms. If Dylan could get him to teach the technique, he was more than willing to play along. After finishing his meal, Dylan pulled out the Daily Transfiguration and caught up on the articles he'd missed over the holidays. He needed to stay up to date. When afternoon classes began, Dylan didn't sit at the front, nor did he hide in the back. Instead, he chose a seat in the middle. Neville blinked and followed suit, sitting to Dylan's right. He trusted Dylan's instincts. And judging by last year's defense against the dark arts class, Dylan had definitely made the right call back then. As the students settled in, the bell rang. Lockhart strode into the room, right on cue. "Now, everyone, place your books on your desks." Seeing the rows of books bearing his smiling, winking face, he grinned. "Let me introduce myself, Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I assure you, I did not drive away the Bandon Banshee just by smiling at her." And with that, he flashed an exaggerated grin at the class. And that was just the beginning. Dylan looked at the magic test paper handed out by Lockhart and twitched the corner of his mouth. Neville, sitting beside him, looked even more distressed. The test in front of them was packed with 50 questions, filling the entire page. Just picking a few at random was enough to make someone's vision go dark. Question **: What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest ambition? Question asterisk What is Gilderoy Lockhart's most impressive magical achievement? Question asterisk How does Gilderoy Lockhart rank in terms of influence in the wizarding world? Question asterisk What kind of gift would you like to give Gilderoy Lockhart? Dylan's temple throbbed as he read the last question. Good heavens, he simply couldn't comprehend it. How deranged did someone have to be to come up with such a test during the very first class at a prestigious school, just to quiz students about themselves? Dylan gritted his teeth and cast a sidelong glance at the man standing at the podium, grinning like an idiot. What the hell is this nonsense? Was this even in the original story? Dylan filled in a few answers absent-mindedly, ignoring the rest as if he had no idea. The truth was, after skimming through several of Lockhart's books though not reading them in depth, he had already been subjected to far too much of Lockhart's self-praise. So, if he wanted to, he could probably answer most of the questions correctly, if not score full marks. But since there was no benefit in doing so, Dylan certainly wasn't going to waste energy writing the kind of answers that would please Lockhart. Compared to Dylan's indifference, Hermione took the test seriously. Even though Dylan had already warned her, and despite Lockhart's over-the-top behavior raising some red flags, she still chose to fill out every answer diligently. And she ended up scoring 90 points. The highest score in the class. Lockhart, delighted, simply rounded it up to a perfect score. Didn't expect a little Gryffindor lion to be so fascinated by my experiences. Well done. Gryffindor earns 15 points. Hermione's eyelid twitched. But apparently, Lockhart hadn't reached the peak of his absurdity yet. He bent down, pulled out a cage from beneath the podium, and placed it on the desk. The cage wobbled, covered by a black cloth. Since your test results didn't satisfy me, some of you practically turned in blank sheets. Lockhart's eyes flicked toward Dylan. I've decided to let you all face the most terrifying thing you've ever encountered. Of course, don't worry, they won't harm you, not while I'm here. With a dramatic laugh, Lockhart pulled off the cloth. Dylan saw a horde of tiny, blue-skinned Cornish pixies bouncing inside the cage, chattering shrilly. 8 inches tall, little-known fact, they have small antennae on their heads and dragonfly-like wings, which can be used as potion ingredients, Dylan noted inwardly. Through extensive reading on potions, he had learned that these two components contained unique magical properties. When added in trace amounts, they could enhance a potion's activity and accelerate its effects in the body. However, if added in excess, they would make the potion's magic properties overly volatile and unstable. Yet, to Dylan, that instability could be useful. It might lead to unpredictable results, which could help in his research on potion mutations and the limits of magical effects. I was planning to ask Hagrid to catch some for me later, but now, that won't be necessary. Dylan tilted his head slightly as Lockhart unlatched the cage. In an instant, the pixies shot out like arrows, filling the entire classroom in a flash of blue. Chaos erupted. The tiny creatures wreaked havoc, tearing portraits off the walls, tossing students' books to the floor, and even shredding Hermione's perfect score test into confetti. Students screamed in panic, jumping from their seats and running in all directions. Some even dove under desks for cover. The classroom turned into absolute mayhem. Stay calm. Stay calm. Listen to me drive them into a corner. Lockhart shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to maintain control. But in the deafening noise, no one was listening. His brow furrowed, and he raised his wand high. Pesky pests, be gone! He bellowed, attempting to cast a spell to subdue them. But to his embarrassment, the spell had absolutely no effect. The pixies continued their rampage, completely ignoring him. To make matters worse, the moment Lockhart lifted his wand, a particularly aggressive pixie zipped past and snatched it from his hand. Then, as if throwing a dart, it hurled the wand straight out the window, shattering the glass in the process. Lockhart's face turned deathly pale. Panicking, he glanced out the window, then at the chaotic classroom. His gaze quickly landed on Dylan, who was still seated calmly, completely unbothered, with not a single pixie daring to approach him. Lockhart's eyes lit up. "Aren't you last year's top student? I order you to round up all these creatures and clean up the classroom. I'll give Gryffindor points." Then, without waiting for a reply, he bolted for the door. "I'll be right back. Just retrieving my wand." And with that, he was gone. Dylan turned back and saw that, amidst the wreckage and the sounds of crashing desks, Neville was being swarmed by a group of laughing pixies. Their wiry little hands clutched his robes, lifting him off the ground, attempting to dangle him from the chandelier. Neville kicked frantically in the air, struggling for dear life. Dylan narrowed his eyes, twirled his wand, and flicked it sharply. Vigmo Transfiguro. This was a custom transfiguration spell he had designed capable of transforming multiple targets at once. The moment the incantation left his lips, swish! An invisible wave of magic rippled outward from Dylan, spreading rapidly in all directions. The once rowdy pixies froze mid-air. Under the spell's influence, their bodies shrank, their wings retracting and hardening into smooth, metallic curves. Their sharp ears and mischievous little faces softened into rounded edges, and their jagged teeth turned into wavy decorative patterns. In mere moments, every single pixie had transformed into adorable little keychains. Clink! 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 The tiny keychains rained down from the air, landing on the floor with crisp, metallic sounds. Silence fell over the room. Merlin's striped socks. Seamus gasped, startling the taxidermied owl on the windowsill. Dylan gave his wand another flick. Wingardium Leviosa. The keychains lifted into the air, floating neatly toward him and lining up in midair. With a satisfied smile, Dylan opened his backpack, gave his wand a small wave, and one by one, the keychains dropped inside. Once the last one was packed away, he zipped up his bag and glanced around. The classroom was a mess, desks overturned, books scattered everywhere, students peeking out cautiously from under tables, their hair disheveled and clothes rumpled. Dylan raised his wand. Reparo. Tidying charm. In an instant, the desks righted themselves, books floated neatly back into place, and the torn paintings straightened as their occupants cautiously emerged. Everything was back to how it was, as if the chaos had never happened. His classmates, still in shock, stared at him with wide eyes. Dylan chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll be keeping these little troublemakers. They won't bother anyone again." As the tension eased, admiration and awe filled the students' gazes. Dylan patted his backpack lightly. He'd find time later to toss these little guys into his trunk's storage space, a feature he had unlocked for 10,000 galleons. Though pixies weren't great at breeding, their genetic potential intrigued him. Could magical creature genes be manipulated? Now that was an interesting thought. Asterisk, end of chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Flitwick, Minerva, your student is asking too much, I'm at my limit. Manipulating genes. I can't shake the feeling that I'm sprinting headfirst into something extremely dangerous. Dylan smacked his lips. Regardless, with his current skill level, there was no way he could achieve such a feat yet. That's why I need to study harder and learn more. He hadn't even finished reading everything in the Hogwarts library. Even with his mastery of top-level spells, spells were spells, knowledge was knowledge. The two could complement each other, but they were by no means interchangeable. In fact, the differences between them were quite significant. Mastering high-level spells meant Dylan possessed formidable offensive and controlling abilities, but those were simply the effects of the spells. Advanced spells gave him insight into the essence of magic, the flow of magical energy, and the rules that governed spells. This deep understanding allowed him not only to wield magic proficiently but also to improve existing spells or even create entirely new ones. However, no matter how powerful magic was, other fields of knowledge each had their own unique value. By absorbing new knowledge, Dylan could even re-evaluate the spells he had mastered, perhaps unlocking new possibilities hidden within them. Being at the highest level didn't mean being omnipotent. In simple terms, mastery allowed Dylan to maximize the power of spells while using the least amount of magic. But if he knew nothing about other areas of knowledge, he'd simply be a brute with advanced spells smashing everything in sight. Not that such an approach wouldn't work. Still, Dylan wanted to understand how spells would react in different scenarios, or whether they could be refined into something entirely new. To pursue that, he needed a solid foundation of magical knowledge to support his experiments. Theory always comes before experimentation. Lockhart never returned for the entire class, leaving the students to either bury themselves in books or chat quietly. When the bell finally rang, everyone scattered. Rumors about the lesson spread like wildfire, and the once celebrated magical celebrity Gilderoy Lockhart's reputation plummeted overnight. Many students ridiculed him, but others remained loyal, defending him by claiming it was all a test and elaborate plan to make students appreciate the importance of defense against the dark arts. Surely someone who had survived countless adventures wouldn't run from a bunch of Cornish pixies. The discussion inevitably involved Dylan, since he was the one who had stepped in to save the day. Having already made a name for himself the previous year, Dylan's star only shone brighter. He, however, couldn't care less. By the end of the first week, Dylan had fallen back into his old rhythm, flitting between professors' offices like a honeybee buzzing from flower to flower. There was always something to be filled, some question to be answered. During the summer, in addition to his own experiments, Dylan had accumulated a long list of questions while reading. Every night, he dragged the professors into late-night discussions. By Friday evening, as the sunset bathed the Hogwarts corridors in warm light, Dylan walked side by side with Professor Flitwick toward the Great Hall. Even while walking, Dylan's mouth never stopped moving, firing off magical theory questions one after another. Professor Flitwick, who was shorter than Dylan now, had to tilt his head up slightly to meet his gaze. His smile was forced, tinged with both helplessness and exhaustion, his eyes reflecting a looming dread of the inevitable late-night Q&A session. "Merlin, help me. Why would a student ever voluntarily keep a professor past hours?" Yet despite his inner complaints, Professor Flitwick answered every question with care. When they reached the Gryffindor table, Dylan beamed, "See you tonight, Professor." "See you," Flitwick replied, his legs already carrying him swiftly toward the staff table, though his pace seemed weighed down by invisible chains. Neville watched Flitwick's retreating figure, his small frame slumped as if crushed by an unbearable burden. He glanced at Dylan, then back at the professor. "Dylan, did you schedule something with Professor Flitwick tonight?" Dylan smiled brightly. "Yes. I'll give him some time to rest after dinner, then head to his office." Neville swallowed hard, lowering his head and focusing entirely on his meal, not daring to comment further. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Professor Flitwick finally collapsed into his chair. "That boy is like a niffler hunting for gold." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, a playful glint in her eyes. "Looks like you're the unlucky one tonight." Flitwick forced a bitter smile and nodded with a deep sigh, as if the simple motion drained all his energy. "Minerva, surely you could teach him some spells as well. Your magical knowledge is quite profound, after all." McGonagall's lips curled. "I stayed with him until 10 last night. He's never kept me that late before." The curfew was about to start. Flitwick's expression darkened. 10 o'clock? Merlin's beard. Magic wasn't going anywhere. What was the rush? He hadn't lectured that much during all his classes combined. "The boy's curiosity is insatiable, but he's so bright I simply can't say no." Despite his exhaustion, a hint of pride colored Flitwick's voice. McGonagall sipped her tea, smiling. "He's exceptionally talented. Even Severus has agreed to tutor him personally once a week." Professor Snape shot her a withering glance. "Drinking strong tea at night, how very wise of you." McGonagall's smile deepened. Clearly, Snape was just as exasperated. As long as he doesn't waste too much time on that ridiculous divination nonsense and turn his already dull mind even duller, he might learn something worthwhile, Snape remarked coolly. He sat straight-backed, his black robes buttoned tightly, moving with practiced elegance as he speared a small piece of food with his silver fork. Few people at Hogwarts took divination seriously, but voicing such opinions aloud was another matter entirely. McGonagall hesitated before responding. Don't underestimate him. Dylan seems to have quite a knack for it. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Several professors glanced toward the Gryffindor table, where Dylan suddenly looked up as if sensing their attention. They quickly averted their gazes. McGonagall cleared her throat and took another sip of tea, hiding a smile behind the rim of her cup. Dash! Professor Flitwick picked up a piece of bread. Meanwhile, Professor Snape kept a stern expression, seemingly adjusting the plates in front of him as if nothing was wrong, even though his plate was already empty. Dylan tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled. Were the professors just looking at me? Neville nodded vigorously. Yeah. I just noticed it, which is why I warned you. But why did you have to look up right away? That scared me. Neville hunched his shoulders, stealing a glance at the teacher's table out of the corner of his eye. Only after confirming that the professors hadn't heard him tipping Dylan off did he finally relax. He felt just like when you're whispering about someone in public with a friend, and then that friend immediately repeats what you said out loud for everyone to hear. Neville swore he had been seriously afraid the professors would notice him. Well, didn't you say they were looking at me? Of course, I had to look up and acknowledge them, Dylan said, not quite understanding Neville's concern. All right, maybe I was mistaken. Neville quickly ended the conversation and turned toward Seamus. At the moment, Seamus was still complaining to Dean about defense against the dark arts. I just don't get it. It's been a whole week since school started. Are those people blind, or did a troll smash their heads in with a club? Dean huffed. Lockhart is all talk. He's not even as good as Quirrell. Seamus tried to comfort his friend, but hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward himself. Where do you even learn to say stuff like that? Oh, I overheard Dylan giving a few Slytherins a piece of his mind once. Those are all things he's said. Seamus instantly broke into a cold sweat. He carefully glanced at Dylan, but seeing that he was just quietly drinking his soup, Seamus quickly turned back to try and calm Dean down. But Dean was still fuming. You have no idea how unreasonable my roommate is. I swear, did he look into a faux glass before leaving the dorm and accidentally pluck his own eyeballs out like boogers? Lockhart is nothing but an empty shell. Seamus grimaced. He genuinely had no idea what to say at this point. How was it that, as Dylan's roommate, he hadn't picked up this kind of savage way of speaking? This was at least 10 times no, 100,000 times more vicious than the Slytherins. Dean stabbed at his shrimp with a fork. I can never get along with my roommates. I wish I could just stay in your dorm instead. Seamus scratched his head. Well, there's not much we can do about that, unless someone gets expelled. Dean shook his head. I know. I just can't wrap my head around how my roommates think sometimes. I can even predict exactly what Lockhart is going to say in class now. His voice grew louder. Oh. Do you all know about that award I won? Yes, that one. But don't worry about it. These awards are so easy to win, I never even bother mentioning them. Dean's over-the-top impression made the surrounding Gryffindors, all of whom had actually witnessed that ridiculous scene in class, burst into laughter. I'll vouch for him, he's telling the truth. But a few of Lockhart's fans frowned and spoke up in protest. What do you know? His awards are real. And he's been through so many thrilling adventures in his books, there's no way he's a fraud. Dean scoffed. Stories can be made up. There's barely any real knowledge in those books, and even when he does mention something useful, he just glosses over it. Don't talk nonsense. He's faced werewolves head-on and tamed dangerous creatures. Yet? And last year, the mer people in the Black Lake asked me for an autograph. Dean sneered, his exaggerated impression making Ginny stifle a laugh. Where's the proof? Who actually saw it happen? I could write a book called My Journey with Merlin to expose that fraud Lockhart if I wanted. We have tons of made-up novels like that where I come from. All you need is an imagination. He turned to Dylan. I'm right, aren't I? Dylan, knowing that where I come from referred to the Muggle world, nodded in agreement. After reading a few of Lockhart's books, he had to admit some parts were entertaining, but overall, Muggle fantasy novels were far more compelling. What really intrigued him, though, were the little bits of knowledge Lockhart schemed over. It was obvious Lockhart had picked up some information from others but, unable to fully understand it himself, could only include vague, brief mentions of it in his books. If he had tried to elaborate, anyone would have immediately seen through the deception. So instead, he had no choice but to keep things vague. Even so, Dylan found that he could expand on those brief mentions, forming his own insights from them. Number after dinner. Dean was in the Gryffindor common room, locked in a heated debate with a group of Lockhart fans. Seamus and Neville were trying to play peacemakers. As for Ron and Harry, well, they were still serving detention. Dylan, however, had no interest in arguing with a bunch of kids. He arrived punctually at Professor Flitwick's office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. No response. Dylan knocked again. Knock, knock. Still nothing. He knocked harder. Bang bang bang. Creak. The door finally opened. Inside, the glassy eyes of a mannequin on the shelf reflected the moonlight, casting an eerie glow through the doorway. Professor Flitwick furrowed his brows. Were you trying to break my door down? The professor sounded exasperated. Dylan immediately withdrew his hand and flashed a polite smile as he stepped inside. Of course not. I was just worried something had happened to you, Professor. I'd almost rather you had broken the door. Flitwick shot Dylan a glare, but seeing that the boy remained completely unfazed, he sighed in defeat. All right, what do you want to ask today? Dylan unhurriedly pulled a thick notebook from his satchel, dragged a chair over, and sat down beside the professor. Professor, I have a few questions about the energy fusion in compound spells. Go on. Flitwick adjusted his seat by placing a defense against the dark arts textbook underneath it, then traced a spiral in the air with his wrinkled fingers. The first thing to consider is how the lunar phases affect elemental affinity. Once they got into the discussion, he didn't find answering Dylan's questions as exhausting as he had anticipated. After all, the boy's questions were still within his ability to answer. He could respond with ease, though a few points did require careful thought. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Dylan's quill flew across the parchment, recording notes as inspiration struck during their discussion. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that the candle light flickered and the conversation finally died down. Dylan set his quill down at last, though the gleam of curiosity still shone in his eyes. He politely suggested, Professor, it's getting late. Perhaps we should call it a night. Flitwick, who had been deep in thought, blinked in surprise. Then, his expression turned to one of sheer relief. He was practically glowing with joy. He straightened his slightly hunched back, adjusted his glasses, and laughed. Yes, yes. Let's end it here for today. The professor's voice startled a bowtruckle dozing on the complete book of charms, making it flick its scaly tail and knock over one of Lockhart's signed photos. Flitwick sighed and glanced at Dylan, who still sat perfectly upright. He shook his head. Ah, youth. He could sit like that for hours without getting tired. Well then, I'll be off. See you next week, Professor. Good night. Flitwick's smile faltered for a second. Yes, yes, see you next week. Your dedication is truly admirable. You flatter me, Dylan said with a faint smile before stepping out into the hallway. The corridors were empty. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting patches of shimmering light on the floor. All my basic questions are answered. Now I just need to figure out the best time to visit the restricted section. Dylan quickened his pace, deep in thought. Dark magic, I mean, irresistible magical knowledge, here I come. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Mrs. Pants is actually quite pretty, oh, and I want to borrow 3 books from the restricted section. Morning light, golden like honey, streamed through the diamond-paned windows of the Gryffindor Tower. As Dylan opened his eyes, tiny specks of gold dust fell from his eyelashes. It was the weekend finally, a break. After a good night's sleep, Dylan felt refreshed and energized. Perfect. Feels like it's going to be a productive day. As he pulled back the goose-down duvet embroidered with a lion emblem, the brass rings of the bed curtains clinked softly against the frame. Scour jiffy. A silver-white vortex burst from the tip of his wand, smoothing out the creases in his bedding and, in passing, dusting off the surface of the two-way mirror by Harry's bedside where the glass reflected Ron, fast asleep, mouth open, drooling. After getting out of bed, Dylan cast another cleaning spell to tidy up his sheets and then one on himself for good measure. Glancing at his still snoring dorm mates, he casually pulled out a book signed by Gilderoy Lockhart. The gold-embossed title, Travels with Trolls, shimmered blindingly in the morning sun. Rib. Without hesitation, he tore out the signed title page and traced a small circle over the printed text with his wand. Morphometab. Lockhart's signature was right on the title page, just below the book's printed details. And, true to his nature, Lockhart had dramatically enlarged his signature, taking up nearly the entire lower half of the page. But that worked perfectly for Dylan. All he needed was to erase the printed text. As his wand tip glowed faintly, the printed words on the torn page began to twist and morph, shifting upward until they condensed into a single short line at the top. Sectum sempra. With a precise flick of his wand, the gathered text and the topmost portion of the page was neatly sliced off. Now, he could write the application by hand. Might as well go all the way. Sure, he could have just transformed the printed text into his own handwriting with magic. But handing in a magically altered document? That left traces, and if someone checked, they could tell. Dylan wasn't naive enough to assume people wouldn't notice. Writing it out himself wasn't a big deal anyway. Before long, a completed application for borrowing books from the restricted section lay before him, complete with an oversized signature from Professor Lockhart. Satisfied, he carefully folded the application, slipped it into his pocket, adjusted his robes, and set off for the Hogwarts library. But before he could leave, someone suddenly pounded on the dormitory door. Bang, bang, bang. The oak door rattled under the forceful knocking. Dylan raised an eyebrow, flicked his wand, and the door swung open. Standing there was Oliver Wood. His gloves left crescent-shaped sweat marks on the wooden door. Harry. You said you'd be at practice. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain's words cut off abruptly as his damp robe hem knocked over a brass balance scale by the door, sending its pans spinning with a low hum. Dylan noticed bits of grass stuck in Wood's curls clearly. He'd been waiting at the pitch for a while. The moment Wood saw Dylan, his fiery determination fizzled out. Oh, good morning. Since Wood hadn't woken him up with his knocking, Dylan wasn't particularly bothered. He gave a polite nod. Something wrong? Wood blinked, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, did I wake you? I was looking for Harry. We planned to start practice early, but he still hasn't shown up, so I came to check. Dylan glanced down at his neatly arranged robes. He was already fully dressed and ready to go. Well, you're not exactly early. Clearly, you didn't wake me. Wood let out a nervous laugh. Oh good, good. Dylan stepped toward the door, and Wood quickly moved aside to let him pass. As he walked past, Dylan cast a glance back at Harry, still fast asleep, then said to Wood, "Go ahead." And with that, after breakfast, he made his way straight to his destination. The Hogwarts library, managed by Madame Pants, carried the mingled scents of aged parchment and magical ink. As Dylan stepped in, the morning light spilled through the arched windows, and a suspended magical hourglass on an oak beam above him released its 100th grain of crystal sand. The library was utterly quiet. It was early on a weekend, so while a few students were reading, the space remained mostly undisturbed, save for the occasional rustle of turning pages. Madame Pants had just finished dusting the origins of medieval demons with a feather duster inlaid with amethysts. As she walked back to her desk, the embossed golden demons on the book spines seemed to collectively hold their breath. Dylan navigated through the towering shelves, making his way directly to Madame Pants's desk. She settled into her chair behind the counter. Tall and thin, her pale complexion was dotted with faint freckles. Her sharp gaze swept over the library with an air of authority. Even in old age, her back remained rigidly straight. A distinctive black hat with a towering crown and exaggerated brim added to her formidable presence. Dressed entirely in black, with a ruff of dark feathers at her collar, she had a certain stern elegance like a severe but regal bird of prey. All things considered, she was quite beautiful. She must have been stunning in her youth. Even now, the sharpness of her features only made her more striking. As Dylan approached, Madame Pants scrutinized him. They weren't strangers. Back in his first year, he'd spent a great deal of time in the library catching up on magical knowledge he'd had too much to learn, too quickly. At the time, he hadn't even considered venturing into the restricted section. That meant he and Madame Pants were familiar but had never really interacted much. Now, however, after a full year of study, he had built a solid foundation. And with a professor's signature conveniently within reach valid for only this school year, why hesitate? Even if he didn't immediately need the knowledge from the restricted section, reading it now and storing it in his mind would only be beneficial. "Good morning, Madame Pants. I'd like to apply for access to the restricted section." Dylan's voice was low. The library had strict rules, one of which was keeping quiet. As for teachers and staff, rules weren't exactly made for the people who enforced them. If the librarians weren't allowed to raise their voices, how else would they maintain order? Application form. "I know." Dylan pulled out the prepared form and placed it in front of her. "Signed by a professor. Please have a look." Madame Pants paused, taking the form with a slight frown. Her gaze flicked between the signature and Dylan's face, sharp eyes narrowing in suspicion. Her fingers tapped lightly on the desk, the rhythmic sound breaking the library's silence. Dylan simply stood there, lips curled in a faint smile, patiently waiting for her to review it. "Lockhart gave you permission," she muttered, her mind replaying the absurd theatrics their new defense against the dark arts professor had displayed since the start of term. Then again, if it was Lockhart, maybe this wasn't so surprising. As the librarian, Madame Pants had a deep reservoir of knowledge far beyond what Lockhart pretended to possess. To her, his books were nothing more than the ramblings of a man trying desperately to appear well-read. But rules were rules. A professor's signature granted access to the restricted section. And Madame Pants was nothing if not a stickler for rules. Though she couldn't understand why a young student was being given permission, wasn't anyone worried he'd be corrupted by certain dangerous texts, it wasn't her place to question it. Her skeletal fingers lifted the form, and the obsidian pendant at her throat flickered red, an alchemically enhanced charm to detect forgeries. Silent as ever, she examined the signature. Then, at last, she set the form down and looked up at Dylan. "All right, the signature is real. You may enter. But remember, these books are dangerous. Don't let yourself be blinded by knowledge that only appears dazzling on the surface." Madame Pants's voice was low and harsh, like sandpaper scraping across a wooden desk. She spoke slowly, but every word was crisp and clear. Dylan could hear the concern in her tone, so he gave her a serious nod. "Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful." With that, he was finally allowed inside. The moment he stepped into the restricted section, the lighting dimmed noticeably compared to the brighter outer areas. Above him, the arched ceiling cast web-like shadows, and matte enchanted candle flames flickered atop bronze candelabras. Dylan still found it too dark bad for the eyes. Lumos solemn. His boots clicked against the stone floor as the tip of his wand flared with a warm golden glow, illuminating his surroundings. Towering bookshelves loomed on all sides, packed with ancient and mysterious tomes. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment. These books had clearly been here for centuries. Dylan reached out and grabbed one at random. The cover felt rough and slightly damp to the touch. With a hint of anticipation, he flipped it open, scanning the text. But after just a few moments of scheming, his brows knitted together in disappointment. Beginner's Shadow Curse? What a dumb spell! According to the book, this so-called curse couldn't even be cast directly. It required a full ritual to take effect. And in Dylan's opinion, the ritual was way too much trouble. It had to be performed at midnight on a full moon, in a dark corner, with a black candle burning and a raven's feather in hand. The incantation? Mythos Umbra. The result? The target would be shrouded in shadow for a few minutes, causing blurry vision and sluggish movements. Dylan scoffed. A simple Petrificus totalis or impedimenta would be way more effective. Shoving the book back onto the shelf, he picked up another one, this one describing a spell called the Cursed Gale. To cast it, you had to 1. Collect 3 handfuls of dried graveyard grass. 2. Mix in the tears of a pregnant fox. 3. Wrap everything in bat wings. 4. Burn it all during a thunderstorm while chanting the spell. The effect? A gust of cursed wind strong enough to make someone lose their balance and fall over. Dylan stared at the book for a moment before letting out a dry laugh. Did the person who invented this drink expired Felix Felicis? A shadow curse? What's next? Clapping a nursery rhyme while casting to make sure it works. His fingers twitched with the urge to incinerate the book with fiend fire. He had initially been excited about the restricted section, expecting to find long-lost, powerful magic. But the first 2 books had completely shattered his illusions about ancient knowledge. In fact, he was starting to suspect that these so-called forbidden books were just outdated nonsense too impractical to be taught to students, so they were dumped here to gather dust. They'll throw just about anything in here, hey. Dylan sighed. And that cursed gale spell? What a joke! With all those ridiculous ingredients and rituals, by the time you finished casting, you'd probably already have been punched in the face. Even if you did manage to pull it off, all it did was knock someone down. Merlin's beard, did a troll step on the inventor's head? Now, Dylan finally understood why Voldemort had always left Hogwarts to study dark magic elsewhere. Some of the so-called forbidden magic here was just bad. Of course, maybe he was being unfair. After all, these were just the books near the entrance, probably the more basic and superficial ones. Hopefully, the deeper I go, the better the books get. Dylan sighed again. He knew he shouldn't have expected the restricted section to be filled with legendary, godlike magic. These books weren't inherently powerful, they were just considered inappropriate for general students. Sure, the rituals were convoluted and the results underwhelming, but that was normal. At least they didn't require intense negative emotions like true dark magic. However, the philosophies recorded in these books were problematic. That was likely the real reason they were restricted. Some ancient magical rituals might seem brutal and shocking, but in reality, they were just relics of magic's past. Aside from serving as historical curiosities, they were largely useless in modern spell work, just impractical, outdated junk. Dylan continued moving through the section, quickly pulling books off the shelves, flipping through them, and assessing their worth. One glance was enough to tell if a book was worth his time. If it wasn't, he put it back immediately and moved on. Then, his fingers landed on a particular title. The Theory of Soul Dimensional Folding. Dylan stopped in his tracks. Finally, something promising. His eyes locked onto the Dimensional Traversal chapter. For the next 2 hours, he barely moved. By the time he was done, he hadn't explored the entire restricted section, but he had stacked 3 books in his arms. 1. Cursed Magical Artifacts and Mysterious Relics. 2. The Origins of Ancient Magic and the Study of Ultimate Spells. 3. The Soul, a Comprehensive Analysis and Forbidden Manipulations. The first book detailed various cursed magical objects, many of which were outdated but still served as useful references. Even if these artifacts weren't particularly dangerous in the wizarding world, in the Muggle world, they'd be considered catastrophic. And considering that Muggles still traded cursed objects without realizing it, Dylan figured it was worth learning about them, especially since his parents were involved in business. The second book delved into the origins of ancient magic and ultimate spells, offering a fresh perspective on the roots of magic itself. It even described true ancient spells once steeped in medieval darkness and malice. These weren't things he could find in the regular library. Dylan planned to study them thoroughly. As for the third book, its title was dramatic, but its content was decent. It discussed the nature of the soul and its connection to magical dimensions. What caught Dylan's attention the most was its section on soul traversal between different magical planes. He had already mastered a powerful dark spell, Parasitic Possession, which revolved around the soul. And other spells like Dispersing Soul Fragments, Banishment of Spirits, and even Legilimency and Occlumency were also linked to the soul. Despite his strong foundation, Dylan knew that the true nature of the soul couldn't be fully understood just by learning a few spells. Could immortality be tied to the soul? That was something he wanted to find out. So, any book on the subject? He read it. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything on soul collection. Even the books that did mention it were too basic, useless, really. But this one? This one had potential. After hours of searching, Dylan finally had 3 books worth keeping. Not many, but he was satisfied. Tucking them under his arm, he left the restricted section and headed toward Madame Pance's desk to check them out. "These are the books I'd like to borrow." The librarian paused mid-wipe, her silver registry book gleaming under the dim candlelight. As Dylan placed the books on the counter, her bony fingers traced the alchemical sigils on the cover of The Origins of Ancient Magic. The serpent-like patterns seemed to ooze tiny beads of blood, though when he looked again, it might have just been a trick of the light. Her voice was flat. 7-day return. Mrs. Pance picked up the silver-plated feather quill, dipping its tip into the inkwell. As she did, a strand of shimmering purple mucus clung to the nib. It was a special anti-counterfeit ink made from the sap of slumber beans. When she recorded the titles of the 3 books in the leather-bound register, the gilded letters seared into the parchment, leaving behind scorched marks and a pungent odor, reminiscent of burnt hair. "All right, ma'am. Thank you for your cooperation." End of chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Souls and Curses. A room of requirement with a random entrance? The borrowing period for books in the restricted section is typically quite short, even with a professor's signature. While it wouldn't be as brief as a single day or 2, returning a book within 3 days is considered fairly standard. But now, thanks to Madame Pance, Dylan had been granted a rare 7-day borrowing privilege, something he was certainly grateful for. "I'll head off to read now, Madame Pance," Dylan said with a nod. At that moment, the morning light filtered through the window, casting the shadow of his eyelashes across his cheek. Since lunchtime was still a while away, Dylan didn't rush off. Instead, he found an empty seat and settled in. He pulled the comprehensive study of souls and forbidden manipulations in front of him and began flipping through its pages. Souls had always been an enigma. The killing curse might seem like just another lethal spell, but in truth, killing was also the act of severing a soul. As someone who had mastered the killing curse to its highest level, Dylan naturally understood the mechanics behind its power. When struck by Avada Kedavra, a person's soul is instantly and irreversibly severed from their body. The soul departs immediately, and unless there's a means for it to linger, such as becoming a ghost, the body will perish at once. But the Harry Potter world operates on a deeply idealistic principle, where even the strength of magic is no match for the power of emotions. Hatred, kindness, sacrifice, love, these emotions can manifest as tangible forces. In a way, Dementors, which feed on happiness, could be seen as physical embodiments of depression. This is precisely why Lily Potter's sacrifice and Harry's later self-sacrifice had such profound protective effects. Death lies beyond the veil, while love is an unknowable, searing doorway. The strength of magic itself, in many cases, depends more on one's mental fortitude. Take ridiculous, for example. It relies on humor and imagination. Expecto Patronum draws power from happiness. Divination works best with an unsteady emotional state. Hermione had no aptitude for divination precisely because, despite her intelligence, she was too logical. She couldn't grasp the nuances of symbols and subconscious cues. The Unforgivable Curses follow a similar principle. To cast them, emotions must be fully engaged. For instance, to truly wield the killing curse, the caster must possess genuine, unwavering intent to kill. Without that raw, merciless desire, Avada Kedavra won't cause real harm. It's not the spell itself that is inherently evil, but rather the state of the caster's mind. However, thanks to his achievement system, Dylan was able to bypass emotional constraints and cast spells at whatever strength he desired. He could control the power of his curses at will. If he truly intended to kill, Avada Kedavra would be fatal without fail. But if he merely wanted to inconvenience someone, his killing curse might result in nothing more than a persistent nosebleed. And, of course, he could fine-tune the effects to any degree in between. Ordinary wizards, however, were entirely dependent on their own emotions. Through his studies, Dylan also discovered an intriguing paradox: true killing intent wasn't always born from malice. Love and hatred are often intertwined. Sometimes, when someone wishes death upon another, it's not out of cruelty but from guilt, regret, or desperation. Human emotions, as Dylan pondered, were infinitely complex. This train of thought naturally led him to explore the relationship between souls and emotions. Even if Avada Kedavra kills the body using emotional energy, the soul still moves on. So, is a soul sustained by emotions? Or does it exist through some other force entirely? In fact, if emotions are what anchor a soul, then perhaps the most terrifying spell isn't the killing curse at all, Dylan mused. It's obliviate. Or are memory and emotion separate? Can emotions remain imprinted on the soul even without memory? Though the comprehensive study of souls didn't provide a definitive answer, it deepened Dylan's understanding of the human soul. The first undeniable truth was that a soul could be separated from its body. The killing curse severs this connection, resulting in bodily death. Dementors, on the other hand, consume souls while leaving the body alive. The banishment charm can only drive away ghosts and non-corporeal entities, but it doesn't affect the essence of a person's soul. So, what exactly is in a soul? This year, Hogwarts would face a new danger: the basilisk. As for the diary and Voldemort, Dylan was still waiting eagerly for them to make an appearance. Hopefully, little Voldy would regain some power before showing up, otherwise, it wouldn't be much fun for Dylan's experiments. Meanwhile, the basilisk possessed a lethal gaze that could instantly petrify or, in direct cases, kill anyone who met its eyes. Dylan suspected that Voldemort's killing curse research was inspired, at least in part, by the basilisk's abilities. After spending hours deep in study, Dylan's stomach suddenly growled. "Guess it's time to eat." He closed his book, packed up his things, and left the library, heading toward the Great Hall. As he rounded a corner, he spotted Neville ahead. This time, however, Neville wasn't being harassed by Malfoy. Instead, a short boy had stopped him. The kid had a camera hanging around his neck. As Dylan approached, he caught a snippet of their conversation. It seemed the boy was asking about Harry Potter's whereabouts. Dylan glanced at the photograph in the boy's hands, a picture of Harry's back, as he hurried away. With a blink, Dylan offered, "Harry was dragged off to training early this morning. He's probably still at the Quidditch pitch." Neville, recognizing Dylan, grinned and nodded. "Yeah, knowing Wood, they're probably still at it." "Oh wow! Quidditch? That's so cool." Dylan added, "If you go now, you might even catch Wood testing out his double inverted aerial tactic." Colin beamed with excitement, thanked them both, and then dashed off like a whirlwind toward the pitch. Neville frowned slightly. Did he even eat? Dylan shrugged. "Who knows? Come on, let's eat. I'm starving." Neville hesitated before catching up. "Harry told me this kid has been pestering him non-stop. Was it really okay to tell him where Harry is?" Dylan waved a hand dismissively. "It's fine. Whether it's slanderous whispers or deafening applause, Harry will have to deal with it sooner or later. He might as well get used to it now." Neville blinked. "Dylan, you have a knack for either saying things sharper than a Slytherin or dropping deep philosophical truths." Dylan smirked sideways. "When have I ever been mean? I'm the kindest, most honest person. Every word I say comes from the heart. So, you're just bluntly stating whatever cruel thought crosses your mind. If you want to see it that way, sure." The two of them laughed as they entered the Great Hall. Halfway through their meal, Harry and his teammates finally arrived, looking exhausted. After finishing up, Dylan didn't leave with Neville. Instead, he decided to head back for a quick nap. But on the way back, something unexpected happened. "I wish I could study while resting at the same time." The moment Dylan had this thought, the ancient oil painting on the stone wall before him, depicting a dense magical forest, suddenly shimmered to life. Emerald light swirled within the fir trees, mist curling at their roots. The stone wall shifted, transforming around the painting. Within moments, a doorway appeared. Dylan froze. "Wait, isn't this the 6th floor?" He glanced around. No one else was nearby. After a brief hesitation, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the entrance silently closed behind him. Inside, a warm golden glow radiated from a floating crystal orb. Beneath his feet, a plush carpet stretched out, luxuriously soft. And at the center of the room sat an enormous, inviting lounge chair, draped in supple leather and piled high with cushions. Above the lounge chair, a delicate brass bookstand hung suspended in midair, positioned at just the right angle to hold a book steady in front of whoever was reclining below. Dylan took a deep breath. A faint scent of lavender mixed with the crisp aroma of paper filled his nose, instantly bringing a sense of calm. He could feel the tension melting away from his body. Why is there an entrance to the room of requirement here? Shouldn't it be on the 8th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy getting clubbed by trolls? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Dylan scanned the room, then gave his wand a flick. A detection spell rippled through the space, probing for any traces of magic. When the spell retracted, he hadn't sensed anyone else around. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced down at the thick, plush blanket. Then, kicking off his shoes, he let his toes sink into the soft fabric, a pleasant tingling sensation spreading through his feet. Walking over to the lounge chair, he slowly sat down, adjusted his position, and lay back. The moment he did, the leather chair subtly shifted to conform to his body, its cushions adjusting to match the natural curve of his spine. Almost as if it had been custom-made just for him. Dylan stretched lazily. This is way too comfortable. As he lay there, his thoughts wandered. He hadn't even gone up to the 8th floor, yet here he was, finding an entrance to the room of requirement. Could it be that his desire to relax and study at the same time had been so strong that it actually altered the room's entrance? I can't be that lazy, Right. Shaking his head, Dylan mused, maybe there are multiple entrances, or perhaps the one on the 8th floor is permanent while others appear randomly. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if the entire Hogwarts castle was somehow alive. And considering the Room of Requirement's mysterious nature, having multiple entrances didn't seem all that far-fetched. His gaze drifted upward to the brass bookstand, and after a quick comparison, he realized it was the perfect size to hold a book in place. His eyes lit up as he tested it out, placing his book onto the stand. But I still have to turn the pages myself. Swoosh! The moment that thought crossed his mind, the brass stand extended two small, intricate mechanical clamps shaped like the beaks of ravens. The clamps seemed to respond to his thoughts. The moment he wanted to flip the page, they gently pinched the edge and lifted it, letting it glide over smoothly. Dylan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is next-level convenience. Wasn't this a bit too accommodating? Settling deeper into the chair, he picked up one of the 3 books he'd taken from the restricted section and started reading. Man, if I'd known it was this comfortable, I would have come here last semester. A twinge of regret hit him. Why hadn't he experimented with the Room of Requirement back in his first year? Then again, his first year had been packed. If he wasn't running between professors' offices, he was scavenging for potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest. He wouldn't have had time to lounge around anyway. Even now, he didn't have that much time to spare. After a short break, he still had a private lesson with Professor Snape in the afternoon. Either way, I'd just be lying around in the dorms. Might as well lie here, it's way more comfortable. The thought barely crossed his mind before he fully relaxed into the chair. The Room of Requirement continued to respond to his needs, offering him more and more small conveniences. At one point, all he had to do was stretch out a hand, and whatever he needed would appear right within his reach. If only my suitcase worked like the Room of Requirement. That would make his magical experiments so much easier. Then again, in a way, his suitcase could be like the Room of Requirement provided he had enough galleons. Time slipped by quickly. Dylan glanced at the clock. It was getting late. He needed to head to Snape's office soon. If he was even a second late or worse, arrived exactly on time, he'd still be met with that old bat's cutting sarcasm. How is this chair so ridiculously comfortable? If I could figure out how it works, I bet I could use it as inspiration for Muggle inventions. This thing would sell like crazy. His brain was always switching between learning magic and brainstorming ways for his parents to make more money. As he exited the Room of Requirement, he paused and glanced back at the empty stretch of wall. Next time, I'll try finding the entrance somewhere else, see if I can trigger it in a different location. With that, he headed downstairs. By the time he reached the 4th floor, his boot suddenly slipped on something suspiciously slimy. Instinctively, his hand flew to his wand at his waist. From around the corner came the sound of hurried footsteps. Dylan turned just in time to see Harry practically dragging Ron along, both of them coming from the direction of Professor Flitwick's office. "Hey, good afternoon." Before Dylan could finish his greeting, Ron's face twisted into an unsettling shade of greenish-blue, like he had just swallowed 10 live swamp toads. Blurg. Doubling over with a violent shudder, Ron gagged and then promptly spewed a fist-sized, wriggling, pearl-colored slug onto the stone floor with a wet splat. The translucent body glistened under the flickering candlelight, strings of slime trembling in the air before snapping. Dylan's eyelid twitched. He could smell the acrid stench in the air. He could see the slug's slimy skin glistening with mucus, its gland-covered body oozing secretions. Slowly, he lowered the hand he had been about to wave in greeting. And then, he took a step back. Ron, however, lurched forward with his mouth open again. "Oh, come on." End of chapter. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, No way. Did I just bankrupt Professor Snape? Ron gagged loudly and threw up another glob of slimy mucus. The acrid stench of stomach acid was so overwhelming that he nearly choked on it. Dylan instinctively took another step back, covering his nose and mouth while giving his wand a light wave. Asterisk ventus. Asterisk. A gust of wind whooshed through the corridor, swiftly dispersing the thick, nauseating smell. What happened to you guys? Dylan blinked, suddenly recalling something. Wasn't there an incident early in their second year where Ron had a run-in with Malfoy again? Ron had tried to cast a hex on Malfoy, but the spell had backfired spectacularly. His broken wand had reflected the curse right back at him instead. Dylan had heard about it, but he wasn't Ron and Harry's babysitter. He couldn't possibly follow them around all day, ready to jump in whenever they got into trouble. That said, he clearly remembered warning Ron at the start of the school year, "Don't pick fights with Malfoy and his gang." They were all classmates, after all. If Malfoy was being an ass, just cursing out his ancestors for 8 generations would have been enough, no need to get physical. But looking at Ron now, it was obvious he hadn't taken that advice to heart. Even though at the time, he had nodded so earnestly. Since he hadn't listened, he'd just have to deal with the consequences. Still, out of concern for a friend, Dylan waited for Hermione and Harry to explain the situation before asking, "How are you feeling now? Any better?" Ron's pained expression froze for a second, and a giant question mark practically appeared over his head. Asterisk, can't you tell how I'm feeling just by looking at me? Asterisk. But before he could respond, his stomach churned violently again. He immediately doubled over, clutching his midsection. This time, Harry was ready. Unlike before, he quickly shoved a large bucket in front of Ron. Asterisk blarg. Asterisk. Ron vomited once more. A fat, slimy slug plopped into the bucket. Hermione frowned. Wasn't it getting better just now? Why is he throwing up again so soon? Harry, still holding the bucket steady, explained, "Professor Flitwick said there's no real cure for this curse. He told us that once Ron's thrown up enough, he just has to stay calm, and it'll eventually stop." Hermione blinked, then gently reassured Ron, "Just relax, you'll be fine soon." Ron's face was pale as a sheet. "Dylan, do you have anything that could help?" Dylan clicked his tongue. "You guys just came from Professor Flitwick's office, right? If even he doesn't have a solution, what do you think I can do?" The slug vomiting charm was similar to the bat bogey hex. One made the victim puke up shiny, fat slugs. The other turned their nasal mucus into giant black bats that flew out of their nose. With the slug curse, the moment it took effect, slugs would begin forming inside the victim's body. And once they were there, they weren't going to just vanish, they had to be expelled. As for the bat bogey hex, it didn't even rely on whether the target actually had boogers. The spell forcibly transformed something inside the nasal cavity into bats. Boogers were just the easiest thing to use. When Dylan admitted he didn't have a solution either, Ron closed his eyes in despair. Dylan sighed at the sight and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help. Spell backfires are unpredictable and difficult to fix. Spell backfires happened when a spell went wrong, producing unexpected effects, sometimes even the opposite of what was intended. Like using an engorgement charm, only for the object to shrink instead. Or worse, for the caster themselves to start inflating. Or trying to use a healing spell, but instead of curing the injury, it made things even worse. In extreme cases, spell backfires could trigger completely unrelated magical disasters, explosions, bursts of uncontrolled magical energy, or even the summoning of bizarre creatures. Dylan had studied spell backfires extensively with Professor Flitwick last year. Because backfired spells worked differently from properly cast ones, their counterspells often didn't work. In such cases, the best bet was usually to use a finite incantatum and hope it dispelled the effects. But the slug vomiting charm was tricky. It involved transfiguration on a biological level. For example, the slugs Ron was vomiting weren't just disappearing, they had to be physically expelled. Dylan thought for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I can use a spell to help you throw up faster. Once you've gotten rid of all the slugs, you'll be fine. Professor Flitwick already tried a counter curse on you, right?" Ron hesitated for a second but then nodded, squeezing his eyes shut as if preparing for execution. "All right, do it. Just get this over with." Dylan smacked his lips. Maybe hold onto the bucket properly? And why are you closing your eyes? What if you miss and puke on someone?" Ron. Awkwardly, he cracked his eyes open again. Harry helpfully shoved the bucket into his arms. Seeing Ron ready, Dylan raised his wand. Emesis urge. A strange blue light shot from his wand and hit Ron squarely in the chest. Ron shuddered violently, his face twisting as his stomach churned. A powerful nausea overwhelmed him, and he clung to the bucket for dear life before doubling over. Blay arg. Slugs poured out of his mouth like a waterfall, landing with wet splats inside the bucket. His entire body trembled as he heaved, vomiting slug after slug until finally, he had nothing left but stomach acid. His arms went limp, the bucket slipping from his grasp. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed against the wall, panting heavily. His eyes were dull and unfocused, his entire body utterly drained of energy. Anapneo. Renervate. With 2 quick spells, Dylan restored Ron's breathing and replenished his energy. Then, he handed him 2 potion bottles. "Here. One's a blood replenishing potion, the other is a ginger peppermint pepper tonic. Drink them both, and you'll feel much better." Ron's eyelid twitched at the mention of the second potion. He knew that stuff, it was absolutely disgusting. But it would ease his nausea and settle his stomach. No matter how much he didn't want to drink it, he had no choice. With a grimace, he forced both potions down. Afterward, he did feel noticeably better. Good enough, in fact, to start cursing. That bloody Malfoy! Calling Hermione a mudblood, how dare he! Harry sighed. Ron was so furious that he tried to hex him, but, well, you know what happened. Dylan shook his head. "Your wand's broken. Even simple spells could go wrong, let alone a hex. So next time, think twice before picking a fight. Even if you're angry, at least make sure you can back it up." Ron pouted. "But I couldn't just stand there and let them bully my friends." Hermione looked touched. Dylan nodded understandingly. "Then why not just curse them out instead?" Ron froze. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and mumbled, "Well, I'm not exactly great at insults. Slytherins are just so sharp-tongued." Dylan shrugged. "Anyway, I gotta get to class Snape's lesson, actually." Ron immediately shrank back. Dylan grinned. "One last piece of advice, try not to lose your temper so easily." "No, why?" Ron froze, looking up. "Why?" Hermione and Harry also turned their eyes toward him. "Because when you're angry, you'll use your real skills and then everyone will know just how bad they actually are." Ron clutched his chest with one hand. He felt like his heart was breaking. And he was kind of nauseous. "What now?" Harry helped Ron up from the floor while Dylan smirked. "Seamus's friend, Dean, didn't he just have a huge argument with someone in the common room? You might want to take a few lessons from him on how to win a war of words." After saying goodbye to the others, Dylan hurried off toward Professor Snape's office. That left Ron standing there, looking utterly devastated, with Harry holding onto him. "Good thing I'm not late." Dylan arrived a few minutes early and let out a small breath of relief before knocking on the door to Professor Snape's office. "Come in." A familiar, low, and indifferent voice came from inside. As Dylan pushed the door open, a dry, herbal scent filled the air. Professor Snape stood with his back to him, carefully selecting bottles from a row of potions on the shelf. Hearing Dylan's approaching footsteps, Snape slowly turned around. The candle light cast his shadow onto the specimen display case against the wall. His pitch-black eyes, cold and unreadable like the depths of a dark night, locked onto Dylan. "You have impeccable timing. Unlike the other Gryffindor students who are always late, but barely. Apparently, you prefer other professors' classes since they tell me you always show up a full 30 minutes early." Dylan immediately caught the meaning behind Snape's words. He forced an awkward smile and quickly explained. "Professor, I actually got here early, too. But I ran into Harry and the others on the way. Ron accidentally hit himself with his own spell, so I had to stop and heal him. That's why I was slightly delayed. I'm really sorry. Next time, I'll make sure to arrive even earlier." Snape walked over to his chair and sat down, glancing at Dylan. Hit himself with his own spell? Exactly what I'd expect from those foolish Gryffindor students. And yet McGonagall insists I'm too hard on them. Dylan kept a stiff smile and wisely chose not to comment. Honestly, getting injured by your own spell and wand rebound was a pretty ridiculous mistake. Even he had to admit that. Snape's office was dimly lit, almost gloomy. The wall sconces cast a faint glow, illuminating the surrounding dark wooden shelves packed with an assortment of glass containers, each holding something bizarre. Shed basilisk skin, a murtlap's venom sac. Dylan had always wanted to get his hands on a few murtlaps to raise. But as a high-risk magical creature, murtlaps were both dangerous and extremely valuable. Their blood and venom were so useful that they'd been hunted nearly to extinction. At least in England, it was nearly impossible to find them in the wild anymore. Snape had already taken out Dylan's cauldron and even thoughtfully set out a stirring rod, mortar and pestle, and other tools for him. He'd even prepared all the necessary ingredients in advance. Dylan smiled slightly, then walked over to the cauldron to begin brewing today's potion. He carefully placed some sneezewort into the mortar and started grinding. Lighter pressure. Don't waste the essential properties of the ingredients. Pay attention to the texture. Raise your wrist 2 inches higher. Snape's voice was as smooth and sharp as a bat's wing brushing against stone. His wand, partially visible beneath his sleeve, was pointed at Dylan's mortar. Dylan felt his wrist subtly lifted and quickly adjusted, continuing to rotate the pestle. On the 7th clockwise grind, the moonstone pestle suddenly emitted a faint emerald glow, the sign that the sneezewort's finest essence had been activated. Taking Snape's lessons required absolute concentration. It was mentally exhausting. If Dylan let his focus slip for even a moment, he wouldn't be able to meet the professor's impossibly high standards for each step. By the time the potion was finally complete, Dylan exhaled deeply as a faint shimmer spread across the liquid surface. Snape reached out with a long, silver spoon shaped like a snake. As he stirred the potion, the tiny emerald embedded in the handle flickered with a soft green light, a sign of minor impurities. When he looked up, the candle light cast sharp shadows along his hollowed cheekbones, making his already severe features even more intimidating. "Barely passable. Pack it up and take it with you. I have no use for such low-quality potions." Despite his words, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Snape's eyes. After spending so much time with Snape, Dylan had learned to read him well. Grinning, he pulled out his supplies and eagerly bottled up his potion. Every time he came here, he managed to score free potion ingredients. Some of them weren't just expensive, they were practically impossible to buy. You had to source them yourself. Dylan beamed as he secured his filled potion bottles. But then, Snape's cold voice suddenly cut through the air. "From now on, come once every 2 or 3 weeks. No need to come every week." Dylan froze, hand hovering mid-air as he packed his things. What did that mean? Snape didn't want to teach him anymore? Was it because he always showed up to use ingredients, and Snape was finally sick of supplying them? Had he actually drained Snape's resources dry just by constantly learning from him? Dylan hesitated, then carefully chose his words. "Professor, I could bring some of my own potion ingredients, at least some of them. Snape's expression darkened instantly. What exactly is going through that ridiculous brain of yours? Do you think I'm doing this because I can't afford it? Isn't that why? The thought popped into Dylan's head, but he quickly shook it off. Of course not. I'd never think that. I just figured I shouldn't always rely on you to provide everything. I wanted to lighten your workload a bit, that's all. Dylan's sincerity made Snape narrow his eyes suspiciously. After a moment, Snape scoffed. I'm telling you to come less frequently because I've already taught you nearly everything I can. That happened last school year. Crossing his arms, Snape looked down at Dylan with an icy gaze. Tell me what's the real key to mastering potion making? And don't tell me it's just memorizing recipes. Dylan blinked before immediately answering. Professor, it's the technique. Only precise execution can ensure the highest quality potions. Seeing that Dylan had answered correctly, Snape gave him an approving glance. At least you have some memory. He walked back to his desk and sat down. Keep going. Dylan hesitated for a second, then continued. Potion making is all about technique. It's the foundation of everything. But technique isn't just about stirring and grinding, it's about measuring the exact right amount, knowing when to add more or less. Beyond that, temperature control is key. High heat accelerates reactions, low heat allows for slow extraction. Every ingredient requires different conditions. Too soon, and it's rushed, too late, and it's ruined. Dylan rambled on for a bit. Snape raised an eyebrow, the coldness in his gaze softening slightly. The kid had remembered every word he'd said before. Snape pressed down the slight smirk trying to form at the corner of his mouth. Last year, I already drilled all of this into you. Potion mastery takes time. Repeating basic steps every week won't make you an expert. You need practice, lots of it. And I don't have endless supplies for you to waste. So I'm having you come less frequently to ensure that when you do, you're refining higher level potions under my supervision. That's enough. You're not trying to steal all my skills, are you? Remember, you're Dylan Hawkworth, not me. You should develop your own style. It was rare for Snape to say so much all at once. Dylan finally understood his intentions and nodded firmly. Got it. But honestly, he still wanted to learn everything Snape knew. What did it matter if he borrowed techniques from others? If he mastered them all, wouldn't they become his own? Snape seemed satisfied with Dylan's response and gave a brief nod. Good. Then let's have a test. Sure. Wait, what? A test? Dylan had been about to agree enthusiastically when he suddenly processed what Snape had said. He looked up in alarm. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Fresh Malfoy Supply. Anyone want a whiff? 3 nuts per sniff. Humph. The cool stone walls of Snape's office exuded the bitter scent of wormwood and aconite. The black-robed professor's gaze landed on Dylan, the corners of his lips curling slightly. I've wasted so much time on you, I'd better see results. Otherwise, I might as well snap your wand in half and bury it under the whomping willow. Dylan blinked. By now, he was completely immune to Professor Snape's sharp tongue. Instead, he filtered through the disdainful remarks and caught on to the most important part. So what you're saying is, you want to give me a test? Like the time you tested my occlumency skills? Silence. Snape's voice cracked through the air like a whip. Dylan immediately shut up, his eyelashes fluttering innocently. After a long pause, Snape finally spoke again, his voice even lower than before. This dual evaluation won't just involve me. McGonagall and Flitwick will also be participating. I want to see exactly how much you've learned. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Professor, I still value my life, you know. Facing just you alone is already tough enough, now you're throwing in Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick? Are you trying to make sure I don't make it out alive? Snape scowled. I said, silence. Dylan was speechless. So not only was he about to get absolutely wrecked by 3 professors at once, but now he wasn't even allowed to complain about it. Wait, since when did those 3 start working together like this? Dylan had just seen Professor Flitwick yesterday, yet Flitwick hadn't mentioned anything about a dual evaluation. Clearly, they must have discussed it this morning, probably while he was busy sneaking into the restricted section to borrow books. Who had brought up the idea in the first place? Anyway, Snape continued, McGonagall and Flitwick asked me to inform you that you should stop by their offices later. Snape's lips curled into a faint, dragon-like smirk. Those 2 are at their wits' end with you. See? Not everyone has my patience when it comes to teaching. Dylan, ... Oh? Who was it that once said teaching him basic potions was a waste of time and cut his tutoring sessions from weekly to once every 2 or 3 weeks? What's with that face? Snape's gaze darkened. Dylan instantly put on a bright smile. I was just thinking, Professor, you are absolutely right. Enough nonsense. I'll be teaching you a few other things in the upcoming lessons. Now get out. With a wave of his hand, Snape practically shoved Dylan out the door. Bam! As the heavy wooden door slammed shut behind him, Dylan rubbed his nose and turned toward the staircase. A dual evaluation, hey! Climbing to the 2nd floor, he followed the corridor until he reached a small study room. He knocked lightly on the door. No response. Dylan paused. Was McGonagall out for lunch? After a moment's thought, he decided to check her office. When he found it empty, he gave up for now and headed up to the 4th floor. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was still in his office. Knock, knock. Come in. As Dylan stepped inside, he saw Flitwick standing behind a desk cluttered with books and magical artifacts. The tiny professor greeted him with a warm smile until he realized who had just walked in. The smile froze. I don't believe we had a tutoring session scheduled for today. Then, as if recalling something, Flitwick quickly followed up, wait, you just came from Severus, didn't you? Yes, Professor. Hearing this confirmation, Flitwick sighed in relief and wiped away some imaginary sweat from his forehead, muttering under his breath, Whew, thank goodness. For a second, I thought he was here to ask for more tutoring again. Almost forgot what we agreed on this morning. Regaining his composure, Flitwick beamed. Take a seat, child. I assume Severus didn't bother explaining much, did he? Dylan nodded. That was an understatement. Feeling perfectly at home, Dylan pulled out a chair, sat down, and casually poured himself a glass of Coke. He also poured Flitwick a cup of tea, as if this were a regular routine. Flitwick didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he chuckled and explained, this morning, Headmaster Dumbledore called us in for a meeting. During the discussion, Minerva suggested giving you an evaluation to assess how much progress you've made both last year and over the summer. You see, we didn't really assign you any summer homework. Dylan nodded. So you, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape decided to test me through a duel. Flitwick nodded. Exactly. It's the best way to measure your true abilities and adjust our teaching accordingly. You're not going to turn it down, are you? Dylan nodded again. No, I already agreed to Professor Snape. Flitwick's small, bespectacled eyes lit up, and he grinned. I knew it. You're a true genius, child. Your learning speed is beyond my wildest expectations. Sometimes, I even feel like you understand certain spells better than I do, which is utterly astonishing. The ideas you've brought up. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm teaching you or if you're helping me gain new insights. Dylan pursed his lips and said nothing. At this point, the number of spells he had mastered at a perfect level far exceeded what any young wizard should be capable of. In fact, no young wizard should have even a single spell at that level. So it was only natural that, in some areas, his understanding of magic surpassed even Professor Flitwick's. Of course, there was no way he could explain that. What was he supposed to do, pull out a magical skill list and show him? Still, his expertise had helped Flitwick refine his own spell research, pushing the tiny professor to new heights. A true case of when two people walk together, one is the teacher, and the other is also the teacher. Flitwick gazed at Dylan with pride. Honestly, if not for your age, I'd say you could enter a dueling tournament right now and win the championship. This evaluation is just to test your limits. Dylan nodded. Professor Snape hasn't set a date yet. What about you? Flitwick chuckled. It was a last-minute idea, so we haven't decided. That's why we wanted to ask when you'd be available. I'm free anytime aside from regular classes. Just send me a message, and I'll be there. Dylan patted his chest confidently. Excellent, excellent. I'll make sure to prepare thoroughly. You should do the same. Flitwick nodded eagerly. They chatted for a while longer, but as soon as their conversation started shifting toward magic theory, Flitwick promptly ended it, clearly fearing it would turn into another impromptu tutoring session. Go see Professor McGonagall, he urged. Dylan stood up and bid him farewell. Stepping out of the office, he decided to check if McGonagall had returned. If not, he planned to grab a bite at the Great Hall first. As he descended the stairs, he turned a corner and nearly collided with Malfoy and his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, who were heading up. Not long ago, in Diagon Alley, Dylan had completely shut down both Draco and Lucius Malfoy in an argument. Ever since school started, Draco had been avoiding him like the plague. Now, caught off guard on the staircase, Malfoy hesitated for a moment. But seeing Crabbe and Goyle behind him, he straightened up and strode forward confidently. The three of them blocked the entire staircase, forcing Dylan to step aside if he wanted to pass. Dylan narrowed his eyes. This brat again? If Malfoy insisted on testing his patience, then maybe it was time for a lesson. A smirk played on Dylan's lips as he recalled a certain curse he'd read about in the restricted section. Stepping forward, his footsteps echoed down the stairwell. Meanwhile, Malfoy strutted up the staircase with his two lackeys in tow. The three of them walked side by side, completely blocking the hallway as if they owned the place. Dylan, however, remained calm. He didn't slow down, nor did he show any intention of stepping aside. As he drew closer to Malfoy and his entourage, a faint shimmer of light flickered around him. The next moment, a bird materialized out of thin air, gliding gracefully as it circled Dylan's side. Then, in the blink of an eye, a second bird appeared. Then a third. More and more birds emerged, surrounding Dylan in a fluttering formation. Yet, he hadn't even lifted his wand, let alone spoken an incantation. The birds didn't attack, they simply hovered around Dylan in silence. Still, the sight alone was enough to shake Malfoy and his cronies. Their arrogant expressions faltered, and their steps instinctively slowed. As the birds flew toward them, they hesitated, attempting to sidestep. But Dylan kept walking. And as he moved, the birds' movements suddenly accelerated. Bang! Malfoy and his two lackeys, caught off guard, stumbled in different directions, desperately trying to dodge. But it was no use. The flock, carrying Dylan's momentum, slammed into them with full force, sending all three tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic heap. Ow! They landed with a heavy thud, groaning as they clutched their bruised backsides. What the hell do you think you're doing? You just used magic to attack your fellow students. Do you want detention like Potter and his friends? Embarrassed beyond belief even with no witnesses around, Malfoy lashed out in fury. Dash! I was just practicing a spell, Dylan replied coolly, looking down at Malfoy sprawled on the ground. His gaze was indifferent, almost icy. It didn't attack you. You ran into it yourselves. Then, his expression darkened ever so slightly. "And, if I remember correctly, I told you that if you tried messing with me again..." He trailed off, letting the unfinished sentence hang in the air. Malfoy shuddered. What was this guy planning to do? He was scarier than his father. But before Malfoy could voice his panic, a sharp pain twisted in his gut. A sudden, unbearable pressure shot through his stomach. His expression changed instantly. Hands clutching his abdomen, he clenched his legs together in a desperate attempt to hold it in before scrambling to his feet and bolting for the restroom. And it wasn't just him. Crabbe and Goyle, eyes widening in alarm, were right behind him, their faces contorted in distress. Pfft! 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 A series of earth-shaking farts echoed through the hallway, sending nearby students scattering in horror. Dylan, meanwhile, casually lowered his wand, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Hey! Didn't expect that diarrhea hex from the restricted section to be this effective." He clicked his tongue in amusement. Watching Malfoy and his goons disappear into the distance, Dylan resumed his way downstairs. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall still wasn't in her office. "Wait a second. Malfoy just said that Harry and the others got detention? Could she be handling that right now?" It seemed possible. So, instead of waiting, Dylan decided to head to the Great Hall for a meal. When he returned and knocked on McGonagall's office door again, she was finally there. "Oh, Dylan," she greeted, adjusting the miniature Quidditch pitch inside her crystal ball with the tip of her wand. Her green and silver-trimmed robes had traces of cat fur clinging to them. "Has Professor Snape spoken to you about the evaluation?" "He has," Dylan nodded. "But we haven't set a date yet." McGonagall's lips curled into a smile, one that, for some reason, seemed unusually eager. Dylan hesitated. Why did she look like she was itching for a fight? He cleared his throat. "Professor, have you and the other professors already discussed how you plan to assess me?" "Not yet," she admitted. "But don't worry, we'll come up with something soon." Her smile widened slightly, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes crinkling with satisfaction. "Oh, and there's something else I need to tell you in advance." Dylan blinked. "What is it?" "From now on, I think we can reduce the frequency of our tutoring sessions." McGonagall's smile grew even brighter. "Your grasp of transfiguration is already quite advanced. Frankly, I don't think there's much more I can teach you." Dylan frowned slightly. First Snape, and now McGonagall? Both had recently hinted at cutting down their extra lessons with him. Had they coordinated this? In the end, it seemed like the only professor who truly appreciated him was Flitwick. At least he hadn't mentioned reducing their tutoring sessions. "Professor, did I do something wrong?" Dylan asked. "No, quite the opposite. You've done exceptionally well, remarkably well, in fact. Then, I still have a lot to learn in Transfiguration. For example, I haven't mastered animagus transformation yet." McGonagall shook her head. "Dylan, do you know why I never formally introduced you to animagus training?" "Why?" "Because, given your abilities, I believe you are already capable of learning it. But becoming an animagus isn't just about studying hard, it requires luck. It's a long, complex process, and it can be dangerous. Of course," she added, "when it comes to safety, I have no doubts about you." McGonagall's gaze softened slightly as she recalled something else. She had repeatedly invited Dylan to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Not because of favoritism, but because she had recognized his incredible talent for flying. His broomstick control was impeccable, cautious, steady, and precise. Almost as if he were afraid of falling off. Still, no matter how many times she had asked, Dylan had always politely declined. Meanwhile, in the second-floor girls' restroom, Malfoy barely made it. He burst through the door, nearly knocking the brass faucets loose in the process. His normally pale face was flushed an unhealthy shade of red, his boots scraping against the tiles as he stumbled toward a stall. The sound jolted moaning Myrtle awake from her sulking. "Out! All of you, get out!" Malfoy's shout was mixed with the angry gurgling of his stomach. Unfortunately, whatever intimidation he had left was immediately shattered by another series of thunderous, involuntary noises. Thankfully, the restroom was mostly empty except for one girl washing her hands, who, upon seeing the three desperate boys, let out a squeak and fled in terror. Crabbe and Goyle, no longer caring about dignity, crashed into the neighboring stalls, dropping down onto the toilet seats with a loud thump. Even the brass rings on the toilet lids creaked under the sheer weight. Malfoy barely managed to shut his stall door before. Pft! Pft! Pffffft. It went on for quite a while. Then, bam! Peeves appeared, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Grinning mischievously, he smacked a toilet door with a makeshift duster crafted from Mrs. Norris' tail hair, no less. Aha! Freshly brewed Malfoy special. Who wants a sniff? 3 nuts per whiff. Cackling, he lobbed several dung bombs into the stalls, the stench fusing with the already foul air into a truly lethal combination. Outside, passing Hufflepuff students gagged and stumbled backward. By the time Filch arrived, his already gaunt face turned a disturbing shade of green. "Did you lot fall into a bloody sewer?" he barked. Malfoy said nothing. His face was a mess of humiliation and misery. And just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, Moaning Myrtle's translucent form rose from the toilet bowl. "You look awful, dear," she cooed. "Need me to flush for you?" "Get out!" Malfoy roared. End of chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, with this setup, are you treating me like Voldemort? Dylan had no idea about Malfoy's current miserable state. In fact, he hadn't expected the curse from that forbidden book to be so powerful or so long-lasting. After a brief conversation with Professor McGonagall, Dylan finally reached an agreement with her, to slightly reduce the frequency of his tutoring sessions. The moment that decision was made, McGonagall's smile visibly brightened. "I'll discuss your assessment plan with Severus and the others as soon as possible," she assured him. "Thank you, Professor," Dylan replied politely. After bidding her farewell, the office door closed gently behind him. As he walked down the corridor, he noticed a few Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students pinching their noses as they hurried past him almost as if they were fleeing. He also spotted a group of Slytherin students, their faces dark with anger, arguing with someone. Dylan stopped in his tracks. The next moment, a sharp voice rang out. "Fresh, hot Slytherin special." Dylan finally saw who was causing the commotion. Peeves the poltergeist. His voice was loud as ever, and combined with the suspicious smell lingering in the corridor, Dylan quickly put 2 and 2 together. He now had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Still, he decided to ignore it and was just about to turn and leave when Peeves suddenly burst into song, loudly improvising a new version of the school anthem. Draco Toilet Malfoy, the jet-powered warriors on the move, please give me back my toilet. Dylan twitched. "All right, move along, all of you." Filch's raspy voice echoed from the restroom. Dylan blinked. "I've already finished dinner and had a full conversation with Professor McGonagall, and they're still in the bathroom." Shaking his head, he continued toward the Gryffindor common room, mentally reassessing the value of the forbidden book. Maybe some of those spells aren't as simple as they seemed in writing. When he finally arrived at his dorm, Dylan pushed the door open and immediately saw Ron slumped on the edge of his bed, his head drooping, his signature red hair looking dull and lifeless. Harry sat nearby, frowning slightly, staring blankly at the floor. "What's wrong with you two?" Dylan asked, blinking. Hearing Dylan's voice, Ron lifted his head and groaned dramatically. "Merlin's beard, we're getting detention. First day of school, and we're already in trouble. We're just as bad as Malfoy now. You both got detention. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Last term, it was just Malfoy, but now we're in the same boat. It's humiliating. Ron huffed. Seeing that Ron didn't seem as devastated as before, Dylan shrugged. You'll get used to it. Who knows? Maybe you'll end up in detention all the time. Like that'll ever happen. Ron shot back. Hagrid said he'd be with us, though, Harry sighed. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Dylan. Oh, right Dylan, Hagrid asked me to tell you he'd like to see you when you have time. He has something to discuss. He really misses you. Harry had phrased it gently, but Dylan understood immediately. Obviously, Hagrid wanted to talk about Norberta, the baby dragon he used to take care of. Dylan nodded lightly. Got it. I'll visit when I have time, but I'm really busy lately. Harry blinked but nodded. I'll let him know. After that, the two of them left for dinner. Dylan had already eaten, so there was no need for him to go. Summoning his pet coal ball, he absent-mindedly stroked the creature while organizing his notes. At the same time, he started speculating about the upcoming dueling assessment. Would he display all the spells he had mastered? Or should he hold back? Of course, even if he showed his skills, it would only be with conventional spells or hexes. No way was he using dark magic. If he accidentally used a dark curse and ended up obliterating a professor, that would be bad. Number later that evening. By 7 p.m., Harry and Ron still hadn't returned. Dylan wasn't expecting Neville or Seamus either, but what did arrive was a message from Professor McGonagall. *, we finalized the details of your assessment over dinner. Meet us in the Great Hall at 10 p.m. tonight. *. Dylan raised an eyebrow. 10 p.m.? Wasn't that after curfew? Were they already testing him by making him sneak past Filch? Then again, after dealing with that mess in the bathroom, Filch probably won't be too enthusiastic about patrolling tonight. Dylan pressed his lips together, packed up his things, and waited until 9:50 p.m. By then, Neville and Seamus had already returned and gone to bed. Dylan quietly put Coalball back into its pet space. Then, he melted into the shadows, phasing through the wall without making a sound. His journey to the Great Hall was uneventful. He didn't run into a single person. As he approached the entrance, he dispelled his shadow form and stepped up to the slightly open door. Peering inside, he saw that the entire Great Hall had been rearranged. The enchanted ceiling now displayed a breathtaking midnight sky. The long dining tables were gone, replaced by a massive elevated dueling platform in the center of the hall. Around it stood imposing stone statues, each one armed to the teeth, standing guard. Dylan's gaze traveled upward, where he saw Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape standing on the platform. When they noticed his head peeking through the door, their eyes turned toward him. Dylan, perfect timing. I just finished setting up the Guardian statues, McGonagall called out with a pleased expression. Guardian statues? Dylan swallowed. Glancing at the platform again, he hesitated before pushing the door fully open and stepping inside. Professor, am I supposed to duel all three of you at once, plus the statues? His gaze swept across his opponents. Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts deputy headmistress and the formidable head of Gryffindor House. Phileas Flitwick, Ravenclaw's head and a former dueling champion. Severus Snape, the youngest Slytherin head in Hogwarts history. And Hogwarts enchanted guardian statues. What was this setup? Voldemort wasn't even here. If anyone else saw this, they'd think Dylan was being treated as the next Dark Lord. Dylan had assumed this assessment would just be a standard evaluation of his spell-casting skills. But judging by the setup, were they seriously planning to duel him? 1-on-3 no, 1-on-3 plus an army of statues. Wasn't that a bit much? He wasn't Voldemort. McGonagall smiled so broadly that the wrinkles on her face deepened. The assessment will be one-on-one. Having all three of us duel a single student wouldn't be fair. But if you'd prefer, we can adjust the format. No need, Dylan said quickly, shutting down that idea immediately. McGonagall nodded approvingly. It's late enough as it is, less talking, more action. Who's going first? Snape's impatient voice cut in. But to Dylan, it almost sounded eager. This is insane, Dylan muttered under his breath, exhaling deeply as he stepped onto the platform. It was clear that the professors had put a lot of effort into this setup. The platform was large, sturdy, and battle-ready. Since Dylan is my student, I'll start, McGonagall declared with a smile. Flitwick and Snape had no objections. As they descended the platform, Dylan noticed a small resting area on the other side, complete with comfortable lounge chairs and 3 tables covered in an assortment of snacks. I told you a rest area was a good idea, Flitwick said cheerfully. Unnecessary nonsense, Snape muttered. And with that, the duel began. Professor Flitwick first picked a small cake from the pile of pastries, took a bite, and let out a satisfied expression. Then, he lifted his glass and took a small sip of wine. Professor Snape, on the other hand, casually grabbed a glass of ruby red wine and leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his gaze fixed on the platform. Dylan could clearly see a trace of amusement in Professor Snape's eyes. That reserved yet subtly cunning demeanor. That's so you, Professor Snape. Dylan's lips twitched. Don't tell me you get distracted like this even in duels. Just as Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward Dylan. He immediately turned around, his wand spinning steadily in his hand. Hydra emerge! The trajectory of his wand resembled rippling waves on the surface of the Black Lake. Through the rising steam, the spectral image of a 9-headed water serpent flickered in and out of view. Dylan had reshaped the Aguamenti spell, molding the flowing water into ferocious, menacing serpents that lunged toward the fiery lion summoned by Professor McGonagall. From his reclined position, Snape let out a quiet chuckle. A lion summoning a serpent? How ironic! His long, slender fingers traced the rim of his crystal goblet, which reflected the amusing sight of Flitwick conducting the dancing silverware with his fork. Magic knows no bounds, Professor Flitwick chuckled. On the platform, Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes. With a flick of her wand, the blazing lion let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. The moment fire clashed with water, an ear-splitting explosion erupted. The flaming lion shattered the water serpents, sending up a massive cloud of steam. As it condensed against the ceiling, it formed a stormy rain cloud, blurring the view of the platform. The heat wave whipped at Dylan's robes. Without hesitation, he flicked his wand again. Thalassa Wrath! The water Dylan had summoned dissipated for the most part, but the remaining liquid instantly reformed into powerful surging waves. The tide, shimmering with an icy gleam, roared back toward Professor McGonagall with unstoppable force. Impressive, she remarked, standing calmly at the heart of the storm. Your grasp of transfiguration exceeds even my expectations. Dylan stood at the crest of the wave, locking eyes with her. Even as the turbulent waters rushed toward her, she still had the composure to offer praise. Then, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a tabby cat, leaping gracefully to the edge of the platform. The raging tide crashed down but hit nothing but air. The moment she landed, a burst of light shimmered around her as she returned to human form. Without hesitation, she raised her wand and spoke in a commanding voice. Pure Totem Locomotor! A brilliant surge of magical energy erupted from her wand. The spell triggered a reaction among the stone guardians standing below the platform. Statues that had stood still just moments ago suddenly began to move, dust and bits of stone crumbling from their bodies. Boom! A synchronized, thunderous stomp echoed through the hall as the statues sprang to life. With the force of arrows released from a bow, they leapt onto the platform, forming a protective barrier around McGonagall. Dylan's lips twitched. Professor, you haven't even lost to me yet. Is it really necessary to go all out right away? McGonagall let out a soft laugh. The sooner, the better. She waved her wand, commanding the statues forward. Dylan swiftly sidestepped. Maybe you should reconsider cutting down on class time. You haven't even taught me this spell yet. If you become a professor at Hogwarts, I imagine Albus would approve of me teaching it to you, McGonagall replied, flicking her wand. Boom! 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 The stone guardians surged forward, surrounding Dylan. The knight's armor bore streaks of moss, and their war horses' hooves threatened to shatter the moonstone tiles at the platform's edge. As the first statue swung its massive sword down at him, Dylan caught the faint scent of sulfur on the blade. McGonagall must have mixed in a bit of volcanic ash when summoning them. Avis! Dylan's arm moved in a fluid motion, casting the spell without the slightest hesitation. A flock of birds materialized in the air, circling above him. Not pausing for a second, he followed up with another spell. Apuno. Whoosh! The birds shot forward, weaving through the advancing stone guardians. Their razor-sharp claws and beaks scraped against the statues, sending sparks flying and chipping away at the stone. You seamlessly merged your summoning spell with transfiguration. McGonagall's voice carried a hint of surprise. Even their claws have been reshaped. Your understanding of the spell is deeper than I anticipated. Well, I have an excellent professor to thank for that, Dylan replied smoothly. Amid the chaos, he strolled through the flock of birds. The sheer number of them made it seem as if he had disappeared within their ranks, his silhouette barely discernible. Every guardian statue that got too close was swiftly repelled. Those further away were intercepted by the birds. If we're only talking about this spell, you're quite talented, McGonagall admitted. But transfiguration can do far more than this. With a sweeping arc of her wand, the air around them stirred as if some unseen force had set it in motion. A sudden burst of flames erupted out of nowhere. The magic swirling within them burned fiercely, shaping itself into an even larger lion than before. Every strand of its fiery mane flickered wildly, and as it let out a deafening roar, the very air around them trembled. Then, with a powerful kick, it leapt into the flock of birds, bringing with it a wave of searing heat. Whoosh! The blazing inferno devoured the birds, their pained cries filling the hall as they plummeted to the ground. The dense flock that had once shielded Dylan thinned drastically. As the birds vanished, his figure was on the verge of being fully exposed. However, in the midst of the commotion, he had silently moved to McGonagall's other side, wand aimed directly at her. Bat-bogey hex! The spell shot forward. Sensing the incoming magic, McGonagall swiftly shrank into her tabby cat form, narrowly avoiding the attack. Landing lightly on her paws, she transformed back into a human, her face showing a flicker of annoyance. Really, Dylan? The bat-bogey hex? Apologies, Professor, but in a duel, anything goes. Well said. McGonagall lifted her wand, and the fire lion blazed even brighter, its energy growing more intense. The dazzling flames bathed the great hall in golden light. Dylan's eyes widened. Okay, but you don't have to go that hard, Professor. McGonagall simply smiled. Sorry, Dylan, but in a duel, you always give it everything you've got. Dylan's expression darkened for a moment, but then his gaze turned resolute. Fine, Professor. I won't hold back either. With a swift movement, he slashed his wand through the air. Incendio! A blazing fireball burst forth in front of him, sending waves of heat radiating outward. The approaching statues were instantly blasted backward. Flamilioness! The scattered flames rapidly reformed, twisting and reshaping themselves into another fire lion, mirroring McGonagall's own. Two lions clashed, both lifelike and fierce, before launching into a ferocious battle against each other. They bit and collided with immense force, each clash igniting dazzling sparks, as even the air around them warped from the intense heat. Then, with a final thunderous explosion, the two flaming lions became locked in a desperate struggle, bursting into a brilliant flash of light before vanishing completely. All that remained was the lingering heat and the smoky aftermath of battle. Dylan slowly lowered his wand, his chest rising and falling slightly, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. He hadn't considered using any other spells. He had poured everything into Transfiguration, meeting Professor McGonagall head-on in a true clash of mastery. And in doing so, he had experienced firsthand the depth of her expertise in Transfiguration. Even though his own skill was nearly at its peak, the gap of just 1 or 2 levels still felt like an insurmountable chasm between him and Professor McGonagall. "Professor, you were still holding back," Dylan admitted as he stepped forward. "But I've gained a lot of new insights from the transfiguration you just performed." With that, he bowed deeply to Professor McGonagall, his back forming a respectful arc of humility. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Old Dumbledore watches the show, an electrifying magical duel. "I didn't expect that after a real, no-holds-barred battle, your abilities would have improved so much compared to the little test I gave you last time." Professor McGonagall smiled at Dylan, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Especially your magical reserves. It's astounding. If your magic used to be a small pond, now it's practically a lake. I've only seen 2 or 3 young wizards as talented as you." As McGonagall finished speaking, Professor Snape, sitting below the high platform, shifted his gaze slightly. Dylan gave a small, humble smile. "You flatter me, Professor. I think it's just because I grew a lot taller over the summer. Maybe that's why." McGonagall looked at Dylan, whom she hadn't seen for 2 months, now nearly a head taller than before. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes deepened as she smiled. "Watching young wizards grow is always a moving experience. It gives me a real sense of fulfillment." "Indeed. Witnessing students transform is one of the sweetest rewards of teaching." A slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately turned toward the side door. The brass handle of the door turned slowly, and Albus Dumbledore stepped in, dressed in light grey cotton wizard's pajamas. He squeezed through the door with ease, the starry embroidery on his loose lantern-sleeved robe swaying slightly as he moved. The cuffs were lined with an intricate silver trim. A deep grey belt was fastened around his waist, and he wore a pair of soft black leather slippers. His signature pointed hat sat loosely atop his head, with a few strands of silver hair peeking out from beneath the brim. Dumbledore's gaze, warm yet profound, swept over the group. "Dueling so late at night, are you trying to avoid being seen by the other students?" "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Dylan blinked in surprise. "I had a feeling something was going to happen tonight," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "A few portraits mentioned that some stone statues had disappeared, so I followed the trail and found my way here." His eyes twinkled as they scanned the battle-worn platform. The evidence of combat was everywhere. The guardian statues were in ruins, shattered stone strewn across the ground. Patches of dampness hinted at water-based spells, and scorch marks blackened sections of the floor. Dumbledore took a few steps forward and clapped his hands twice in the air. At once, the broken statue fragments trembled and lifted into the air, guided by an invisible force. They traced elegant arcs before converging at the base of the platform. Each piece seemed to have a will of its own, fitting precisely into its original place. Within moments, the guardian statues stood once more, whole and lifelike. Meanwhile, the water stains at Dylan and McGonagall's feet vanished as if absorbed by an unseen force, leaving behind a perfectly dry surface. The scorched patches of the floor shimmered under a soft glow before gradually fading, blending seamlessly with the surrounding stone. Dylan felt the lingering magic swirl around him for a moment before everything returned to its original state. He couldn't help but pause in admiration. Restored completely. This was an incredibly powerful repairing charm. While not the most difficult spell, mastering it to such a level enough to mend broken bones and even bodies was a feat in itself. For Dumbledore to achieve this without a wand, without even uttering an incantation, and on such a large scale, it was clear he had mastered the spell at the highest possible level. If not the pinnacle, then at least a level 9 proficiency. Dylan clicked his tongue in amazement. Dumbledore was truly in a league of his own. A casual wave of his hand spoke volumes of his skill. Was this the power of a century-old wizard? If Dumbledore had maxed out the repairing charm, then what about his other spells? If Voldy's spell repertoire aside from the dark arts consists of spells hovering around level 6 to 8, then Dumbledore's. Dylan could only imagine that Dumbledore's entire spell collection was at max level, with the weakest ones still at level 8 or 9. Honestly, I shouldn't have gotten access to Voldemort's skill set last time. I'd rather have taken a peek at Dumbledore's instead. Putting the dark arts aside, Dumbledore definitely knows way more spells than Voldy does. Dylan felt a pang of regret. But then again, he already knew all the dark magic he needed to. Anything beyond that was unnecessary. If he had access to Dumbledore's spellbook, he'd probably be overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices. Who knows what kind of high-level spells Dumbledore had developed in his office, training against past headmasters and legendary duelists. He'd want to learn them all. Choosing just one would be impossible. As the Guardian statues settled back into place, Professor McGonagall, standing beside Dylan, looked slightly embarrassed. She cleared her throat and turned to Dumbledore apologetically. I shouldn't have used that spell so casually. The Pure Totem Locomotor spell was specifically for Hogwarts defense, meant to animate the protective statues in times of crisis. When Dumbledore passed the Transfiguration Professor title to her, he had specifically warned her only to use the spell in emergencies. And here she was, using it to test a student's dueling skills. Now caught red-handed, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but feel sheepish. Dumbledore, however, seemed to see right through her thoughts. Instead of reprimanding her, he chuckled and gave her a playful wink. It's no big deal. I'll let you in on a little secret. I used to find excuses to use that spell all the time. Then he turned toward Professors Snape and Flitwick, who had just risen from their seats. So, how far have things progressed? I didn't arrive too late, did I? Professor Flitwick quickly shook his head. Not at all. Good, good. Dumbledore sighed in relief. Then, with a curious gleam in his eye, he added, May I watch your duel? It's been quite a while since Hogwarts had such an interesting event. Hey? Didn't something just happen last term? Dylan blinked but readily agreed. Of course. To be honest, I was wondering if the professors would invite you to join in. McGonagall. Flitwick. Snape. Was this kid trying to throw them under the bus? Flitwick quickly let out a hearty laugh. Well, you see, Dylan, this duel was a rather last-minute decision. It was so sudden and so late that we didn't think to invite the headmaster. As he spoke, he conjured a new lounge chair and table, setting out fresh fruit and a bottle of fine red wine. Dumbledore smiled and took a seat. Professor McGonagall stepped down from the platform, and Dumbledore turned to Dylan. Have you recovered your stamina and focus? Dylan took a deep breath, calming his mind before nodding. Professor Flitwick leaped onto the platform. It seemed that Snape would be the final challenger. Are you ready? Bring it on, Professor. Expulso. Professor Flitwick wasted no time, launching a powerful explosive spell right from the start. A burst of sulfur-colored light shot from his wand, splitting into 3 comet-like energy bolts mid-air. Dylan swiftly traced a perfect arc with his wand. Protego Totalum. A golden barrier materialized before him. The explosion hit with a deafening boom, sending cracks spider-webbing across the shield. McGonagall tensed, nearly crushing the almond biscuit in her hand. Snape smirked, but his amusement was quickly drowned out by the crackling energy of Flitwick's next spell. Ventus. As the incantation was spoken, the 12 crystal chandeliers hanging in the hall began to sway wildly. Dylan's figure wavered slightly in the fierce wind. Facing the hurricane summoned by Professor Flitwick, Dylan's eyes sharpened, his pupils contracting. His wand spun rapidly between his fingers, leaving after images in its wake. Glacis Tria. In an instant, 3 ice walls shot up from the ground in a triangular formation. Boom! The outermost layer of ice was instantly shredded into diamond-like dust under the violent impact of the storm. A beautiful variation of the freezing charm. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but praise him aloud. His wand flashed with one spell after another, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of magic that countered Dylan's attacks flawlessly. It had been a long time since Flitwick had fought like this. His movements only grew faster, forcing Dylan into a defensive stance. No wonder he won the championship without ever resorting to dark magic, just ordinary offensive spells. Dylan suddenly swung his wand. Repello. At that moment, all of Flitwick's incoming attacks were deflected back. Dylan quickly traced several circles in the air, summoning a protective shield around himself. Professor Flitwick chuckled, then used a levitation charm to gracefully rise 3 meters into the air. The hem of his custom-made, amethyst-trimmed robe brushed against the lingering frost below. Well then, try this silent casting. Though he said that, he still gave Dylan a verbal warning. At the same time, Dumbledore, who had been watching from the sidelines, subtly straightened in his chair. His honey mead rippled at the rim of his glass. Using silent casting against a young wizard. Professor McGonagall glanced at the slowly rotating stars on Dumbledore's robe, recognizing the subtle sign that he was ready to intervene if Dylan faced real danger. She smiled slightly. Relax. I think he can handle it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, then leaned back into his chair again, but the stars on his robe continued their slow, deliberate spin. Buzz swish. From the high platform, 12 invisible blades sliced through the air, even piercing through Dylan's protective barrier. Relying purely on instinct, Dylan bent backward in a swift dodge, repositioning his shield just in time to avoid most of the attack. Still, 3 shallow cuts appeared on his left shoulder. Dylan frowned. Episky. The bleeding from the torn fabric of his school robe stopped instantly. Then, he sensed another wave of danger closing in. Without hesitation, he raised his wand. Revelio Obscurum. As the spell was cast, 12 transparent blades shimmered into visibility in the air, gleaming with a chilling light. Now it's my turn. Dylan smirked, his wand trembling violently in his grip. Serpens Invoco. The 12 spectral blades that had been aiming for him suddenly transformed into 12 king cobras, their massive jaws snapping open as they turned toward Professor Flitwick. Dylan immediately followed up with a levitation charm, allowing the serpents to strike at the airborne professor. A gasp rippled through the audience. Severus, did he learn that from you? Professor Snape scoffed. I never taught him transfiguration also. Stop shouting. Flitwick, impressed by Dylan's quick reactions, beamed with satisfaction. Laughing, he dispelled his levitation charm and, just as he fell, flicked his wand and called out. Avis Apuno. Flitwick combined 2 spells into one. In the blink of an eye, a massive flock of ravens surged from his sleeve like a dark storm, scattering the incoming serpents. The ravens and king cobras clashed fiercely in midair, black feathers and shimmering scales falling like abstract brush strokes onto the moonstone-tiled floor. Do you remember the counter curse I taught you? Here's your final test, Fiend Fire. The diminutive professor twisted midair, his robe billowing like a hummingbird in flight. Fiend Fire? Are you sure Dylan has mastered the counter curse for that? Dumbledore's phoenix-shaped ring suddenly flared with golden light. I believe he has. Professor McGonagall's hand was already resting on her wand, ready to act. Snape, watching the two of them prepare for intervention, rolled his eyes and remained lounging in his seat. Boom! A terrifying wave of fiend fire erupted from Flitwick's wand, spreading rapidly across the high platform. Then, the flames twisted and coalesced into a massive eagle, its wings spreading wide as it prepared to take flight. The fiend fire eagle radiated a searing heat so intense that even those below the stage could feel its oppressive waves. Dylan stared at the blazing creature, blinking. Honestly, even Quirrell's fiend fire was more impressive than this. As the fiery bird rushed toward him, Dylan pointed his wand. Glacis Maxima. Aqua Eructo. A roaring torrent of ice and water surged forward, colliding head-on with the fiend fire. As steam billowed and enveloped the ceiling in a dense fog, Dylan waved his wand once more, casting the counter curse. The fiend fire eagle trembled, let out a reluctant screech, and then completely dissipated. As the steam slowly cleared, the high platform was left transformed a surreal battlefield of elemental magic. On the left, a crystalline rose garden of ice shimmered under the light, on the right, smoldering, charred vines still radiated heat. Dylan cast another counter curse to ensure the fire wouldn't reignite. That was absolutely outstanding. I have to give you full marks. As the chaos settled, Professor Flitwick, his face flushed with excitement, looked at Dylan with deep admiration. I didn't expect your combat ability to be this overwhelming, Dylan said with a wry smile. In truth, he had deliberately refrained from using the full extent of his dark magic knowledge. Instead, he had only relied on standard spells he had learned, choosing to fight on equal footing. That decision had put him at a disadvantage from the very start. While Flitwick had been unleashing a barrage of spells at him, Dylan had barely managed to respond. Being Curses was so much easier. Dylan couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the shadows, outmaneuvering dark wizards who tried to target him. Under the alias of Curses, he had absolute freedom. He could even take down Aurors if he wanted to. But now, he was just another young wizard with some skill. Asterisk clap. Clap. Clap asterisk. Dumbledore rose to his feet, applauding Dylan. At the same time, he cast a repairing charm, seamlessly restoring the cracks on the high platform. Severus, you haven't tested Dylan yet, have you? Professor Dumbledore looked over at Professor Snape. The latter wore his usual cold expression but gave a slight nod. Fantastic! There's still more to watch. Dumbledore clapped his hands twice in quick succession. Well then, hurry along. I've already arranged the dueling platform for you. Professor Snape's eyelid twitched. He just finished a duel. Dumbledore blinked, as if suddenly remembering. Oh right. I nearly forgot about that. Getting old does that to you. My memory isn't what it used to be. You, on the other hand, are still young, Severus. He playfully winked at Snape. Snape, however, was entirely unmoved by his antics. He merely let out a soft scoff before turning his gaze to Dylan. I taught you how to brew a special restorative potion. Now would be a good time to actually use it unless you're planning to save it for Christmas. Caught off guard, Dylan let out an awkward laugh. I didn't bring any with me. He wasn't exactly keen on pulling potions out of thin air in front of both his professor and Dumbledore. Snape narrowed his eyes. Then what exactly did you brew those potions for? To put them on display in your dorm room. Professor, do you really have to be this ruthless? Someone needs to nerf you. Despite his sharp words, Snape gave a flick of his wand, summoning a bottle of restorative potion and tossing it to Dylan. Drink it. Don't waste my time. Yes, right away. Dylan caught the bottle as it floated through the air, popped the cap, and downed the potion in one go. Snape stood up as well. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Your head must have gotten stuck in Hogwarts staircases. Where did he even learn the unforgivable curses? At the edge of the dais, the candle light suddenly flickered with a ghostly green hue. Professor Snape's long fingers brushed along the bronze railing as he shifted his weight gracefully, his black robes billowing around him. Let me see how far you've come, his deep, gravelly voice laden with that signature icy chill of a dark-robed professor cut through the silence. As he stepped onto the final step, a wand slipped from his cloak sleeve, and the flickering candlelight carved his gaunt cheek into stark contrasts of light and shadow. Before Dylan could finish his sentence, "I'll do my best to please you," his wand jerked upward in a sudden motion. Sectum Sempra! Sectum Sempra! Almost simultaneously, Dylan launched his attack while Professor Snape, ever composed, lifted his own wand in a measured response. Two searing beams of jet-black magic erupted, brimming with lethal force, and collided with a thunderous crash. "Humph, you sure do have some neat little moves," Snape snorted coldly. But Dylan only offered a slight smile. "You're unfair, Professor. I wouldn't call my actions mere tricks." Then, with a sly glance at his own refined spell attributes, he thought to himself. "Dark Blade Disguise, when using Sectum Sempra, you can choose to conceal its traces." This new feature had been unlocked during his summer break while he was painfully grappling with the third stage of the heart-piercing curse's agonizing spread. Since it was only the first tier of refinement, the task was simple enough: just use Sectum Sempra to slice open the bellies of 100 creatures. Thanks to those adorably prolific little critters, Dylan finished in no time. In fact, Dylan could achieve the same effect by shelling out 100 galleons to upgrade his wand with a transparent attack visual. But this property let him, during a normal attack, deliver an unexpected surprise. After all, if every spell left no trace, his enemies would eventually catch on. Instead, if he struck suddenly, he could really catch them off guard, then switch his wand's effect to plain colorless and unleash a furious barrage. "Who's gonna stand a chance, right?" Smirking face. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Professor Snape, his face as cold as ever, opened his mouth to speak, several whooshing sounds sliced through the air toward him. Snape's eyes widened slightly. Protego. Ding, ding, ding. Several razor-sharp magical slashes deflected around him, but not before a huge tear was carved into his billowing black robes. In an instant, Snape's expression darkened. Dylan paused and shrunk in his neck slightly. "Professor, I'll get you some new robes later." "Sectum Sempra," Dylan shouted, his wand never pausing as he continued, "Finite." Snape twisted his wrist. "Expelliarmus." Dylan struck again. Reacting swiftly, Snape lifted his wand for a rapid counterattack without even pausing to incant. He fired off a series of spells in quick succession, deflecting Dylan's onslaught and countering in return. "Multicasting, hey!" Snape remarked. Dylan, feeling the roaring spells closing in, dodged swiftly while flicking his arm. "Expelliarmus, X10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sectum Sempra, X10. Swish, 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 swish." A full 20 bursts of magical energy erupted, 10 of which vanished into the void immediately after shooting out. For a moment, Professor Snape was taken aback, his deep eyes narrowing, his thin lips parting in rare surprise. Perhaps Dylan's gift of shampoo and potions had finally run out. Snape's hair, once again, looked greasy. Or maybe Snape just refused to use the Potter shampoo available on the market, or to bother concocting his own cleansing potion. As Dylan's spells whizzed past, a few strands of his dark hair were swept across his forehead. "Finite. Impedimenta." Snape fired off a flurry of spells, blocking Dylan's attacks and quickly countering with his own. In the blink of an eye, the center of the platform was nearly submerged in a barrage of magic. Yet Dylan's 10-spell combo feature meant that even if his control wasn't as refined as Snape's, they ended up launching nearly the same number of spells. While Snape could cast several spells simultaneously, Dylan was capable of unleashing the same spell in rapid succession 10 times at once. "Hey, magic doesn't cost a dime, just throw it out there." Boom! Amidst the swirling barrage, Dylan and Snape clashed fiercely. In one continuous outburst, Dylan unleashed 100 bursts of Sectum Sempra, nearly draining his own mental energy. This left Snape momentarily unable to counter all the spells as a barrage of razor-sharp attacks exploded in front of him, forcing him to step back abruptly, his shoe barely clinging to the edge of the dais, nearly knocking him off. With a cold, steely expression, Snape flicked his wand and instantly regained his footing. Dylan too halted his onslaught, his wand dropping to his side as he panted heavily. Neither of them moved a muscle. "Are you insane? Do you not value your life?" snapped Snape. Dylan, still nursing a throbbing headache, was at a loss for words and could only stare blankly at Snape. Professor McGonagall hurried over, her face edged with concern. "How can you possibly cast 100 spells at once? How did you manage that?" "No, now's not the time to ask, I'm saying this approach will spell trouble for you." Snape then produced a potion bottle, waved his wand softly, and the vial drifted slowly in front of Dylan. Before Dylan could even unscrew the cap, the potion swirled on its own, uncapping itself and flying straight to his mouth. All he had to do was open his mouth, and the vial tilted, dumping the restorative potion into him. Almost immediately, thanks to those achievement boosts, his nearly exhausted mental and magical energies bounced back. Dylan gave his head a slight shake. "Hiss!" he murmured. It still stung a little. McGonagall frowned, her concern deepening. "This was only an assessment, our private trial. You don't need to completely drain your magic, that will harm your body," she stressed. Dylan sighed and, once nearly back to full strength, flashed a grin. "Don't worry, professors, I know my limits." Snape, his tone icily biting, retorted, "Your so-called limits are like a snail's thread, so thin and weak." Dylan just scratched his head in embarrassment. He couldn't possibly mention the achievement rewards that helped him recover, so he quickly changed the subject. "Professor, it looks like I won in the end, right?" Snape snorted dismissively, his face still edged with disdain. "Yes, you did catch me off guard, though only because you nearly ruined yourself to death." Dylan chuckled a goofy little laugh, and seeing him like that, Snape almost wanted to slap him on the head, but, no, I must hold back, I'm Snape, after all. After biting his tongue, Snape's thin lips twitched as he said, "If luck hadn't been on your side, you'd have been hit by a magical backlash and knocked unconscious ages ago. Next time, no one will be able to save you, you fool." McGonagall just blinked, and Dylan dared not speak further, silently accepting Snape's sage advice. Meanwhile, Snape paused his tirade for a moment, his tone softening slightly as he managed to squeeze out a remark, "But you did best me. Your performance in this duel was pretty impressive." At that moment, Dumbledore's warm voice rang out, "Continuously casting spells is dangerous. Each spell must be executed with absolute precision, or else trouble is bound to happen." Our old headmaster then stepped onto the platform, with Professor Flitwick trailing behind. "McGonagall is right, your actions were bold, but I must ask, how on earth did you manage to unleash so many spells in a row just now?" Dumbledore's gaze fell on Dylan. "It's the rapid-fire technique I've been working on, just some nifty little tricks. I tried teaching it to Harry and the others, but they never quite managed it. The newest trick was first mentioned in Book 69. At the mere mention of Harry, Snape's expression darkened further. He cast a cold glance at Dylan, his lips twisting into a sneer as he scoffed, "You should keep such techniques to yourself instead of teaching those blockheads. You're practically tattooing it on their foreheads, yet they still can't grasp it." Dylan offered an awkward smile, unable to mount a proper response. After Snape cut him off, Dumbledore didn't push further and instead asked, "How are you feeling now?" "I'm feeling fine, thank you for your concern," Dylan replied, his energy nearly restored. Only then did Snape look at him again. "Your mastery of Sectum Sempra seems to have advanced even further." During the duel, both had tried to use legilimency on each other while maintaining their occlumency. But with Dylan unleashing 100 spells at once, his mental energy was nearly drained. Once the duel ended, Snape didn't take advantage of Dylan's vulnerability to probe his mind. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then with a slight smirk said, "Your mastery and study of spells has truly impressed me. It seems you possess an astonishing insight and innovation in magic." McGonagall nodded, Dylan always has such innovative ideas. Some might be dangerous, but they do let him explore areas others ignore. You flatter me, Dylan said, his lips twitching. Professor Flitwick, recovering from his excitement, coughed, I really had a blast. I believe that if you entered the dueling tournament right now, you'd surely win the championship. But you know they won't let underage wizards compete if you broke records, it'd be a huge embarrassment for them. While speaking, Flitwick shot a glance at Snape. McGonagall remarked, your performance today was so stellar that I hardly feel the need for any extra tutoring sessions. Though a bit of extra guidance is still necessary, Professor, Dylan interjected. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter, his eyes welling up slightly. Oh, it warms my heart to see you all getting along so well, but it's getting late. Both teachers and students need their rest. The other professors nodded, said their goodbyes, and let Dylan depart first. Dylan wasn't sure whether Dumbledore wanted to speak further with them or have them stay to restore the hall's appearance, but anyway it was definitely late. Before they knew it, nearly 4 hours had flown by. It was almost 2 a.m. If it weren't for him shaking off his drowsiness and the adrenaline from the duel, Dylan would have been utterly knackered. After Dylan left, Dumbledore looked at the 3 remaining professors. What do you think of this little guy? Snape was the first to reply, didn't you already ask? Clearly, he couldn't possibly have mastered the unforgivable curses. Dumbledore nodded, but Quirrell mentioned that during an ambush in the Forbidden Forest, that person could cast spells in rapid succession. Are you talking about chaining unforgivable curses? Some say 50 spells, but even chaining 10 is far more difficult than his recent Sectum Sempra. You must realize how tough it is to learn the unforgivable curses. Snape glared at Dumbledore, I truly wonder if your head got jammed in Hogwarts staircases. Dumbledore didn't seem angry at all, instead, he chuckled, we're just discussing, and besides, this kid is truly clever, isn't he? So, where did he learn the unforgivable curses? Snape asked bluntly. That stumped Dumbledore, and he fell silent in contemplation. Yes, there's almost no way for him to learn them from anywhere, Dumbledore finally murmured. Snape snorted coldly, for your one little doubt, you've had me and my student accompany you all this way. Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't appear? Dumbledore blinked. McGonagall interjected at the right moment, the Ministry has informed us that a new dark wizard has appeared. Albus, you must have more information on this than we do, right? Dumbledore nodded, yes, that dark wizard who recklessly employs the unforgivable curses, who claims his name is Calces and goes by the Fool, has emerged. He paused, his aged brows furrowing. Strangely enough, this fool, despite killing a dark wizard in broad daylight, causing the Aurors chasing him to turn on each other, none of those Aurors ended up dying, they were only injured. And furthermore, during the summer, the Ministry received several reports of someone rampaging against nefarious dark wizards, using the unforgivable curses with ruthless efficiency. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. So you mean the one raiding the dark wizards is this Calces? I just believe so. Flitwick mused, could it be that Calces was the one who struck Quirrell and, that mysterious individual? Dumbledore fell silent, you must understand that Hogwarts has its own barrier, it doesn't merely restrict apparition. For a moment, all 3 professors fell silent. Indeed, Hogwarts' barrier does far more than just block wizards from operating inside. If someone isn't allowed to infiltrate Hogwarts through dark magic, the barrier certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Even Voldemort had to possess Quirrell just to lurk within Hogwarts for so long. In fact, last year, thanks to the barrier, most professors never suspected that a Dark Lord could have infiltrated the school. Snape frowned, that Calces guy, having attacked Quirrell, is clearly not on the same team as him. Dumbledore nodded, moreover, the dark wizards who perished in the secret corridors have been identified by the Ministry, they're all ruthless criminals. Flitwick mumbled, those nefarious folks are always into that whole fight among thieves game. Dumbledore sighed, this man's sudden emergence has already stirred up panic in the English wizarding community. Snape sneered, and so what? The Ministry isn't just idly sitting around, this is none of our concern. McGonagall agreed, yes, and besides, there's no way this has any connection with a child. Snape glared, some people just think too much, trying to test everything. Dumbledore touched his little pointed hat and said, Severus, hearing you say that truly saddens me. Snape turned on his heel and left, his black robe swirling dramatically. All right, I don't have time for this emotional chit-chat, I need to get some sleep, he declared. With Snape gone, only Dumbledore and the other three remained on the platform. I'm too old to keep up any longer, you two, please see to tidying up this place, Dumbledore said with a wink. All right, Headmaster, they replied. Chapter End. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Achievements Enemies of Hogwarts. 50 spells in a row. How did you guys get back? When Dylan returned to the dorm, he was surprised to see Harry and Ron sitting on their bed, looking completely stunned. Dylan blinked, and a silent charm spread across the other side of the room, effectively separating Seamus and Neville. He then strode over to his own bed, gave himself a quick tidy-up with his wand, and slowly sat down. Are you guys done with detention? So early? Ron, looking dazed, rolled his eyes and replied, What do you mean early? We just got back. Harry glanced at Dylan and asked, Where did you go? Were you put in detention too? Ron quickly followed his gaze, but Dylan simply shook his head and said, No, I just went dueling with the professors. Wah! Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. Luckily, thanks to the silent charm Dylan had set up, Seamus and Neville weren't disturbed. Harry stared at Dylan in disbelief. How did you end up dueling with the professors? What major blunder did you pull? Ron added, I can't even imagine what you did to make the professors duel you. He looked Dylan up and down and said, But I didn't expect you'd be okay. Dylan rolled his eyes. You think I should have ended up battered and bruised from the professors, right? Ron naturally replied, Isn't that how it should be? Dylan's lips twitched as he admitted, Maybe. This duel was actually the professor's assessment of me for last year. Really? They actually gave you a one-on-one assessment? Harry was taken aback. And what was the result? Don't tell me you actually beat the professors. Ron pressed. Of course not, it ended in a tie, and the professors intentionally held back. Dylan shook his head. But even that answer left them both utterly stunned. A tie? Ron gasped, his eyes practically popping out. I can't believe you dueled the professors and ended up tying with them. Harry's eyes blinked in astonishment. Yeah, Dylan shrugged, don't blink or you might miss it. He then quipped, What about you guys? Were you, like Malfoy, locked up in the Forbidden Forest for detention this time? At that, Ron immediately slumped, No, I thought we'd be locked up in the Forbidden Forest. Harry wore an exasperated look. Yeah, but after dinner, Professor McGonagall told me that Lockhart took me away. You really have no idea what I went through these last few hours. Could it be that you got Lockhart's autograph on your book? Dylan said offhand. Harry glared, How did you know? Dylan chuckled, So that's it. It totally fits my opinion of Lockhart, he even milks others for his autograph. Harry shook his head, trying to erase the painful memory. Not only did I have to get his autograph, I even had to write replies to his fans. Doesn't he worry that my handwriting is too ugly and that his fans will lose respect for him? Harry sighed, and I had to listen to him drone on about his so-called heroic deeds. It was torture. I never want to go back to detention again. Ron sighed, compared to that, I feel like all I had to do was polish Hogwarts trophies. Not so bad, right? He tried to lift his arm, but it felt all weak. Not that great, either. I can barely feel my arm at all. Dylan felt a little sorry for them, but only a bit. After all, driving around in a magically modified car that his dad had tweaked, boldly storming into the Forbidden Forest, and causing such a huge mess without getting expelled, all because they're the destined protagonists. How could they boot the chosen one out of school so early? Sure, there were plenty of reasons, but the fact remains, these two love to play around and stay out late. When you get punished, you just have to take it. What else can you do? Dylan kicked off his shoes, grabbed his sleep robe, a custom piece he had modded for 100 galleons, and got ready for bed. But then Harry piped up, "Speaking of which, while I was getting Lockhart's autograph, I stumbled upon something really weird." Ron turned his head. "What happened?" "I heard a voice in his office, one that was really nasty and made me uncomfortable," Harry replied, "but I noticed Lockhart didn't seem to hear it at all. He was too busy bragging about his illustrious past. Maybe he's just too wrapped up in himself." Dylan lay down, barely keeping his eyes open, and Harry asked, "What do you think about that voice?" Dylan, too drowsy to care even after all the achievement rewards from dueling with professors, simply mumbled, "With such a vague description, I can't really have an opinion. Just go to sleep already, I'm off too. Good night." As Dylan closed his eyes, two thoughts drifted through his mind before sleep took over. "I'm so busy I haven't even had time to try summoning my patroness. Next time, if I get extra lessons with old Dumbledore or one of the professors, maybe I can snag some guidance. And I wonder if my half-broken Parseltongue, with the help of a common snake's soul, might let me develop a proper hiss like Harry's." After all, the voice Harry heard in Lockhart's office was clearly that of a snake creature, and snake creatures aren't the same as ordinary snakes. With that thought in mind, Dylan drifted off to sleep. Seeing Dylan's breathing steady out, Harry and Ron, not wanting to disturb him further, quickly changed, climbed into bed, and fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning that Dylan, for once, didn't wake up early. After all, his duel the previous night had drained his mental and magical energy, and even with all those bonuses, he needed a good sleep to recharge. After breakfast, Dylan strolled over to the library to read and, along the way, checked the achievements he'd unlocked last night. Achievement: Enemies of Hogwarts. Description: Evil as you are, you're bound to become an enemy of Hogwarts. Look, Professor McGonagall just challenged you to a duel. Unlock requirement: Professor McGonagall, using the school's power, challenges you to a duel. Achievement reward: Level max beginner spell +1. Achievement: Enemies of Hogwarts, 2. Description: You Dark Lord, you've stirred up enough anger. Hogwarts professors have all come after you in duels. Unlock requirement: 3 professors have dueled with you. Achievement reward: Trait Quick Meditation. Achievement: Defeat a real Hogwarts professor. Description: You've grown so terrifyingly powerful that even professors aren't a match for you. Unlock requirement: Defeat a real professor, excluding the defense against the dark arts professor. Achievement reward: 50 spells in a row. Aside from these 3, the other achievement rewards are just minor perks like +100 galleons or +1 in mental energy. But these 3 are pretty impressive achievements. Even if they don't come with flattering descriptions, Dylan was used to it. Even if they painted him as the ultimate, unforgivable villain, deep down he knew he wasn't, and that was enough. A level max beginner spell, hey! Dylan mused as he closed his eyes. His mind skillfully slipped into a chaotic realm reminiscent of a vast universe, with a not-so-bright star hanging overhead. At the mere nudge of his will, that star fell. When Dylan opened his eyes again, he saw himself holding his wand, with a noseless guy standing in front of him. With a flick of his wand, a spell shot at the man. In the next moment, the man's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable, bizarrely exaggerated smile. But his noseless face looked even more twisted, cheeks puffed up and eyes squinted into slits. His stiff body started swaying gently, his head bobbing from side to side, and his steps were light as if he were floating. Occasionally, he raised both hands while mumbling incoherently with a cheerful hum. "That's bizarre," Dylan muttered. "Message: Congratulations. You've unlocked the level max spell Cheering Charm, Happy Spell. Are you sure this spell is the Cheering Charm? Dylan asked. By then, he had regained his composure, and the noseless guy had vanished before his eyes. But recalling the strange expression and jerky movements the guy had after being hit by the spell made Dylan shudder. Maybe only a noseless guy would react like that, he reasoned. He then glanced at the second achievement reward, a trait, just like the 10 spells in a row combo and pet ability control, part of his personal skill set. Quick meditation, sit cross-legged, enter a meditative state, and your mental energy will recover at an extraordinary rate. Hot off the press, the latest news is debuting on 69 books. After skimming the system panel's introduction, Dylan thought the effect of this trait was pretty average, nothing spectacular, but it did have its uses. In some critical moments, this trait might even work wonders. For instance, after a fierce fight, he could easily find a hiding spot, use a shadow ring to mask his presence, plop down on the ground, and begin meditating straight away, maybe even supplementing with a few potions. Once his mental energy was sufficiently restored, he'd be ready to battle for another 300 rounds. Overall, Dylan was fine with it. When his eyes fell on the third achievement reward, a smile spread across his face. 50 spells in a row? Does that mean I can just unleash 50 Avada Kedavras in an instant? The killing curse only covers about 4 meters, but if I can cast 50 of them at once, I'd essentially create my own deadly field. Dylan had already unlocked a trait that allowed him to cast spells in a 10-spell combo. With his refined spell-casting techniques, he realized that after a 10-spell combo, if he targeted 10 people, the relentless pain of his heart-piercing curse would hit them all. Now, with 50 spells in one go, he could take down 50 people in a single burst. Sure, he could achieve a similar effect by repeating his 10-spell combo several times, like when he unleashed 100 rounds of unseen blades on Professor Snape last night, but that method rapidly drains his mental energy. With the 50-spell combo, he could cast all 50 spells at once, reducing casting time and conserving his energy for longer, more sustained battles. Now that I have 50 in a row, is 100 in a row too far off, he thought. Later that night, Dylan planned to crawl into his pet space briefcase and experiment on his little cutie's paw prints. Taking out 50 of them at once would significantly boost his kill count and speed up his spell refinement tasks. After that, Dylan's schedule got even crazier. He was so busy he barely had time to stand still. He not only had to attend classes, but he also had to rapidly read through forbidden texts, return books to the library, and borrow new ones. On top of that, he made steady progress on his daily spell refinement tasks. After all, whether it was the killing curse, the heart-piercing curse, or many other dark spells, each required him to hit a specific casting count. And as his level went up, the numbers became even more outrageous. Meanwhile, he experimented with using the black flowers that sprouted from decaying spells to concoct potions that might sell like hotcakes. Even if he couldn't mass-produce them, brewing special potions just for himself would be worthwhile. As for his pet space briefcase, he'd occasionally shell out some galleons to unlock new abilities while continually upgrading its internal space. This meant he had to regularly exchange letters with his parents, directing them on their next capital harvesting move while urging them to stop living it up and start making him money. And that, on its own, was enough to give Dylan a headache. To make matters worse, Hagrid kept pestering him, always wanting him to sneak off into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night. Dylan couldn't always say no. He worried that if Hagrid didn't see Norberta for too long, he'd end up causing more trouble. With so much on his plate, Dylan simply didn't have time to figure out how to explain things if Beta's true identity ever got exposed. So sometimes, he had to just play along. After all, sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night with Norberta and Cole Ball to meet Hagrid meant they could chow down and swipe a bunch of Hagrid's goodies. That, in a way, eased the constant hustle of fetching enough food to satisfy Norberta's ever-growing appetite. At most, Dylan would hand some galleons to Hagrid so he could stock up on food for a while, then, every so often, Dylan would swing by to pick it up, giving Hagrid a chance to see the ever-growing little fire dragon. And every time Dylan ventured into the Forbidden Forest, it wasn't just to hang out with Hagrid in the thickets. He was running low on unicorn blood and planned to track down the unicorn he'd rescued last time to ask for a little more, except the creature had been nowhere to be found lately. That only reinforced his belief that the unicorn must have run off. He never expected a unicorn to be so untrustworthy. It's not like he was asking for a bit of blood, he wasn't going to kill it, after all. So stingy, he muttered. But it wasn't a huge loss after all, he already had a shadow creature and even a dragon. Recently, Dylan had roamed the Forbidden Forest a few times and managed to round up some other magical creatures as well. Instead of killing them, he brought them into his pet space briefcase so he could slowly harvest their unique properties over time. It must be said, while commercial activity in England was gradually developing, transactions were still riddled with restrictions. Dylan wasn't keen on experimenting solely on cockroaches, and since magical creatures weren't as prolific as cockroaches, killing them outright would be such a waste. Lately, he'd only been able to experiment on cockroaches or spiders, and even the black flowers that grew from their decayed spells were far too tiny for his needs. Now, he desperately needed larger creatures in ample numbers to substitute for cockroaches. For that, he'd thought about asking Hagrid to fetch some, but that would attract too much attention and hassle and, as he'd already noted, all of England's offline commercial transactions were just too slow. And it wasn't just the Muggle world, even in the wizarding world, despite magic, things were even more problematic. Firstly, sourcing goods was tough, then, you had to be cautious not to get swindled, and even if you managed a purchase, the delivery process was a total headache, slow and drawn out. Dylan was forced to consider whether to spend extra time venturing into the Forbidden Forest himself to capture some eight-eyed giants. After all, those creatures were plentiful and reproduced quite well. Thank goodness, this year there's an even more perfect snake creature. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Their birthday gifts will leave Professor McGonagall humiliated in front of Professor Snape. But, in the end, there's only ever one basilisk. It looks like once I expand my pet space a bit more, I'll have to save up some money, set up a proper ecosystem, and then capture some eight-eyed spiders so they can breed in my world. Only by doing that can I ensure a constant stream of experimental subjects. With an ecosystem, even the magical creatures I catch will have a place to live. Even if ordinary magical beasts don't reproduce as vigorously as the eight-eyed giant spiders, they can still multiply. Just the thought of it made Dylan's heart race with anticipation. His suitcase wouldn't just house dragons and shadow beasts anymore, it'd be filled with adorable little spiders, plus centaurs, unicorns, mermaids, night steeds, and horned camel beasts. It'd essentially become a little world of its own, teeming with magical life. The first ecosystem I unlock has to be a forest. As for deserts, grasslands, mountains, and the like, those can come later, he mused. After all, a forest is a complex ecosystem. Besides trees, there are various plants and even small water sources that can be integrated. Other environments, even if they include vast lakes or tiny seas, are just too uniform to support a diverse array of magical creatures. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could just transplant the Forbidden Forest here? If I ever become headmaster of Hogwarts, that might not be impossible. Even though Dylan was only a second-year student, that didn't stop him from dreaming big. And then there's Ron's little spot. Maybe I can get the Ministry to overturn Sirius's case so he can serve as one of my test subjects. After all, I shouldn't just be off killing those dark wizards who try to ambush me over the summer. At the thought, Dylan sighed softly. Otherwise, he'd still have a few adult wizards available as test subjects. What a pity! Dylan raised his wand and, in one swift motion, 50 beams of red light shot out. In the next instant, within the cockroach breeding ground he'd magically cordoned off, 50 little critters were struck by his heart-piercing curse. Message: congratulations on completing the advanced refinement task for the heart-piercing curse. Message: you have unlocked a new property for the heart-piercing curse pain propagation. Finally I've cast the heart-piercing curse 10,000 times. It was truly a labor of love, but thanks to his rapid spell casting ability, targeting 10,000 creatures wasn't such a huge deal. The real challenge was gathering those 10,000 subjects. Everyone knows that a swarm of cockroaches produces countless offspring. Each cockroach can spawn several broods. So, almost as soon as the little ones were born, they were obliterated under Dylan's heart-piercing curse and Sectum Sempra. The cycle continued. Once the older cockroaches' reproductive rate dropped and the youngsters matured, Dylan would clean up the previous wave, and then start all over again, endlessly generating and exploiting resources. Sometimes I think the refinement tasks this system gives are a bit over the top. How many wizards are there in all of England anyway? My heart-piercing curse has already unlocked 3 refinement tasks and requires me to cast it on 10,000 creatures. And what about the final task? Will it be 100,000? Even if I killed every wizard in England, it still wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, if I rounded up all the wizards from Europe too, it still might not fill that gap. So, for future refinement tasks, I'll really have to rely on those little cockroaches. Oh, and the little spiders as well. Dylan glanced at the new property he'd unlocked. Pain propagation *. When you cast the heart-piercing curse, any unfortunate soul struck by your slicing magic will pass on their own cardiac agony to 3 enemies within a 4-meter radius. For a period afterward, that ill-fated trio and the original victim will all suffer the delightful torment of heart palpitations. Note * those who are infected cannot be reinfected. Raising an eyebrow at the description, Dylan mused, so, 1 cast of my spell is effectively worth 4 casts? I originally thought the pain would spread endlessly, but it only reaches 3 nearby foes. That didn't really matter, though after all, he had another property, rapid spell casting. If enemies came at him in large, scattered groups, not only would he not be afraid, he'd actually get excited. He could simply unleash 50 spells, each infecting 3 foes, to cause a massive burst of damage in an instant. Devil face. No matter how many dared to attack, he'd just take them all down. The heart-piercing curse is still 1 refinement away from its final property, but this is only the 3rd task. It already requires me to cast it on 10,000 creatures. I'll wait for the final one. First, I need to refine my other spells. Even by an adult wizard's standards, the number of full-level spells he'd mastered was impressive. Besides the ones he'd earned through achievements, Dylan had honed several spells himself, 19 in total. And many of his spells were already practiced to level 8, even 9 just 1 more push away from full mastery. Next, I might consider refining some more conventional spells, especially transformation spells. I'm already at level 9 on those. Once I master Animagus, I bet I could bring a transformation spell to full power. Then there's the flight spell and other offensive spells, but I can't let my progress on the Unforgivable Curses fall behind, either. Whether it's the soul-stealing curse or Avada Kedavra, everything must keep pace. Just thinking about it made Dylan's head throb. So busy he wished he could split each minute in half. Wonder if my life-stealing curse could, through refinement, evolve directly into an Avada Italian life-stealing cannon. Judging by the trend with the heart-piercing curse, I think that might be possible. After emerging from his pet space, his magical suitcase, it was already late. Dylan freshened up and lay down on his bed. Professor McGonagall's birthday is coming up soon. I think it's on October 4th, right? And Professor Flitwick's isn't far behind, maybe the 17th. He had to prepare their birthday gifts in advance. With less than a week until October, no matter how busy he was, Dylan would never forget this. But what kind of gift should I give? It can't be too shabby, but it also can't be too extravagant, otherwise, it might completely outshine the gift I'm giving to Professor Snape, and who knows what that haughty creature would do. One thing was certain: throughout the entire semester, Professor Snape might not even spare him a decent look. Not until next January. By then, Dylan would have to rack his brain for yet another gift for Snape. And that might even make Professor McGonagall and the others jealous. Sigh, keeping things balanced is truly an art. Why can't these professors just tell me what they really want? If the price is right, I'd throw money at it, if it's too expensive I'd grit my teeth and pay up. Shaking his head, Dylan decided he'd think it over again in the morning. Cradling Colball now fully grown and still occupying a good chunk of space, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day was as busy as ever, yet he managed to steal a few moments for himself. Since it was a holiday and there were no after-class tutoring sessions from the professors, even though Dylan still had plenty of books waiting to be read, he could spare a little time to plan birthday gifts for the professors. Maybe I could make Professor McGonagall a handmade journal on transformation spells, ideally with a dash of Quidditch flair. Dylan stroked his chin, pondering the feasibility of the gift. Of course, by handmade he meant crafted solely by the magic of his wand. For a wizard, magic is his craft. After racking his brain some more, Dylan settled on the gift for Professor McGonagall and also decided on something for Professor Flitwick. Doesn't Professor Flitwick love conducting? Then I'll give him a magical music score box, one that displays sheet music and doubles as a music box for casual listening. After all, there are plenty of songs. I vaguely remember that if crafted with spells, they might not be completely perfect, but as a demo they'd be just fine. Dylan figured Professor Flitwick would really like that. Besides, whether it was Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, Dylan believed neither of them would ever show off their gifts in front of Professor Snape. So he didn't have to worry too much about his gift being so high-end that it might spark Snape's jealousy. Besides, Snape isn't that petty, really. Determined, Dylan set to work. Over the following hours, he attended classes, read books, conducted experiments, snuck into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, brewed potions at a steady pace, and whenever he encountered problems, he sought answers from the professors, all while simultaneously crafting birthday gifts for the two professors. Luckily, both Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had postponed their extra tutoring sessions, giving Dylan more time to pursue these side projects. Hey, you're still working on gifts for the professors? In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione spotted Dylan tucked away in a corner and walked over. Dylan nodded. At that moment, he was busy making a transformation spells journal for Professor McGonagall. The journal was simple enough to create, but he wanted her, upon opening it, to immediately see a miniature Quidditch pitch. Professor McGonagall could even use a transformation spell on it to simulate an actual Quidditch match. "Your technique is really meticulous," Hermione remarked. "Thanks for the compliment," Dylan replied. Hermione smiled and sat down beside him, clutching a stack of hefty magic books. "The magical world jigsaw map you gave me is so fascinating, I've already put it together." Hearing that, Dylan paused and glanced over. "Already finished? That map is pretty complex," he teased. The jigsaw was the birthday gift he'd given her not long ago. Since Hermione's birthday was in September and school had already started, she got to receive her gift in person, unlike Harry, who had to have his mailed. "I haven't been reading much lately, I've been busy with that puzzle," Hermione said, her eyes sparkling and cheeks blushing slightly. "Every time I complete a piece, it creates a 3D wonder and even explains various aspects of the magical world. It's even more impressive than reading a book," she added. "As first announced in Book 69. I guess you'd be interested in that. I'm glad you like it," Dylan replied. Hermione's smile softened further as she said, "Ron's been pretty down lately because you haven't given him a birthday gift." Dylan shrugged and refocused on the journal. "Well, that's just how it is. When we first met, I didn't know his birthday. Later, after asking around, I found out his birthday had already passed in March. He never told me." He snorted lightly. "Maybe he didn't consider me a friend if he didn't want to share his birthday." Hermione, smiling, gently stroked a book's edge and said, "You're not wrong. If he'd told us earlier, we could all have given him gifts." Then, suddenly, she asked. Enough about him, Dylan. Isn't your birthday also in March? Dylan nodded. Yeah, March 18th, just 1 month after Ron's. Why didn't you mention it on your birthday? Hermione pressed. Dylan shrugged nonchalantly. On my birthday, I gave my mom a gift. As for me, I really don't care much about celebrating. After all, having lived through several lifetimes, he didn't think there was much to celebrate. Hermione paused and then, with a slight pout, said, It's the anniversary of your arrival in this world. It still deserves proper celebration, at least with a gift to show our affection. Dylan blinked, and as magical energy danced along the tip of his wand over the journal, he replied, I appreciate your sentiments, so I'm really looking forward to what you'll give me next year. Even though Dylan wasn't really paying attention to Hermione, her eyes lit up with excitement as she said, Don't worry, I can start preparing your gift right away. Dylan chuckled, It's only October, my birthday isn't for another 5 months. Why don't you think about what you'll give me for Christmas first? Hermione, momentarily taken aback, fluttered her eyelashes and nodded earnestly, All right, I'll give it some serious thought. At that moment, a flash of light shimmered from the tip of Dylan's wand and then slowly faded away. A smile spread across his face as he straightened up. Finally, it's done. Curious, Hermione peered at the transformation spells journal Dylan had crafted for Professor McGonagall. Its cover was made of soft, deep brown leather, and when opened to the first page, golden ink outlined a Quidditch pitch. The wooden stands were neatly arranged, and the flags bore the emblems of the different houses. The golden snitch, quaffle, and the 3 goalposts all looked remarkably lifelike. Dylan waved his wand lightly and cast a transformation spell. Swish! In an instant, the once still Quidditch pitch sprang to life. Players on broomsticks darted across the field like lightning, chasing after the trail of the golden snitch. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. That ability is a lot like the map you gave me. Although I bought that jigsaw map, I did give it a little magical tweak, Dylan admitted. All right, tomorrow is Professor McGonagall's birthday. Thankfully, we have today off, otherwise, we might not have made it in time, Dylan sighed in relief. The journal might have seemed simple at first glance, but every page had been imbued with spells that would deliver surprises every time Professor McGonagall flipped through it, a true labor of love. Especially the Quidditch pitch, Dylan had even sourced a diagram and meticulously traced it with his wand. Essentially, it was as if he had drawn it by hand. I've also prepared a gift for Professor McGonagall, but compared to yours, mine is much more modest, Hermione confided, holding a stack of books with a conflicted expression. How could that be? A gift is a token of affection, no matter if it's small or grand. Professor McGonagall will surely be delighted, Dylan countered. Dylan looked at Hermione in surprise, and if your gift is too expensive, Professor McGonagall might even refuse to accept it. Hermione thought for a moment, nodding slowly, I guess Ron and Harry definitely didn't prepare gifts for her. Dylan smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice, Actually, Harry plans to give her a giant monster doll transformed by his magic, and Ron's is going to be a 3-headed dog. Hermione's eyes widened. A doll? Transformed by magic? Are you sure their transformation spell is up to the task? Even if it is, why a 3-headed dog and a giant monster? The symbolism doesn't quite add up. Ha ha ha. Dylan laughed out loud. That symbolism is indeed a bit off. I tried advising them, but they insisted on transforming other dolls. Besides, they haven't seen much. A 3-headed dog and a giant monster are among the stronger creatures they've encountered, and the transformation requirements aren't too high. Hermione looked even more puzzled. If strength is the point, Arnold, I mean beta, couldn't even a coal ball suffice? Dylan shrugged. If it were beta, how would they explain having seen it? And as for coal ball, haven't you forgotten Professor McGonagall's animagus? But coal ball is a shadow beast, not a house cat. If we were to describe it, it should be a lynx, Hermione insisted. Dylan shrugged again. Anyway, Ron and the others think that way. I can't do anything about it. If they want to give a gift, so be it. Hermione slapped her forehead. I just have a feeling their gifts will leave Professor McGonagall utterly humiliated in front of Professor Snape. She'll definitely be laughed at. No way. Then, Ron's voice suddenly rang out, and soon his figure appeared beside Dylan and Hermione. Harry joined them as well. Seeing them, Dylan raised an eyebrow. Did Quidditch practice just finish? Harry nodded lightly. Today, would let us out early. Ron chimed in, I've honed my transformation spell to a whole new level just to make that three-headed dog model. Professor McGonagall will definitely notice. It'll be perfect. And she certainly won't be laughed at by Professor Snape. Harry added with a grin, even though a giant monster is ugly, it's not so easy to transform, and I'm not just conjuring a giant monster, I'm recreating the scene of Dylan attacking one, not merely a doll. Hermione looked surprised. That kind of transformation isn't easy, and it has to be maintained continuously. Are you sure that after you give the gift, the model won't eventually revert to a heap of mush in her office? Ron scoffed, we're using stone for the transformation, there's no way it'll turn to mush. Harry chuckled, I don't think so. Ron and I have our transformation spells down pretty well now. Seeing their inexplicable confidence, Hermione sighed, then, good luck to you both. Meanwhile, Dylan neatly packed away the transformation magic journal he'd made for Professor McGonagall, shot Hermione a playful wink, and shrugged. See? The determination of a young buck, you just can't convince him otherwise. Better to respect his fate. Not lingering any longer in the common room, they all headed to the dining hall for dinner. Today was Saturday, and Professor McGonagall's birthday was tomorrow, on Sunday. After dinner, Harry and the others probably hadn't finished their doll projects, so they hurried back to the dormitory to tinker with their transformation spells. Dylan, on the other hand, went with Hermione to the library. He returned a few of the restricted books and borrowed some new ones. Perhaps because he'd been coming in almost once a week for the past month, Madame Pants was giving him some odd looks, but she was too proper to pry. Dylan, worried she might mention it to the professors, offered a brief explanation when borrowing books. Madame Pants, I'm here to return these. She glanced at him coolly as he placed Professor Lockhart's signed note before her for verification. Taking the opportunity, Dylan said, the books here aren't very appealing, but Professor Lockhart insists I study a few for his tutoring. Do you have any recommendations? Madame Pants raised her eyes. You could always refuse. Reading too many of these books can affect your mindset. Looking rather helpless, Dylan replied, I know, but you know how Professor Lockhart is. When he insists, I really can't refuse. She frowned slightly, would you like me to inform Professor Dumbledore for you? With a trace of gratitude, Dylan shook his head, thank you, but no need, the other professors are fine with me studying this, so I'll continue. Madame Pants nodded gracefully, in that case, please go ahead and put the books back properly. Dylan smiled, all right, madam, thank you for your kindness, and walked elegantly into the restricted section. Before disappearing inside, he turned back and winked at Hermione. Hermione, however, chose not to follow, one reason being she didn't want to risk tearing off her own signed name from the queue, and another because she wasn't really interested in restricted texts. The professors said the contents of those books were dark rituals and forbidden magic overuse could warp one's mind, or worse, turn you into a hideous creature. And frankly, dark wizards are pretty ugly anyway. Hermione definitely didn't want to end up like that. Chapter End. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, What's the matter? Salazar Slytherin didn't lock himself in the Chamber of Secrets. Finally, the gift is off my hands. October 4th. Dylan stepped out of Professor McGonagall's office with a relieved sigh. Today, he had come for extra tutoring with McGonagall, and he'd also delivered her birthday present in the process. Professor McGonagall looked genuinely pleased. She adored the handmade gift, she couldn't even put it down. Seeing her so happy made Dylan smile too. He hurried off, ready for dinner. But barely had he reached the dining hall and sat down next to Neville when, almost immediately, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick walked in and headed straight for the staff table. Not long after, Professor Snape, his face as cold as ever and his black robe billowing behind him, joined them. After settling in, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but say with a twinkle in his eye, "You seem to be in a good mood today, Professor. It's your turn to tutor that little one this afternoon, isn't it?" McGonagall's eyes crinkled as she replied, "Yes, after class he gave me this planner. Get this, it even lets you simulate mini Quidditch matches." I was truly surprised. Flitwick laughed lightly. That planner was his own creation, wasn't it? That little fellow is always brimming with crazy ideas. Playing Quidditch on a planner? I imagine making something like that must have been quite the challenge. McGonagall nodded. I looked into it. The transformation spell on just one page was cast a whopping 64 times. It's clear he put his heart into it. Her face lit up even more as she added, "I can even use a transformation spell to control a player to chase the golden snitch. I really love this gift." Flitwick, eyes full of anticipation yet with a note of caution, mused, "I wonder what gift that little one will come up with for me. Honestly, birthdays are fine as they are, but these handmade gifts take so much time. I hope it doesn't get in the way of his studies." At that moment, Snape sat down with a dramatic sweep of his hands. His robe flared as it fell into place behind him. Grabbing his fork and knife, he scoffed, "Humph, all flash and no substance." Both McGonagall and Flitwick glanced over and noticed his hair wasn't nearly as greasy as it had been the past few days. They exchanged a brief look before returning to their conversation. One of the professors remarked, "I think the gift Dylan gave you is really quite nice." Another replied, "I agree, although I'm not sure it came with any shampoo. Lately, my hair's been extra oily. I guess tutoring that little one so often might be the culprit. Maybe I should space out my sessions a bit more." Snape just gave a silent, barely perceptible snort at that. Even old Dumbledore, overhearing the banter among the three, chuckled, "Ah, to be young." Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Neville nudged Dylan with his elbow. "Hey, what's up? I feel like the professors are staring at you again," he whispered. Dylan scanned the staff table but didn't see anyone paying him any attention. Blinking, he replied, "I think you're imagining things." Neville grinned and said, "Just eat up. Once you're done, I still have to get back and finish that birthday gift for Professor Flitwick. The music box isn't exactly an easy project." Dylan quietly resumed eating his meal. And he wasn't kidding, he really did have to craft that music box. It meant painstakingly recalling tunes from his past life and magically recording them. Quite the project indeed. Neville nodded in agreement as he ate. But soon he noticed that Professor Snape, from the staff table, had shot them a sharp glare. "Oh, do you think Dylan's gotten on the professor's bad side again?" Neville whispered. Not daring to ask further, both he and Dylan kept their heads down and ate in silence. Before long, another half-month had passed. Dylan successfully finished making Professor Flitwick's birthday gift and delivered it, earning another delighted smile from Flitwick. However, throughout October, Dylan couldn't shake the feeling that Snape never had a kind word for him. Then again, Snape's usual expression wasn't exactly warm, so Dylan didn't worry too much. Later that evening, as rain poured relentlessly outside, Dylan sat comfortably in the Gryffindor common room on a sofa by the fireplace. He hugged his little coal ball, which purred softly in his arms, and flipped through a book, savoring the peaceful moment. It was one of those rare, perfect instances of relaxation. That calm was abruptly shattered when Hermione and the gang arrived. "Dylan, have you heard?" Ron said, his cheeks flushed as he sat down beside him and lowered his voice. "Nearly Headless Nick is throwing his 500th anniversary Death Day party. I mean, 500 years, that's insanely historic. We're right on time. A Death Day party. 500 years." Dylan mused, leaning back and taking a sip of his Earl Grey. The rich tea with hints of bergamot warmed him. It was nearly November now, and with the unceasing rain, the chill had definitely set in. Hermione, sitting opposite him, bounced with excitement. Exactly. It's a ghost party. I doubt many living people have ever attended. Wanna come with us? Dylan slowly pulled out his feather bookmark, slid it into his book, closed it, leaned back, and shook his head. I'm not really up for cramming in with a bunch of ghosts and listening to their same old, tired death stories. It's just too gloomy. Gloomy? Hermione echoed, puzzled. Yet and you know why hardly any living folks go? Because ghosts don't need to eat. They wouldn't bother setting a fancy spread for a few of us, Dylan explained with a wry smile. Seeing his reluctance, Hermione said, all right then, just enjoy your book. She got up, and though Harry and Ron wanted to say something more, they knew Dylan was set in his ways and left with her. After they departed, Dylan didn't even go back to reading. Outside, wild winds and heavy rain battered the windows while dark clouds loomed overhead. Yet inside, the flickering orange flames of the fireplace spread warmth, chasing away the cold. Dylan snuggled deeper into the sofa, clutching his coal ball, which curled up and occasionally purred. Slowly, sleep began to overtake him. Maybe the reflection in that mirror really does show my greatest wish, he murmured drowsily. Why make life so miserable? Might as well live comfortably, right? Before long, Dylan's eyes grew heavy, and both he and his little pet settled into steady, even breaths. Just then a loud, jarring noise shattered the silence. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. A metal ball, about the size of a walnut, slammed onto the floor with a deafening roar that echoed throughout the common room, its piercing sound like thousands of frogs croaking at once. Startled awake from his half-sleep, Dylan lifted his head and saw Percy, face red with anger, shouting at Fred and George. Can't you two ever behave? What time is it, and you're still messing with all these ridiculous gadgets? When will you focus on your studies? The twins hung their heads, mumbling feeble retorts. But this frog croak egg is really cool. If we sold it in a shop, it'd be a hit. Percy's voice rose even more. Are you still talking back? Who in their right mind would buy such useless junk? Dylan, now fully awake, sat up slowly. The twins and Percy noticed the look of exasperation on his face and suddenly, all their babbling stopped. Dylan, how did you fall asleep in the common room? One of the twins stammered. We hope we didn't disturb you, did we? Percy, recalling the mischief of that ghoul they used to have at home, who had been well reined in after Dylan's earlier lecture, grimaced. Sorry, they're up to their pranks again. I've already been on their case. Both twins nodded vigorously. Yes, Percy's scolding us again. We totally accept his criticism. Dylan shot them a withering look. You two didn't sound so apologetic just a minute ago. But after all, the Gryffindor common room wasn't like the other houses. Since the Sorting Hat dropped him here, Dylan was used to their antics. Though he was a bit irritated from being rudely awoken, he knew the twins probably hadn't meant any harm. Even if Fred wanted to test that frog croak egg, I never expected it to be this loud. I'll have to adjust the settings with him later, he muttered under his breath. Taking a deep breath, Dylan picked up his startled coal ball and got off the sofa. Stowing his ancient book in his personal space, he walked past the Weasley brothers with a sullen air. You guys carry on, he said curtly as he headed toward his dormitory. The twins didn't dare say another word. After all, besides worrying about their mom and Percy, they knew Dylan, though younger than them, was far more mature than any adult. Percy, too, wasn't in the mood to continue scolding his brothers. He glared at them and ordered them to get back, warning, don't mess with your gadgets again, at least don't disturb everyone else. The twins instantly agreed, whether sincerely or just to shut up, who knows. Over the next few days in class, Professor Snape continued to single out the Gryffindors. Everyone had assumed he'd go easy on Dylan as he had during the latter half of last semester, but lately, Snape seemed determined to pick on him, no matter what. Meanwhile, in Transfiguration and Charms, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall would occasionally award extra points to Gryffindor. This led the other students to whisper that maybe Malfoy had once again won Snape's favor, and that might be why Dylan was falling out of grace. For the Gryffindor Lions, suspicion was practically fact. In their misguided efforts to help Dylan win back Snape's approval, and thus save some house points from being docked so that the other houses wouldn't catch up, they only ended up making Snape think these kids were even dumber than before, constantly doing absurd, inexplicable things. In the end, Gryffindor lost even more points. But Dylan wasn't paying attention. He was too busy to even notice that the others were scheming behind his back. After all, he barely even had time to see his own shadow, and he wasn't really close with any of the other Gryffindors. He only noticed that the house points were being deducted far too often. Amidst all this, Dylan was also mulling over whether to capture that snake creature alive or wait until it died and haul its body over. By now, Tom should probably be reappearing through his notes, right? He mused with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Give it a little more time, and the net will be closed. One Horcrux, one soul. Could there be a more perfect experimental subject? The only pity is that a soul is just a soul, no body to work with. Halloween finally arrived, and for the first time, Dylan fully soaked in the atmosphere of the grand Halloween banquet. Last year, Quirrell's mischief had forced a hasty cancellation, and he hadn't even tasted the special pumpkin treats. This time, he sipped on a cup of slightly bitter coffee made from quality beans while nibbling on a variety of pumpkin pastries. Most of them were a bit too sweet and rich, but the coffee balanced everything out perfectly. Above him, several giant black bats flitted about, though a closer look revealed they were merely model bats conjured to look alive. Countless jack-o'-lanterns floated on the ceiling, their glowing light mingling with the flickering candlelight on the long dining tables. Eerie decorations adorned the walls, screaming skulls that would suddenly emit strange sounds and ghostly portraits that slowly twisted. In the center of the room, a skeleton band played alongside scores of ghosts. This year's Halloween banquet was far grander than last year's. Every long table was laden with sumptuous dishes, most notably, golden roasted turkey with a crispy exterior and juicy meat, and steaming pumpkin pies served in abundance. While munching on a turkey leg, Dylan listened as Neville complained, "Look at Lockhart. Ever since he ticked off Professor Sprout last time, hardly any professor pays him any mind. Now he's trying to schmooze with everyone, but no one even acknowledges him." Dylan slowly carved the meat off his turkey leg with a small knife and nodded in agreement. You really can tell what a person is like over time. At that moment, Lockhart strutted by in an outrageously bright pink silk robe so garish that even a thestral 100 meters away would be blinded by its glare. The robe was embroidered with intricate golden designs, a phoenix with outstretched wings and a twisting dragon, and every thread shimmered under the lights. With a forced smile plastered on his face, he weaved his way among the teachers. But the professors only gave him polite nods and perfunctory smiles before turning back to their own conversations. Even Professor Trelawney, usually sidelined, joined in with the others. No one spared Lockhart more than a cursory glance. 2 months into term, Lockhart had achieved almost nothing besides causing endless mischief and leaving the other professors to clean up his mess. Most of them were top wizards in their fields and could see right through his bluster. Still, his fame lingered despite the chaos he'd once caused at Hogwarts. He had lately managed to rein himself in. Apart from being ridiculously conceited, he hadn't made any serious mistakes. No one directly questioned his abilities, even if his books were a total exaggeration. Neville then piped up to Dylan, "I'm thinking, since Harry and his friends are at the Death Day party tonight, they probably won't have much to eat. Should we pack some snacks for them?" He explained that the Death Day party and the Halloween banquet were on the same day, so Harry and the others were off mingling with ghosts who, of course, don't really need food. That was one reason why Dylan had turned down Hermione's invite last time. After all, He hadn't fully experienced the Hogwarts Halloween vibe last year, and this year was too good to miss. Besides, he had other things to take care of later, so he wasn't in any rush to join them. For now, he planned to enjoy all the delicious seasonal treats. "I'll just pack some snacks for them," he decided. Dylan transformed an empty bowl into a makeshift box and filled it with a few pieces of soft, fluffy pumpkin pie, along with pumpkin pastries, cakes, egg tarts, and glutinous rice balls. As for the meat dishes and drinks, he left those out. Roasted meat or chicken legs cool down quickly, and even a quick magical reheat wouldn't restore their taste. Plus, drinks tend to spill. A little dry snack would have to do. And so it went until the Halloween banquet came to an end. Patreon, Belamy 20. Everyone was in high spirits. Except Lockhart. But he was something else entirely. Even though he wasn't well liked by the other professors, throughout the evening his face still wore a smile as if he didn't care in the slightest about their disapproval. Dylan didn't pay much mind to him. After packing up his things and waiting for old Dumbledore to announce the end of the banquet so that everyone could head back to their dorms, he slowly stood up and walked out with Neville at an unhurried pace. They strolled until they reached a corridor filled with a noisy crowd. Under the leadership of a group of Gryffindors, Dylan and Neville easily squeezed their way to the front. Harry and Ron were there too. Dylan's eyes, however, were fixed on the wall ahead. Between the two windows of the corridor, above the torch bracket, two crooked lines of dark red letters were scrawled in what looked like blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware the air." In the flickering light of the torches, the bloodstains seemed to continue to drip slowly downward, and if you leaned in, you could almost smell the tang of rust. On the floor, a pool of water had gathered. Neville shivered. "What is that?" He edged backward behind Dylan, peeking forward with only his head visible. "Oh my goodness, it's Mrs. Norris." When they saw the body of Mrs. Norris, suspended limply from beneath the torch bracket, Neville's eyes widened in shock. Her body had become completely petrified, her eyes were wide open and vacant, her fur stood on end, and her limbs were rigidly outstretched, a truly horrifying sight. Around them, fellow students whispered and exchanged worried glances. Dylan studied the petrified Mrs. Norris for a moment before blinking thoughtfully. Snake venom is one of the few substances potent enough to destroy a Horcrux. This has some serious research value, he mused. Maybe we should capture her alive instead, he continued silently. After all, old Dumbledore is always busy keeping people at bay. With Malfoy's father stepping in this time, Dumbledore surely won't be watching over this place himself, right? As Dylan was deep in thought, some Slytherins approached. Once they assessed the situation, Malfoy's eyes lit up as if he'd just thought of something, his cheeks flushing bright red. Even with Dylan present, he couldn't help but look over at Hermione and the others, a malicious sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Behold, the heir of Slytherin has arrived. Look at what happened to this loser. Now it's your turn, you mudbloods," he jeered. Mudbloods? Was he just insulting him too? Dylan narrowed his eyes and casually scanned Malfoy. In an instant, Malfoy's cocky demeanor faltered. How could this guy never learn? Always talking big but never backing it up. Honestly, Malfoy is completely spoiled by his father. If old Malfoy hadn't been nagging Draco non-stop, this kid might have learned that sometimes keeping quiet is the real mark of nobility. Perhaps some people must spend a lifetime learning that lesson. Dylan didn't immediately retaliate against Malfoy after all, there were too many people around, and he was right there. If he gave Malfoy another dose of what he'd gotten last time, everyone around would get a free show. Besides, Dumbledore and the other professors were probably already on their way here, so Dylan certainly wasn't about to use any curse on him right now. To his mild surprise, when Hermione heard Malfoy's taunt, she didn't seem overly angry. Instead, she simply looked up and, in a light, teasing tone, remarked, You spouting dung, haven't you already embarrassed Slytherin enough? Perhaps the heir's first target should be you. After all, a mudblood wouldn't let his own house be disgraced. Hey! Malfoy snapped, his eyes narrowing. His cronies, Goyle and Crabbe, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, quietly lowered their heads and edged backward. Suddenly, Malfoy found himself alone at the front, with students from various houses all staring at him. His face flushed a deep red, so red it could have outshone a monkey's bottom. His jaw clenched, and you could almost hear his teeth grinding. Dylan glanced at Hermione with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This little girl had clearly mastered the art of a well-timed comeback. Instead of letting those nasty words get under her skin, she effortlessly flipped the script and left him completely speechless. Impressive, clearly she'd been practicing. Dylan then shot a glance at the smirking Harry and Ron. As for whom Hermione practices her comebacks on, well, that remains anyone's guess. Suddenly, a shrill cry from Filch broke through the chatter. "My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" Filch stumbled into the crowd, his face crumbling as he saw the petrified form of Mrs. Norris. Clutching his face in dismay, he then spotted Harry, Ron, and the rest nearby. His eyes bulged, and he bellowed, "I know it's you. You've held a grudge against me and killed my cat. Detentions aren't even my doing. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you." His voice cracked with rage as droplets of saliva flew everywhere. The piercing sound of his scream made Dylan's ears throb. With a gentle flick of his wand, he murmured, "Cheering charm." A soft, blue light shot from his wand and enveloped Filch. In an instant, the wild flailing of his bony arms ceased, his expression softened as though he'd recalled a pleasant memory, and he gradually calmed down. Filch was utterly defenseless against Dylan's spell. At that moment, rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professor Dumbledore led the charge, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and several other teachers. When they arrived, McGonagall frowned at Dylan, noticing that his wand hadn't been put away yet. In a stern tone she asked, "Dylan, how could you cast a spell on Mr. Filch?" "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I only wanted Mr. Filch to calm down first," Dylan replied, a slight twist of his wand as he sheathed it. Filch glared at Dylan, but he no longer looked nearly as furious as before. McGonagall didn't dwell on the incident and instead, along with the other professors, turned their attention to the blood-written message on the wall. Their expressions grew grave. Old Dumbledore stepped forward and carefully removed the now rock-solid Mrs. Norris from her hanging position. "Dylan, I believe Mrs. Norris is petrified. Professor Snape once mentioned that mandrake draft, made from mandrake root, can reverse such petrification," Dylan reminded him. At the mention that Mrs. Norris might be saved, Filch's face lit up. "You're serious, aren't you?" Dylan nodded. "Do you take Snape's words for lie? This is a classic restorative potion. I've practiced making it myself." From inside his cloak, Dylan produced a small vial of mandrake draft. Filch's eyes shone with hope, but with Dumbledore standing nearby, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked to Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Severus, do you think this potion is effective?" Professor Snape shot a cold glance at the vial in Dylan's hand. "The quality is acceptable. It should be more than enough to revive a cat." Dumbledore nodded and then looked at Dylan. "Could you please help save Mrs. Norris? She's as much a part of Hogwarts as Mr. Filch is." "Of course, I'd be happy to help," Dylan replied. Professor Sprout looked at the vial in astonishment. "Mandrake is dangerous. When did you?" "Some of my surplus supplies were processed and handed over to me by Professor Snape," Snape interjected icily. Dylan blinked and nodded. "That's right. It was from Professor Snape. Very well." Dylan stepped forward and slowly poured the mandrake draft into the slightly parted mouth of Mrs. Norris. Almost immediately, her stiff body trembled slightly. Before long, her fur softened, her eyes began to regain their luster, and she completely recovered from the petrification, jumping out of Dumbledore's grasp and leaping into Filch's arms. Filch, overcome with emotion, wept, "You're alive! You're alive!" Dumbledore squinted his eyes and said quietly, "Argus, you owe Dylan your thanks." Regaining his composure, Filch's dour expression melted into one of heartfelt gratitude. He turned to Dylan, repeating, thank you so much." Dylan simply shrugged. "It's within my abilities. Now, come with me, Argus, and the three of you as well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger," Dumbledore instructed as he led the group of teachers away, Mrs. Norris now safely restored. Lockhart immediately raised his hand. "Headmaster, why don't we head to my office? I mean, it's right upstairs and very close." "Then let's go." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore replied. Lockhart's eyes lit up with delight as he led the way, with Dumbledore, Filch, Snape, and the others following close behind. Once the professors had departed, the students immediately began buzzing with conversation. "I can't believe it, the Chamber of Secrets is real. I thought it was just a legend. Does that mean that creature is real too? My goodness, Merlin! Oh my gosh!" Some students even exclaimed Merlin's beard, as if that were enough. Dylan shot a glance at one of the students. Standing next to him, Neville groaned and clutched Dylan's arm, almost toppling over as he whispered, "It's terrifying. With the heir appearing and that horrible creature being set loose, are we going to get taken out too?" Dean suddenly edged over, confused. "What exactly is this creature? And what's all this about a chamber and an heir? How did it even become part of a legend?" Seamus frowned as he explained to his friend, "It's an ancient tale about the chamber and the heir of Slytherin. You know who founded Hogwarts, right?" Dean tilted his head. "Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, I know that much." Seamus nodded. "Yes, the four of them. But they had very different opinions on whom to admit as students. Salazar Slytherin believed that not everyone who entered Hogwarts deserved the honor, only those with pure-blood wizarding heritage were the true inheritors of magic." At that, Seamus shot a glance at the Slytherins. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin, during the castle's construction, secretly created a chamber. One day, his true heir will return to Hogwarts, open that chamber, and unleash a terrible, vicious monster. The heir will control that creature to purify Hogwarts by killing all Muggle-born students, whom they see as impure, a necessary cleansing. What? So the legend is true? Dean was stunned for a moment before widening his eyes in disbelief. And now that creature has been unleashed, and its first act was to kill a poor cat. And it wasn't even truly killed, Dylan saved it with just one bottle of potion. I mean, does that creature have to be such a weakling? Silence fell. At that, even the students who had been worried earlier were momentarily dumbfounded. The Slytherins, in particular, looked utterly miserable, as if they had just eaten something foul. Seamus's eyes twitched, fearful that the Slytherins might stir up trouble while the professors were away. He quickly pulled Dean aside. All right, your tongue is getting sharper by the minute." Dean opened his mouth to retort, but when he saw Dylan's calm gaze, he changed his tone. "Honestly, is it now forbidden to speak the truth?" At that moment, the prefects and students from every house began to disperse, and the talk of the legend died down. Thanks to Dylan's restorative potion for Mrs. Norris, many students felt a bit less terrified of the legend. After all, if petrification could be reversed, then perhaps the monster wasn't invincible after all. For quite a while after Halloween, nearly every house was abuzz with discussions about the Chamber's legend about how Mrs. Norris was attacked yet saved by Dylan. Once just a minor celebrity around Hogwarts for his frequent visits to the professors' offices, Dylan was now, without a doubt, a full-blown sensation. He even unlocked a few achievements as a result, like Center of Attention and Castle Spotlight Kid, though the rewards were nothing more than a few extra attribute points, like +1 in mental energy or +1 in herbology affinity. One day at lunch, even though Neville had grown less fearful after Dean's earlier remarks about the legend, he still looked a bit worried. Noticing how nonchalant Dylan was acting, Neville scratched his head and asked, "Dylan, why aren't you talking about it? Aren't you scared of that monster in the chamber? And how was your potion effective on Mrs. Norris? Were you aware the creature had already appeared?" Stirring his Neapolitan-style meat and cheese chicken rice with a spoon, Dylan shook his head. "No, the Mandrake Draught is a classic restorative potion. Professor Snape generously taught me many potion formulas." He picked up a crispy sweet potato fry, bit into it, and then mixed in some creamy bacon pasta before grinning at Neville. "Even though they call us mudbloods, my skills are far stronger than those so-called pure-blood wizards. Besides, Salazar Slytherin didn't lock himself in the Chamber of Secrets. Why should I be afraid?" Neville was taken aback by Dylan's audacity. "What?" Dylan looked at him coolly. "Do you really think the monster in the chamber is Salazar Slytherin himself?" "No, I guess not." Neville stammered, only to become even more frightened. Could it be that he transformed himself into a ghost? Then that's even better. I've been reading a book about souls recently and was hoping to practice with a ghost or two. Neville's eyes went wide. Degree. Practice with ghosts? Won't your hands get all worn out?" he muttered in disbelief. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Trait Fate Tracking. How on earth did Lockhart get on Professor Snape's bad side? Dylan glanced at Neville with a wry smile. "Isn't the Longbottom family one of the few remaining pure-blood families in the wizarding world? Even if that so-called monster gets loose, it's got nothing to do with you, right?" Neville pursed his lips and shook his head as he replied, "After that incident, I wrote a letter to my grandmother the very next day, and she said..." His face grew uneasy. "Even among the pure-blood families from Salazar Slytherin's time, there aren't many left intact today. Even the so-called pure-blood families nowadays aren't truly pure. You know, even when a family claims to be pure blood, their bloodline isn't as pure as they think, and that includes the Longbottoms." "Really?" Dylan tilted his head. "In any case, you don't need to worry so much. If that were the case, how many people would have to be killed just to secure an heir? Are you saying he wants to wipe out everyone in the world, leaving just him and a monster, and then have them produce a child?" Dylan chuckled. "No way. In order to preserve the bloodline, they'd need 2 kids, but that's just too twisted, don't you think?" Smiling face with smiling eyes. Neville blinked twice and nodded. "A bit, yeah. Don't sweat it, the monster might keep trying, but in the end it won't cause much of a fuss. After all, the headmaster isn't going to let them run wild in the school." With Dylan's reassurance, Neville, though still a bit scared, managed to calm down. "That's true. Even if that monster ends up turning you to stone, you'd still find a way to save me." Dylan shrugged. "Then I'll need to stock up on a ton of mandrake. I'm nearly out of supplies. Any chance you could grab some from the greenhouse?" Neville, who had a real knack for herbology and was highly regarded by Professor Sprout, which even earned him permission to wander in the greenhouse, replied, "I don't see a problem. I grow my own mandrakes too, so I can snag some extra stems and leaves for you." Since the monster in the chamber had already set the students on edge, and now that Dylan could brew an antidote with mandrake, he absolutely had to help Dylan make more potion. "Thanks," Dylan said with a soft smile. "I'd appreciate extra roots and a few more leaves too. Or if you could get me a whole mandrake plant, that'd be even better. Then I could just nurture it," Neville offered. Dylan paused. "I can't exactly get a mature mandrake, though, Professor Sprout won't allow it. But a young mandrake works, as long as you grab some roots and leaves too, since a young plant isn't potent enough for potions on its own." Neville nodded. "No problem, I can pluck a bit off every mandrake I bring. They grow back quickly." Dylan figured that once Headmaster Dumbledore got involved, Professor Snape would probably step in and start brewing a massive batch of Mandrake restorative potion. Of course, Professor Sprout would supply the mandrakes to him, and then it wouldn't be so easy for Dylan to get more. While the basilisk hadn't claimed a second victim yet, Dylan saw his chance to get a little extra help from Neville. He was just about 100,000 galleons short of 1 million, which was exactly the sum he needed to unlock an ecological system for his pet pocket box. To raise that money, the Hawkwell couple had been hustling everywhere these past few days. They even set up a company, juggling internal business while also investing, playing the lottery, and trading stocks. In just over 2 months, they'd managed to rake in a tidy sum for Dylan. Once the forest ecosystem was unlocked, not only could he grow a young mandrake inside, but he could easily cram every mandrake in the greenhouse and even other magical plants in there. And since the ecosystem expands with the pocket box, Dylan could adjust it as he pleased. There were tons of benefits that would let him completely control the space. Without this, Dylan could probably create a mini forest with just a few tens of thousands of galleons, but why spend a whole million if you're not a sucker? After dinner, Dylan headed back to his dorm and dove straight into his pocket box. These past few days he'd been studying the Patroness charm. What excited him most was that the thrill he'd felt while raiding Dark Wizard's memories during the summer break could actually be channeled into the Patroness. He might even be able to release some silvery white substance. But maybe his control wasn't quite there yet, or perhaps he hadn't done enough raids to gather sufficient joy so that little spark wasn't enough to successfully summon a full-fledged Patroness. Maybe I should find some time to sneak out and pull off something big, he mused. Like, really hit up Gringotts? Or maybe even rob 100 Dark Wizards' fortunes all at once. But robbing them separately would be such a hassle unless I ran into 100 of them at the same time. Dylan stroked his chin in thought. Do Dark Wizards ever have get-togethers, he wondered. Maybe he should train a few folks to act as his eyes and ears on the outside wizarding world. That entire afternoon, Dylan labored to improve his Patroness proficiency. The charm was notoriously tricky to practice, and he tried every trick he could think of to make himself happy, whether it was robbing for cash, reliving childhood joys, studying spells, or even puzzling over that crazy function \x2 plus 2y1, 3, x2y3 equals 1 \, or the repeated exercises around x equals 3y log y frac 136 exp 36y36 e, 4 \. He even got so worked up that his face flushed bright red, but still, he couldn't manage to summon a tangible Patroness. Dylan figured that maybe every time he wrestled with those equations, visions of Hermione, Ginny, and a few others would flash through his mind, shattering his daydreams in an instant. After all, Hermione and Ginny were barely in their early teens, and just the thought of it felt terribly inappropriate. Guess I better focus my energy on robbing then, Dylan sighed. Soon it was dinner time. Dylan's Patroness was barely at level 2, achieved only because he'd managed to conjure some silvery white substance at all. If it had completely failed, he'd still be stuck at level 1. Hey, Dylan, do you have any pre-brewed polyjuice potion? A voice asked as Dylan sat down, grabbing a slice of salty egg yolk, butter, and cheese pizza and setting it on his plate. Hermione and Harry soon joined him. With a wink, Dylan asked, "Are you guys starting to doubt Malfoy is the heir?" Ron immediately rushed over. "Whoa, Dylan, you think so too?" Hermione sat down beside Dylan and whispered, "We're pretty sure Malfoy is the heir. If we use polyjuice to become his cronies, we might get him to spill secrets about the chamber." "How did you even hear about the polyjuice potion?" Dylan asked. Hermione hesitated before saying, "Remember that powerful potions book you brought back from the restricted section? I spotted the recipe for polyjuice in there." Dylan nodded. "I'd already returned that book, so you must have borrowed it afterward, right?" Hermione just shrugged. "Lockhart gave Harry and me tons of autographs." Harry added, "The potion ingredients in that recipe are super hard to come by, so we really had to ask you." Dylan took another slice of pizza and dipped it into the mushroom soup in front of him. This mushroom soup was a new specialty, delicious without any hint of mushroomy smell. Whether drunk straight or used as a dip, it was absolutely fantastic and had almost become a staple at Dylan's table. Since you got that powerful potions book, you know you can't brew polyjuice potion into a finished product directly, right? Dylan reminded them. You have to add ingredients from the person you want to transform into during the brewing process, Hermione explained. Dylan shook his head slowly. I do have a bottle of polyjuice, but it'd turn you into Professor Snape. Ew. Ron immediately shook his head. No thanks, I could never pull off that creepy look. You really have some nerve, Dylan muttered with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ron looked up defensively. I'm learning from you, aren't I? Dylan rolled his eyes. When have I ever taught you to spout off such nonsense? Ron scratched his head. Maybe it's all your influence. Dylan shot him a disapproving look. I never taught any of you to say weird stuff. If you say something stupid, it's on you, not my problem. Hermione interrupted, enough of that. Dylan, do you have the ingredients for polyjuice? Dylan sighed. Sorry, unicorn horn is incredibly rare. Mine was brewed under Professor Snape's supervision, and African tree snakeskin isn't easy to come by after all, we're in the Scottish Highlands. So, you're out of the ingredients you need, he admitted honestly. It was true he had no more unicorn horn. As for the African tree snakeskin, he only had a little left, and he needed it for other things. What now? Should we sneak into Professor Snape's office? Ron suggested, looking worried. If we get caught, we're done for. Harry glanced at Dylan uncertainly. Understanding Harry's meaning, Dylan shook his head. I just finished Snape's tutoring session. Unfortunately, the next time we can go into his office isn't until the week after next. Harry opened his mouth but said nothing. Hermione, however, wasn't too concerned. We've got the invisibility cloak. I can sneak into Snape's private storeroom quietly. Dylan looked at her. This little girl was getting bolder by the minute, practically fearless. No wonder the Sorting Hat put Hermione in Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. Just the idea of her sneaking into Snape's storeroom was far beyond what you'd expect of a Ravenclaw. Dylan thought for a moment but decided not to ask Hermione to help him snag some unicorn horn too. He didn't want to risk getting into detention. As for the materials, he'd just ask Professor Snape for a bit more next time during tutoring. He figured Snape wouldn't say no, right? After dinner, Dylan returned to his dorm alone. He hadn't seen Neville at the table, but after a while when it was getting late Neville finally pushed open the door, looking a bit grimy. Have you been working for Professor Sprout all afternoon? Dylan asked. You're pretty sharp, Dylan, you guessed it, Neville said cheerfully as he approached. With a cleaning charm, Dylan swept the dirt and dust off Neville, his gaze falling on a plush bag behind him. This? Dylan asked. That's exactly what you asked for. Neville grinned as he unhooked the bag from his waist. Opening it, he revealed a small potted plant along with some loose roots and leaves. You have a place to grow it, right? Neville asked. Yeah, don't worry, Dylan replied with a nod. Neville handed over the muddy bag. The leaves might be a bit dirty, he whispered. That's fine, I'll just clean them up, Dylan replied. After a brief pause, Neville added quietly, you said you needed a few leaves to eat raw along with the ones for the restorative potion? Are you planning to eat them? That's super dangerous, you might get poisoned. Dylan laughed softly. Go change your clothes first, it looks like your sweater's soaked already. He carefully took the young mandrake out of its pot and set it on the table, then emptied the remaining roots and leaves beside it. With a light tap of his wand, the dirt vanished from the leaves. Dylan picked up a few, examined them, and nodded in satisfaction, perfect size. As he arranged the stems and leaves, he explained casually, the roots are for brewing potions, but I need the leaves to help me experiment with a spell. Neville looked puzzled. Mandrake leaves weren't normally used in potions. What spell could require them? After a moment of thought, Neville paused mid-change. Oh my gosh, Dylan, are you trying to become an animagus? Bingo, you're spot on. Dylan grinned. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Even though mandrake is poisonous, it can effectively mitigate the negative effects of transformation. That's one reason why the restorative potion brewed from mandrake can cure someone petrified by the basilisk. Still, the most valuable part of the mandrake is its root, not the leaves. So if Dylan isn't planning to use the leaves in a potion but rather for practicing a spell, the only likely option was that he was studying transformation spells to become an animagus. You're only in your second year, and you're already messing with such dangerous spells? Neville asked, worry evident in his eyes. If something goes wrong, you could get seriously hurt. Maybe you should have Professor McGonagall tutor you. Having a transformation expert around is a lot safer than figuring it out on your own. Dylan shook his head. Professor McGonagall's already told me all the key points. Even if she were here, she'd only be able to help a little. I don't really need that kind of backup. Refusing Neville's suggestion, Dylan added, how about I help you out and you join me in this research? Who knows, you might become an animagus before I do. Since Neville was always around, whether during library sessions, tutoring, or working on his own research, Dylan was well aware of his abilities. Compared to Ron, Neville's grasp of transformation wasn't too shabby. And compared to Peter Pettigrew? Way better. After all, that guy managed to become an animagus with Sirius and Harry's help, so why couldn't Neville? But Dylan's proposal left Neville stunned. He shook his head repeatedly, his hands flailing like a tambourine. No, I can't risk it. It's way too dangerous. All right then, Dylan said with a hint of regret. He'd hoped to see Neville give it a try, maybe even spark a breakthrough that would make things easier for him later. Since Neville wasn't up for it, Dylan would have to figure it out on his own. Let's try it on the next full moon, Dylan concluded, then ushered Neville off to his own business while he stowed away the supplies in his pocket box. Even though the ecological system in his pocket box wasn't activated yet, Dylan had already filled part of it with soil and magically transformed it into a little flower bed. And here's the newest update from Book 69 first release. Dylan gently removed the young mandrake from its pot. The hideous little plant, ugly enough to make your eyes hurt, suddenly began wailing loudly. Luckily, Dylan had already donned earplugs, so the crying didn't affect him one bit. The mandrake was tiny, freshly sprouted, so its cries weren't very powerful. Even though the flower bed wasn't large, it more than accommodated a single young mandrake. Mom said that in a couple of days, they'll transfer another £1 million to me, and then I can finally unlock the ecosystem for my pocket box. Dylan calculated his remaining funds. He had 760,000 galleons, and the rest were mostly pounds sterling. He needed to find time to head over to Gringotts to exchange his money. Lately, maybe because I've been swapping money so frequently, I noticed the goblins acting a bit sluggish last time. Next time, I'll convert all my cash at once and see how it goes. If the goblins change their rules because he's exchanging tens or even millions of galleons at once, I might have to have my parents convert all their pounds into gold and send them to me. Even though my parents have stashed away a good amount of gold, it's still easier to earn pounds these days, Dylan mused. He wasn't really keen on converting his gold. After all, he wanted to dive deeper into alchemy, and both gold and galleons were consumable resources. I'm still so short on cash. Time to let those dark wizards and aurors taste some fear from Calcis, Dylan mused mischievously. Devil face. Besides spending 1 million galleons to unlock the ecosystem, his pocket box was still a bit cramped. Dylan planned to stash more galleons so he could expand its space in one go. That way, even Nobeta could fly around without having its wings barely spread. Expanding costs 10 galleons per cubic meter. If I add another 100,000 cubic meters, that's another million. Dylan quickly crunched the numbers and nearly blacked out. Thankfully, 1 cubic meter was only 10 galleons, not 100. Otherwise, Dylan would be coughing up blood. His parents had recently written that they'd even stopped using their minor accounts, dedicating themselves to making money for him, which had netted a few £1,000,000 in pure profit in just 2 or 3 months. There's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's all someone else carrying the weight for me. Suddenly, Dylan felt a tug to get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone again. I wonder if Headmaster Dumbledore has destroyed it already. I haven't heard any updates from Nickel Leam either. Arriving at the enclosure for the little cockroaches and spiders, Dylan methodically worked through his spell refinement tasks. He was in the middle of the second refinement task for his spectral sword ability, Fate Tracking. The name sounded awesome, though Dylan hadn't seen the detailed trait description, so he wasn't entirely sure what it could do. Sectum Sempra, Spectral Sword. Swish, swish, swish. 50 streaks of razor-sharp blades shot out, striking within the circle and instantly killing 50 little critters. Dylan then hurled another 50 spectral swords. The barrage of dazzling light resembled a torrential downpour. As each little creature fell, the system notification finally chimed in. Notification: congratulations, you have completed the spectral sword refinement task. Notification: you have unlocked a new trait for spectral sword, Fate Tracking. Finally done. This task required him to use spectral sword to sever the hearts of 444 creatures. Since the cockroaches and spiders were so tiny, a single swipe easily split their hearts, so Dylan didn't have to be overly precise. In any case, after casting a flurry of spells, some little critters were bound to get hit. Dylan checked the system notification. Fate Tracking: once you cast Spectral Sword, no matter how your target dodges or teleports, your spell will follow the path of fate, homing in on your target with precision. Note: your spell has tracking capabilities but does not guarantee 100% damage, its effects can be resisted by the target. So if the target blocks with a shield, my spell still gets deflected. Dylan mused. He was quite pleased with this trait. Just having a tracking ability that didn't require precise aiming was worth it. Now, his spectral sword was at the Puff Puff plus level. Invisibility plus tracking meant that anyone coming near would definitely get hit. Besides, his invisibility already helped cover up any shortcomings if a target managed to block the tracking spell. Imagine two people hundreds of meters apart and Dylan stealthily hurling a spectral sword. It would be nearly impossible for someone to dodge that. I wonder if selecting a target requires visual contact or if I can simply think of someone and have it home in on them, he pondered, planning to test it out later. Glancing at the time, Dylan realized it wasn't too early yet. Leaving his pocket box, he didn't see Harry or Ron around. They were probably still plotting how to sneak into Professor Snape's office for ingredients. Not paying them any mind, Dylan cleaned himself up with a cleaning charm, then lay down to read. It was another Saturday. Today was the first Quidditch match of the school year. Dylan had gotten up early. Even though he'd promised Harry to watch the game, he wasn't about to stop his studies. He planned to join the match once it got underway. Just as he opened his door, he spotted Wood squatting by the wall. "Hey, good morning, Dylan," Wood greeted. Wood slowly stood up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. When he saw Dylan, he forced a sheepish smile and waved, his voice a bit hoarse. Dylan was surprised. "What time did you get here? Are you here to wake Harry up? Why not just knock on his door?" Wood scratched his head awkwardly. He wouldn't admit he was scared of waking Dylan and then getting blasted by a barrage of spells. Wood had heard from Percy that during Dylan's stay at his house, even goblins and ghoul-like creatures behaved like disarmed, bumbling wizards. They wouldn't dare react. Plus, the last time when he tried waking Harry for practice, he'd encountered an already awake Dylan who, despite being a lower-year kid, felt like a professor. And this professor might strike at any moment. It was a bit over the top. "I'm just a little nervous." After all, Harry is the key chaser for the golden snitch, better let him get enough rest, Wood explained. Dylan nodded. Even as the keeper, you need your rest too. Serenita's lux, sleepiness, be gone. Wood tapped his wand, and a flash of light washed over him, instantly banishing his drowsiness. Oh! That's a really useful spell. Thanks, Dylan, I feel much better now. Peering through the door crack, Wood asked, mind if I come in? Of course, Dylan replied, making room for him. Wood quickly saluted, 3 drops of oil. No need for oil, Dylan said with a shake of his head as Wood carefully entered. Ignoring Harry and Ron, Dylan headed straight to the owl loft to feed Luna some high-quality meat strips. Then he went to the dining hall for a meal. Along the way, he overheard some early rising students chatting. Apparently, after Malfoy joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, all of Slytherin had switched to new broomsticks, the Nimbus 2001, which was 1 tier higher than Dylan's own Nimbus 2000. I just got my broom, and now there's a new model? That's kinda unfair, Dylan grumbled. He planned to upgrade his broom next time he hit Diagon Alley. After all, he'd learned Voldemort's flying techniques, though not apparition, and thanks to various achievement rewards, his flying skills had reached a high level. Naturally, he wanted the best broom available. Of course, if it's too expensive, well, 2,000 galleons can still get you by, and you can always use a Nimbus 2000 for quick travel, he reasoned. Since 1 cubic meter of space cost only 10 galleons, Dylan figured it was best to spend money wisely. That was just the fickle nature of Dylan, always adaptable. If worst comes to worst, I could even set up a refinement task for the Nimbus 2000 to boost its performance. That was almost like upgrading it, but it would be costly, and very costly at that. Yesterday, while reading, Dylan came across a potion, the Animagus Transformation Potion. It seemed like it could help him become an animagus. However, the book only briefly mentioned it, so Dylan's main goal during his library trip was to see if there were any records about it in the restricted section. Good morning, Mrs. Pants, Dylan greeted as he entered early. Though it was still early, Mrs. Pants was already neatly dressed and sitting in her librarian's chair. Seeing Dylan, she slowly lifted her eyes. Has Lockhart been dabbling in potions lately? She asked. Dylan was taken aback by the sudden question. After a brief pause, he replied, no, I'm not really sure, maybe he has. These days, while reading in his dorm, Dylan had overheard Ron and the others discussing Lockhart. Ever since the term started, not a night went by without Ron mentioning Lockhart after returning to the dorm. After Mrs. Lorry's incident, despite Dylan saving her in time, Lockhart couldn't help but brag everywhere he went, that if he had been there, he would have captured the monster in the chamber on the spot. He even boasted about developing a potion that would grant him immunity to petrification with just 1 dose. Dylan had confirmed with Professor Snape while brewing potions that both he and Snape just chuckled at Lockhart's claims. Of course, maybe Snape had also muttered things like, these days, every guy jumps out claiming to know potions, yet they can't even tell a mandrake from cowwort more foolish than the dumbest Gryffindor I've seen. I bet his potion would poison him before it even worked. Maybe he should use what's in his nose as an ingredient. I really don't know how he's managed to survive. Snape's comments about Lockhart had shifted from potion critiques to personal insults, and Dylan couldn't help but just nod in agreement. In the last class, Dylan felt Snape had spoken more in one session than in the previous 10 combined. He couldn't figure out what Lockhart had done to really set Snape off so badly, getting the kind-hearted, bat-like professor to spend an entire class firing off insults with no repeats. Next time you see him, tell him that as a professor he won't produce any proper potions with this behavior. He should give up now. What's with sending only 2 students to fetch materials? Mrs. Pants said after verifying some signatures, then allowed Dylan into the restricted section. I will, Dylan replied, blinking and hurrying inside. So it turned out that when he and Hermione used Lockhart's signature to borrow books, Mrs. Pants mistakenly thought Lockhart had sent them to fetch materials himself. Oh well. After all, Lockhart would never take the time to explain things. Even if he met Mrs. Pants, he'd only use the opportunity to brag about his grand ideals and his so-called glorious past, which were more fantasy than fact. End of chapter. Patreon, Belamy 20. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Professor McGonagall. You've picked up on Professor Snape's venomous tongue too? Is that even allowed? The book says that instead of brewing a potion using mandrake to help with animagus transformation, you might as well just keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth. 10:30 a.m. Dylan sat in the library, gently closing the forbidden book in his hands. He hadn't found a clear potion recipe, but he did come across a rather dubious suggestion that might or might not actually work. Professor McGonagall mentioned that mandrake has the power to restore a wizard to their human form. So if you're practicing animagus transformation, perhaps this magical plant could lend a hand. Dylan rubbed his chin, pretending to slip the book into his pocket, though he actually stored it in his personal space. But having to keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth all the time, that must be so uncomfortable, right? He mused. According to the forbidden text, holding a mandrake leaf in your mouth would allow a wizard's breath to meld with the leaf. This, in turn, would help make their transformation attempts smoother and more effective. Professor McGonagall had told him the same. Since the detached leaf isn't toxic, I guess if I have to, I'll try it for a few days and see if it makes any difference. After a moment's thought, Dylan pulled out a smaller leaf, placed it in his mouth, and pressed it under his tongue. The instant the leaf touched his taste buds, he felt a cool, slightly bitter rush that shot straight to his brain. Something about this still seems off. The library was nearly empty at that moment. Even Mrs. Pants had locked the restricted section after Dylan left, heading off to the Quidditch pitch. When the time was right, Dylan also left the library and headed for the pitch. The air felt a bit stifling despite a heavy downpour earlier. The rain hadn't cleared the weather. Hogwarts was still shrouded in a thick, gloomy cloud cover. On the Quidditch stand. You're finally here. I saved you a seat. Just as Dylan stepped onto the stands, Ron waved him over excitedly and pointed to an empty seat next to Neville, then quickly turned back to the pitch, nearly leaping to his feet. Raising an eyebrow, Dylan walked over and said to Neville, "Hey, isn't that seat supposed to be mine? Why are you sitting there?" Neville chuckled. "Ron asked me to save it for you, but I figured I'd keep it just in case too." Understanding the situation, Dylan sat down. At that moment, the Gryffindor team took to the field. It seemed today's match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. While Slytherin jeered, the other three houses cheered enthusiastically for Gryffindor. Soon enough, the game began as over a dozen broomsticks shot into the air at the sound of Madame Hooch's whistle. There were 4 balls in play. A red quaffle used to score points. 2 black bludgers that both protected teammates and disrupted opponents. And a golden snitch that the seeker must catch. Grabbing the snitch ended the game and awarded 150 points. Almost immediately, players from Slytherin and Gryffindor clashed in mid-air. Only Harry and Malfoy were flying high above. Harry glanced around nervously, while Malfoy hovered in front of him, quite literally positioning his rear toward Harry and waggling his broom beneath him. He was probably showing off his new flying broom, albeit in a rather bizarre manner. Just as Malfoy was flaunting his broom, one of the bludgers suddenly shot straight at Harry. Fortunately, Harry's reflexes proved quite sharp. Besides the training he'd been doing, Dylan would occasionally lob a spell at him as practice. If Harry couldn't dodge in time, he'd have to deal with the effects of Dylan's experimental curse. In fact, Dylan had even earned the dubious title of Defeater of the Chosen One because of it. The reward wasn't much, just a slight increase in his spell speed, but it made dodging considerably harder for Harry. Even though the bludger came at him fast, it only grazed Harry's cheek without really hurting him. Malfoy's eyes widened in anger when he saw the near miss, but as Harry remained unscathed, he quickly regained his composure. Fred rushed forward, redirecting the bludger toward Slytherin. Yet, oddly enough, halfway through its flight the bludger abruptly turned around and hurtled back toward Harry with renewed speed. This unexpected turn made Ron slam his hand on the railing in alarm. What on earth is going on? Is someone trying to target Harry again? He turned to Hermione and Dylan, asking, "Did any of you see someone casting a nasty curse? With Hagrid gone, we don't even have a telescope." Hermione and the others shook their heads. After the bludger attacked Harry several times, Gryffindor called for a timeout. As soon as Madame Hooch announced the break, the bludger also abruptly halted its assault. Wood complained to Madame Hooch, insisting someone must have tampered with the bludger. But Madame Hooch didn't believe a word of it after all. She personally safeguarded the Quidditch balls, and no one could have interfered with them under her watch. Moreover, after several inspections, she found nothing amiss. So, the game resumed. Seated next to Neville, Dylan glanced toward the center of the pitch with a thoughtful expression. Maybe I should get a pet house elf too. It seemed the bludger was acting as a deterrent to prevent Harry's pet house elf, Dobby, from causing a ruckus. Plus, the spell cast on the bludger was something Dylan couldn't quite detect. This suggested that the magic of wizards and house elves might be fundamentally different. They have their own unique form of magic that sometimes doesn't even require a wand. But house elves are usually passed down through families. I doubt you can just buy one on the black market. Recalling how Dobby could effortlessly send Malfoy flying, Dylan's eyes lit up with excitement. Maybe once Harry finally helps Dobby break his contract with Lucius, I could swoop in. If I could just capture one, maybe there's some sort of achievement or reward for binding one to you. House elves had a multitude of uses. They wielded unique magic, could cast spells without wands, and moved instantaneously without restrictions. On top of that, they could help tidy up your room and whip up a delicious meal. In that case, a house elf might be way more useful than Nobeata, right? Thinking about his own little dragon who only knew how to eat and play, Dylan shook his head. Well, you have to give it to Beta, at least he's been cooperating with all the bloodletting lately. Meanwhile on the pitch, Harry had spotted the golden snitch. Dylan couldn't help but smile as he watched the chosen one chase the snitch while enduring Dobby's well-meaning yet bothersome attacks. Honestly, not many could handle Dobby's kindness as well as Harry did. The golden snitch zipped high into the air, and Harry had no choice but to follow it, weaving through the sky for nearly 400–500 feet. It's just a few hundred feet, our chosen one can handle it, Dylan thought. Suddenly, the Gryffindor students leapt to their feet in excitement. Harry, dodging bludger attacks, zoomed straight at Malfoy. Malfoy, who'd been fuming over the bludger nearly hitting Harry, now found himself staring at Harry's determined, almost self-destructive charge. His face turned even whiter in shock. But just as quickly, Harry stopped in front of him, extending his arm and flying his broom so close to Malfoy's head that a low buzzing sound filled the air. Malfoy spun around in disbelief to see that Harry had caught the golden snitch right above his head. Malfoy's eyes grew complex as he looked at Harry, about to say something, when suddenly Harry's hand went slack, and he began diving downward, startling Malfoy once again. Luckily, Harry managed to control his broom's trajectory and barely landed safely on the ground. A group quickly surrounded him. At moments like this, one person was always first to step forward. Hey! Step aside, our chosen one's hurt. I'm gonna cast a healing spell. And you with the camera, make me look as cool as possible. Lockhart hadn't even cast a spell, he'd dashed over faster than any Gryffindor student or teacher, sleeves rolled up, ready to fling a spell at Harry. What? No, wait, I don't need a healing spell. I just need to get to the infirmary. Harry's eyes widened as he saw Lockhart's raised wand, a hint of fear in his gaze. The bludger had already struck Harry's arm twice. Although he hadn't immediately fallen, his arm was fractured. and his cries for help seemed to go unheard. Lockhart's spell had already descended. From Dylan's position, he couldn't hear what Lockhart had chanted, but he did see Harry let out a terrible scream after the spell hit. Ah! My arm! I can't feel it at all. People around quickly parted, revealing Harry's prone form. Dylan looked over to see Lockhart, still grinning smugly as he declared, "Yes, you're broken, so I made your bones vanish. Now you won't feel any pain. But you were supposed to be casting a mending charm." Harry protested, looking at his limp, water-soaked arm that sagged like a soaked rag, its flesh unnaturally loose without bone support. Harry felt as if he was about to pass out in terror. "Well, maybe you heard it wrong. Now you can head to the infirmary. I'm sure your friend Mr. Weasley will be happy to take you there. And tell Madame Pomfrey, I didn't want Harry to suffer too much. Hurry up and let her patch you up a bit. Move it, move it." Ron rushed over with Hermione, carefully supporting the nearly unconscious Harry as they made their way toward the infirmary. They knew the route by heart. Hermione had once given Lockhart the benefit of the doubt, but seeing their friend so hurt made her finally believe what Dylan had warned them about. Passing Lockhart, Hermione gritted her teeth and stomped on his foot. Yikes! Ultimately, Harry helped secure another Quidditch win for Gryffindor, though at a high cost. Once everyone was taken away, there wasn't much left to see. Dylan trailed behind the group, leaving the pitch at his own leisurely pace. Later, while having lunch, Dylan mused to himself, "My tongue feels all numb. Didn't they say mandrake leaves aren't really toxic as long as you don't chew them?" At lunch, Hermione and Ron shared some good news about Harry. "So, about Harry. Is it true? Did Lockhart really make his bones vanish?" Dylan asked, looking at them expectantly. "Madame Pomfrey says he should be fine. Even without his bones, they'll grow back," Hermione sighed. "Using mending charm on bones, hey?" Dylan inquired. "Yes, Harry's expected to grow out exactly 29 bones," Hermione nodded. "Lockhart's creative use of magic was as peculiar as his personality. Maybe I should ask him how to make an enemy's bones disappear." Dylan's thoughts churned. "This spell is just too wicked, yet here I am, a second-year wizard comparable to the Dark Lord, without that particular spell in my arsenal. It doesn't exactly match my status, does it?" Ron grimaced as he recalled Harry's painful ordeal. "Good grief, I can't imagine how much Harry must have hurt. The look on his face nearly broke me." Nearby, Fred and George cackled. "At least he's alive," one remarked. "And we beat Slytherin. Yeah, we really pulled off something huge." Seated next to Neville, who was quietly sipping soup, Dylan said, "Before lunch, I heard Captain Flint from Slytherin was lecturing Malfoy. They even said that Harry totally dazzled Malfoy so much so that he couldn't even see the golden snitch above his head." Dylan shrugged vaguely. "Guess that just shows Malfoy's eyes aren't on his head, hey?" Neville stifled a laugh. "Dylan, maybe keep quiet. You wouldn't want mandrake leaves ending up in your soup." Dylan smirked. "I'm pretty sure I didn't drink any soup." After lunch, Dylan wanted to rinse his mouth out, but with the leaf still in there, he couldn't make too many dramatic moves. So he simply used a cleaning charm to freshen up. Is Professor McGonagall's method really legit? Keeping a mandrake leaf in your mouth for an entire month? Imagine how stinky it'll be when you finally take it out. Days passed by uneventfully. After his extra tutorial with Professor McGonagall, Dylan received some rather disheartening news. "What? You mean I have to keep it in until the full moon?" Dylan exclaimed, wide-eyed. Professor McGonagall sipped the sweetened red tea Dylan had conjured with his own spell and looked at him pityingly. "I thought I made it clear last time, it starts at the full moon and ends at the full moon until the next full moon, that is, and before Christmas." "I'm fainting," Dylan muttered, his vision darkening as he longed to vanish from the world. "So what's the point of having this bitter mandrake leaf in my mouth for all these days? McGonagall gently gripped the handle of her teacup and slowly raised it to her lips, taking a careful sip of the still steaming tea that wasn't scalding but pleasantly warm as it slid down. Seeing Dylan's nearly collapsing expression, she tilted her head slightly with a hint of sympathy. After setting the cup down, she cleared her throat and, after a brief pause, said, "Perhaps you should consider it as giving Mandrake a few days of warm, cozy companionship in your mouth." Dylan felt the world go black for a moment, his head spinning. "Professor, I almost thought I was talking to Professor Snape just now." Spitting out the mandrake leaf, Dylan cast a levitation charm to suspend it in midair, certainly not wanting to get his hands dirty. "Just toss it in here," McGonagall ordered softly, her wand making a subtle motion as a trashcan from the corner floated over. She flicked her wand, opening its lid. Just as Dylan was about to drop the leaf in, the trashcan belched loudly. "Ouch, what's that? Smells like something's delicious." Dylan's lips twitched in a reluctant smile as he swatted at the air. Without even needing his wand, the mandrake leaf was flung into the trash can. "What's this? It stinks. My yummy is so raw, yet strangely appetizing." McGonagall's eyes crinkled at the corner as she waved her wand again. With a clack, the lid closed, and she sent the can back to its corner. "This is a trash can gifted to me by Albus, quite the quirky present." Dylan's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Was it a birthday gift?" "Yeah, just last month." Dylan managed a strained, dry laugh. "Not bad, not bad. Quite ingenious, actually. But my favorite gift is the planner you gave me, the one that smells of herbs, like mint with a hint of lemon. I've even started using it as my personal aromatherapy." McGonagall nodded toward a transforming Quidditch planner on the corner of her desk, her smile unwavering. Dylan chuckled. "If you like it, that's all that matters." In truth, the planner's full name was something like the Anytime, Anywhere Transforming Quidditch Competition Mint Planner. After chatting a bit more about transformation charms and animagus techniques, Dylan gathered his things and left Professor McGonagall's office. Although he hadn't found a better method in the Forbidden Book for practicing animagus transformation or a potion to aid it, McGonagall did provide him with a new list of materials. It involved using the mandrake leaf, kept in the mouth for a month, combined with some other ingredients to create a non-potion, mixed elixir. The components were easy to come by, and Dylan planned to give it a shot after the next full moon. It was around that time that explosive news began circulating around the campus. Someone had been attacked by a air and monster again. Dylan heard about it during lunch from Neville. The victim was Colin, the big fan who always snapped photos of Harry at every opportunity and sat next to Ginny. He'd been attacked on his way to see Harry and, along with Harry, was now lying side by side in the infirmary. "I guess that counts as extreme fang-earling, hey?" Dylan barely spoke, mostly listening as Neville recounted the latest gossip, though he had no idea where all these stories were coming from. These days, Dylan had grown accustomed to being more reserved. Even though he wasn't keeping the mandrake leaf in his mouth anymore, he quietly ate his lunch. Just then, Fred and George burst into the dining hall, zeroing in on Dylan with several bizarre items in hand. "Did you hear what Colin said? That during his petrification and then after Professor Snape revived him with a potion he felt like he'd actually died. That's terrifying. But seriously, what did he see?" "He couldn't really say, just mentioned a vague, shadowy figure that terrified him even more." "Hey, does that thing you bought actually work? It looks more like a toy." "Who said that?" "This is an amulet made of blue protection crystal. I got it from my dad's favorite old wizard shop in Diagon Alley." "Alright then, I hope my silver bell pendant works when that monster shows up. My mom says it's a moonlight pendant made of pure silver, though I've always suspected she got duped. Ever since I became a wizard, she's always claimed to have seen gods whose messengers made her follow some bizarre cult." "Really? I think she's been completely fooled. There are no gods in this world, only magic. You should write her a letter and ask her about it." Hearing the chatter, Dylan glanced up, only to see the twins running over. "Hey, Dylan! There you are! Look at this! We made a killing selling these. 70 galleons each." Dylan's jaw dropped. 70 galleons? With over 700,000 galleons still on the board, hearing about mere tens of galleons seemed almost trivial. Not bad at all. The twins were decked out in various trinkets. Fred sported a bunch of large, green onion-shaped charms and several wooden plagues inscribed with symbols Dylan couldn't decipher. They weren't Greek or Latin, more like a mismatched Sanskrit. Meanwhile, George wore far more upscale pieces, rare amethyst crystals hanging everywhere, making him look like a purple Christmas tree. "But these amulets, are those symbols just doodles? They all look different to me," Dylan asked. "That's what makes them unique. Each one is one of a kind." George grinned. "If they were all the same, no one would buy them. Besides, we can't even reproduce them that way." Fred laughed. Dylan nodded. "I guess that's true. So, you want me to enchant these amulets? You know I'm not really into that sort of thing." No, Fred quickly waved him off. "We need you to add some magic to these charms," George pleaded eagerly. "Exactly. With all these new sellers of amulets around, our business is taking a hit," Fred whimpered. "So, you want me to cast some spells on them?" Dylan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, exactly like the one you did in our dorm last time." George practically bounced with excitement. "The one that deflected explosions?" Fred's eyes sparkled. Dylan hesitated, about to say no. After all, how much time would he have to spend on enchanting all these amulets? But seeing the eager, expectant looks on the twins' faces and thinking about their tidy yet shabby dorm room, he sighed. "All right, I'll give you guys a hand. But I'll only try it on your amethyst pieces. I don't have time for the rest." The twins' faces lit up with delight. In the end, they were just checking in, not really expecting much since they clearly didn't lack supplies. But sometimes, a small inquiry could lead to a pleasant surprise. Fred and George thanked him profusely. "Great! Thank you so much, Dylan. Good people are always blessed. Our whole family will be grateful to yours." Dylan opened his mouth to protest, but then muttered, "Enough chatter, pack your stuff and get out of my way." Grumbling, Dylan picked up his bag of coal and headed back to his dorm. The twins obediently followed at a respectful distance. Maybe the materials weren't too difficult to gather. In fact, Fred and George didn't have nearly as many amethyst crystals as one might think, which relieved Dylan somewhat. He spread out all the amethyst crystals on his bed. As they clinked together, he raised his wand. Protego! A blue shield of light burst from his wand tip, enveloping the crystals like a mist. Casting a mere shield spell wouldn't last long. To prolong the effect, another charm was needed. Permanent sticking charm. Dylan's wand moved with practiced ease, tracing a smooth arc as a ripple ran through the air with his incantation. The blue glow surrounding the crystals began to twist, gradually spreading over them. The twins watched in amazement as golden traces interwove with the blue light, blurring the boundary between the two. Before long, the protective shield had seeped into the crystals. What had seemed like subpar amethyst suddenly glowed with a warmer, more refined luster, purple and blue lights merging seamlessly. In no time, the enchanted protective amulet was complete. "Done already?" Fred's eyes widened. "That quick?" George was dumbfounded. Dylan shot them a dismissive look. "Don't be fooled, what looks quick wasn't nearly that fast." "All right, now take these out and start selling, okay," he instructed. "The permanent sticking charm won't keep the Protego effect forever. Once the magic fades, the amulets revert to plain amethyst. And I didn't use too much magic on them, you know," Dylan added. Hearing this, the twins wasted no time and quickly gathered up the crystals. "Yes, sir. We'll get the job done," they chorused. 50% of the profits, deal? Trust us, madam, they chimed. Dylan raised his wand as if to unleash a blazing fire spell, but thankfully, the twins sprinted away quickly enough to avoid being singed. Rolling his eyes, Dylan lowered his wand. Later that night. After dark, Dylan donned his shadow ring and, drawing on the power of his coal, transformed into a wisp of black shadow as he left Hogwarts Castle and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Silently weaving through the forest, he reached the cave where he'd arranged to meet Hagrid and summoned Beta. Now, Beta had grown considerably, and fortunately, the cave was spacious enough for the well-behaved creature. Hagrid soon appeared, lugging a hefty bundle of meat chunks nearly as tall as he was. "You're late," Hagrid chided, setting down the meat and cheerfully cutting it into small pieces to feed the dragon. He then apologized, "Sorry, I got held up by a little critter. I hadn't seen it in ages, so I delayed a bit." "A little critter? What magical creature could make you so concerned?" Dylan asked. Hagrid glanced at Dylan and then at Beta, hesitating before answering. "It was a unicorn. It nearly got killed, but I arrived just in time, otherwise, who knows what that mysterious person would have done." Dylan's eyes lit up. "A unicorn? You mean the one nearly killed by Professor Quirrell? The same one you rescued? It had been hiding all this time and now reappeared?" Dylan almost wanted to snatch everything Hagrid had brought and leave with Beta immediately, but he held back. "Yes, the unicorn. Its wounds have healed a lot now," Hagrid said in a low voice. "So it didn't run into any trouble all this time? It must have been held back by its herd since it's still so young," Dylan speculated. Hagrid shook his head. "When I saw it, it was completely healed, just as beautiful as before." "I see," Dylan murmured. The unicorn, though not very large, was probably just a youngster compared to the majesty of a full-grown unicorn. After its previous ordeal and being kept indoors by its elders, it now seemed safe enough to roam again. After pondering for a while, Dylan decided to wait until the timing was right. He called Beta to his side, stored it safely in his personal space, and bid Hagrid farewell. Hagrid seemed reluctant to let go, and Dylan reminded him firmly to keep the encounter a secret. Any hint of the dragon's existence could lead to dire consequences for him, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and even Hagrid. Not to mention, if the Chosen One hadn't yet saved the day again, they might all end up in Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic doesn't care about your age. Of course, if it weren't a particularly serious issue like with someone who directly joined the Death Eaters like Little Batty, they wouldn't be locked up. But secretly keeping a dragon? Now that's a whole other matter. Dylan definitely didn't want that. He certainly didn't want his little secret, Carlassa, to be exposed now. Hogwarts was too wonderful to be at odds with the wizarding world after all. Even the daily free resource grabs helped him scrape by. Besides, everyone here was so nice. Dylan truly enjoyed staying at Hogwarts. Leaving the cave, Dylan didn't head straight back to his dorm. Instead, he wandered through the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, a white figure darted through the dark woods. Dylan immediately gave chase, weaving through dense branches and tangled roots. Finally, in a moonlit clearing, the mysterious figure halted. Squinting in the moonlight, Dylan was both startled and delighted to see it was indeed the unicorn he'd rescued that day. "Hurry up, pay up! I mean, let me bleed!" Dylan shouted in a mix of urgency and humor. The unicorn simply blinked in silent response. The end of chapter.